Hello guys. Welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting. As you saw in the title, what if Deku unlocked a Gunsmith quirk? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction. Chapter 1: The Quirk That Refused to Appear. The ceiling of the doctor's office had exactly 47 cracks spreading from the center light fixture. Izuku Midoriya knew this because he had been counting them for the past 23 minutes. His mother sat beside him, her hand wrapped tightly around his, her fingers trembling ever so slightly, the way they always trembled now when conversations about his future came up. He could feel the dampness of her palm against his, the nervous energy that pulsed through her like a second heartbeat. The examination room smelled like antiseptic and old paper. Charts lined the walls, diagrams of quirks and quirk factor distributions, their colorful illustrations mocking him with their certainty. Every chart assumed the viewer had something. Every graph, every percentage, every carefully labeled diagram of quirk manifestation patterns, they all belonged to a world that had never quite included him. Dr. Tsubasa shuffled through papers at his desk, his movements deliberate, almost theatrical. The man had delivered Izuku into this world 14 years ago. He had been the one to deliver the first diagnosis too, the one that said quirkless, the one that made Inko Midoriya cry in this very chair while her 4-year-old son tried to understand why being ordinary was somehow a tragedy. There's really no easy way to say this, Dr. Tsubasa began, adjusting his glasses with the practiced sigh of someone who had delivered this exact speech hundreds of times before. His quirk, some kind of avian mutation that gave him those sharp, bird-like eyes, made him look perpetually disappointed. Or perhaps that was just how he looked at Izuku. We've run every test available in this facility. Blood work, quirk factor analysis, stress response evaluations, even the new genetic marker screenings that came out last year. Izuku's grip on his mother's hand tightened. He didn't mean to. His body just reacted. Like it was preparing itself for impact. And? Inko's voice cracked on the single syllable. Dr. Tsubasa placed his clipboard down with deliberate gentleness. The click of wood against metal seemed impossibly loud in the small room. Mrs. Midoriya, your son's quirk factor remains dormant. At 14 years old, with no signs of manifestation despite multiple stress tests and trigger attempts. He paused, choosing his next words with the care of someone arranging broken glass. The probability of a quirk manifesting at this stage is statistically negligible. Less than 2%. The number hung in the air between them. 2%. Izuku had spent his entire life chasing percentages. The doctor said 4% of the population was quirkless. His kindergarten teacher said there was a 12% chance of late manifestation. The middle school counselor said only 2 out of every 1,000 quirkless children ever developed anything remotely resembling a power. Now 2% felt like a door slamming shut. But the X-rays from last month showed something, Inko said, her voice climbing with desperate hope. The doctor at the local clinic said there was unusual activity in his quirk factor nodes. She said. She saw what many doctors mistake for pre-manifestation activity. Dr. Tsubasa interrupted gently. In quirkless individuals, the quirk factor nodes sometimes produce false positives. The body attempts to generate a quirk, but without the genetic foundation, these attempts result in, how shall I put this, static noise. Not a signal. Izuku stopped counting the ceiling cracks. He let his gaze drift to the window instead. Outside, the afternoon sun painted everything in shades of gold and amber. Children his age walked home from school, laughing, some of them showing off their quirks in the park across the street. A boy his age sent a small flame dancing between his fingers while his friends cheered. A girl levitated her school bag ahead of her, the straps dangling like the legs of an upside-down spider. Ordinary kids. Ordinary quirks. Ordinary lives. He would never have that. Maybe if we waited another year. Inko started. Mrs. Midoriya. Dr. Tsubasa's voice carried the weight of finality now. I understand your hope. Every parent hopes. But continuing to pursue this path, running more tests, seeking second opinions, waiting for something that the science tells us will not come, that only prolongs the pain. Your son needs to focus on his future. On what he can do, not what he cannot. The words landed like stones dropped into still water. Ripples spread through Izuku's chest, through the space where something was supposed to grow, supposed to bloom, supposed to make him matter. What he can do. He could analyze quirks. He could fill notebooks with observations, strategies, possibilities. He could watch heroes on television and break down their fighting styles until he understood them better than they understood themselves. He could dream, God, he could dream so hard it hurt. But dreaming wasn't a quirk. Passion wasn't power. And wanting something with every fiber of your being didn't make it possible. What about Yue? The question escaped Izuku's mouth before he could stop it. His voice sounded strange to his own ears. Too calm, too measured, like he was asking about the weather instead of the dream that had defined his entire existence. Dr. Tsubasa's expression shifted. Something that might have been pity softened the hard lines of his face. UA High School's hero course has never accepted a quirkless student. The entrance exam alone, combat robots, physical trials designed to test quirk applications, it would be. He trailed off. But the word hung unspoken. Impossible. The General Studies course exists, Izuku said quietly. He had researched this. Of course he had researched this. He had memorized every course offering, every entrance requirement, every alternative path that might keep him close to the world he so desperately wanted to belong to. They have a support course too. And business management. There are ways to be near heroes without being one. Dr. Tsubasa finished. He nodded slowly, and Izuku hated that nod, hated the approval in it, hated the way it felt like being patted on the head and told to find a smaller dream. That's a practical approach, Midoriya. Many young people with your circumstances find fulfilling careers in hero-adjacent fields. Analysis, support equipment design, agency management. You don't have to be on the front lines to contribute. But I want to be on the front lines. The words burned in Izuku's throat. He didn't say them. He had learned, over the years, that saying those words only made the looks of pity worse. Only made people shake their heads and exchange glances that said, "Poor boy, doesn't know when to let go." "Thank you, Doctor," Inko said, rising from her chair. She was crying, silent tears tracking down her cheeks that she tried to hide by turning toward the door too quickly. "We appreciate your honesty." Izuku stood. His legs felt strange, disconnected from his body, like he was watching himself from somewhere far away. He shook Dr. Tsubasa's hand. The man's grip was firm, professional, over too quickly, and followed his mother into the hallway. The door closed behind them with a click that sounded like the period at the end of a sentence. The train ride home was silent. Izuku sat beside his mother, their shoulders almost touching but not quite, the space between them filled with everything they weren't saying. He watched the city blur past the window, Tokyo's endless sprawl of buildings and billboards and people, all of them moving through lives he could only observe from the outside. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He didn't check it. He already knew what it would be, Kaken's messages, probably. Something about how the quirkless loser was wasting everyone's time again. Something about how Izuku should just give up and disappear into some meaningless job where he couldn't drag anyone down. Katsuki Bakugo had been his friend once. Best friends, even in those hazy preschool days before quirks manifested and hierarchies were established. Before Kaken's quirk turned him into a human explosion and Izuku's lack of one turned him into a target. Now Kaken was the one with the 2% chance of being something extraordinary. And Izuku was the 0%. "We could try another doctor," Inko said suddenly, breaking the silence like glass. Her voice was too bright, too eager, the voice of someone trying to build a life raft out of hope. "There's a specialist in Muzutafu who worked with late bloomers. I read about him online. His success rate is—" "Mom." Izuku's voice came out softer than he intended. He reached over and took her hand, the way she had taken his in the doctor's office. Her fingers were cold now, trembling harder. It's okay. It's not okay. Inko's composure cracked. Tears spilled freely now, and she didn't try to hide them. It's not okay that my son, that everyone keeps telling you that you can't. She pulled her hand away to cover her face, shoulders shaking with the force of her sobs. Izuku sat very still. He wanted to cry too. He wanted to scream, to break something, to demand why the universe had given everyone else a piece of itself while leaving him empty. He wanted to grab the shoulders of every doctor, every teacher, every person who had ever looked at him with pity and shake them until they understood that he wasn't broken, he was just waiting. But he was 14 now. And 14-year-olds didn't get to throw tantrums over things that would never change. I'm going to be a hero, he said. The words fell into the space between them with the weight of a stone dropped into deep water. Inko lowered her hands, her red-rimmed eyes wide, her breath catching on a half-formed protest that died before it reached her lips. Izuku turned to look at her. Really look at her. At the mother who had stayed up with him when he was 5, explaining that being quirkless didn't mean he was less. Who had bought him his first All Might notebook, who had watched every hero fight with him on television, who had never once told him to find a smaller dream even when everyone else did. I know it sounds impossible, he said, and his voice didn't shake. He was proud of that. I know the statistics. I know what everyone says. But I've been studying quirks my whole life. I know how they work, how to counter them, how to use them. I know hero tactics better than some pros. And I know, he swallowed. I know that All Might said anyone can be a hero. And I believe him. The silence stretched. Inko stared at him for a long, breathless moment. Then something shifted in her expression, something that looked like recognition. Like she was seeing, perhaps for the first time, that the boy sitting beside her wasn't the same 4-year-old who had asked why he was different. That somewhere along the way, through all the diagnoses and disappointments, he had grown into someone who didn't know how to stop believing. Then we'll find a way, she said finally. Her voice was still watery, still raw, but underneath it was something harder. Something that sounded like steel. Whatever it takes. Whatever training, whatever schools, whatever. She squeezed his hand until her knuckles went white. We'll find a way. Izuku smiled. It was a small smile, fragile, the kind that could be broken by a harsh word or a skeptical glance. But it was real. Thank you, Mom. That night, Izuku sat in his room with his notebooks spread around him like offerings. There were 13 of them now, 13 volumes of quirk analysis, hero strategies, combat theory, and equipment schematics. The first notebook was covered in childish handwriting and crayon drawings of All Might. The latest one was filled with tight, obsessive script, diagrams that would make engineers nod in appreciation, and margin notes that cross-referenced information across 3 separate volumes. He opened the newest notebook to a blank page. At the top he wrote, "Alternative Paths to Heroism." Then he stared at those words for a long time. Alternative paths. That was what the doctor had called them. What everyone called them, really, the polite way of saying you can't do what you want, so settle for something close enough. But what if close enough wasn't enough? What if the thing he wanted, the thing that burned in his chest every time he saw All Might on television, every time he watched a rescue operation, every time he saw someone who needed saving, what if there was no substitute for it? His phone buzzed again. This time, he checked it. 7 messages from Kaken. The first few were the usual insults, escalating in intensity, as Izuku's lack of response seemed to irritate him more. The last message was different. Heard you wasted another doctor's time today. Quit pretending. You know what you are. Izuku set the phone down carefully. His hands were shaking, he realized. Not from fear. He was used to Kaken's words by now. Used to the way they carved into him and left wounds that never quite healed. No, he was shaking because something was wrong. He pressed a hand to his chest. Beneath his ribs, something was moving. Not his heart was beating normally, steady and sure. This was something else. Something deeper, somewhere in the space where Quirk factor nodes were supposed to be but had never shown up on any scan. It felt like pressure. Like something was building behind a door that had been locked for 14 years. Izuku stood up too quickly. His chair tipped backward, hitting the floor with a crash that he barely registered. His vision swam, edges going soft and strange, and the pressure in his chest was growing, expanding, becoming something that hurt in a way he couldn't describe. What's happening to me? He stumbled toward the bathroom. If he was sick, if something was wrong with his heart, he needed to get to his mother. His hand hit the door frame. And the metal moved. Izuku froze. The door frame was aluminum, cheap, hollow, the kind found in every apartment building in the city. He had touched it 1,000 times before. It had never done anything. Now, where his fingers pressed against it, the metal was rippling. Not melting, it wasn't hot. It was just shifting, like clay under a potter's hands, flowing away from his touch in smooth, deliberate waves. What? His voice came out as a whisper. He pulled his hand away. The metal stopped moving immediately, frozen in its new shape, a series of ridges and grooves that hadn't been there a moment ago. Izuku stared at them, his mind racing through possibilities, explanations, anything that could make sense of what he had just seen. Quirk manifestation. The thought hit him like a lightning strike. It couldn't be. The doctor said 2%. He said less than 2%. He said the X-rays were static, noise, false positives. But what if they weren't? Izuku's hands were shaking now for a completely different reason. He turned and looked at his room, at the desk covered in notebooks, at the All Might posters on the walls, at the collection of hero merchandise he had accumulated over years of desperate devotion. And then he looked at his hands. They looked the same as they always had. Small for his age, callous from years of clinging to railings and pulling himself up hills, scarred in a dozen places from Kaken's explosions and his own clumsy attempts to train his body into something that could keep up with heroes. But now, there was something else. A warmth in his palms that hadn't been there before. A sense of connection. To the metal door frame. To the screws in his desk chair. To the copper wiring in the walls, the steel beams in the foundation, the iron in the earth beneath the building. He could feel them. All of them. Like threads leading from his chest to every piece of metal within reach. This is my Quirk. Izuku stumbled back to his desk, knocking over a stack of notebooks in his haste. He grabbed a pen, cheap plastic, nothing metal about it, and tried to write. Tried to document. Tried to do what he always did when faced with something new. Analyze, categorize, understand. But his hand was shaking too much. The pen skittered across the page, leaving meaningless scratches. He looked at the door frame again. At the ridges his touch had carved into it. At the proof that something had changed, something had finally happened, something that everyone said was impossible. Tears blurred his vision. Not sad tears. Not the frustrated tears he had cried 1,000 times, alone in his room, when the weight of being quirkless became too heavy to carry. These were different. These were the tears of someone who had spent 14 years being told he was empty, that he had nothing, that he would always be nothing, and had just discovered that maybe, just maybe, everyone was wrong. I have a quirk. The words repeated in his mind like a prayer. Like a lifeline. Like the first note of a song he had been waiting his whole life to hear. I have a quirk. And somewhere deep in his chest, in the space that had been dark and silent for 14 years, something began to glow. The next morning, Izuku woke to find his room transformed. Not literally, the walls were still covered in All Might posters, the desk still buried under notebooks, the floor still scattered with the clothes he had dropped the night before. But everything felt different. The light coming through his window seemed brighter, sharper. The air tasted cleaner. Even the sounds of the city, the distant traffic, the neighbor's television, the birds in the park, seemed to carry a clarity they had lacked before. He sat up slowly, instinctively pressing a hand to his chest. The warmth was still there. Not painful, not uncomfortable, just present. Like a second heartbeat, humming quietly beneath his skin. Not a dream. He looked at his hands again. Ordinary hands. The same hands that had failed every test, disappointed every doctor, fallen short of every expectation. But now, when he concentrated, he could feel something waiting in his palms. A potential. A promise. He needed to test it. The house was quiet when he crept out of his room. His mother's door was closed. She wouldn't be up for another hour, at least. He moved through the hallway on silent feet, his eyes scanning for anything metal, anything he could use to understand what had happened to him. The kitchen was perfect. Izuku stood in the center of the small space, surrounded by appliances and utensils, his heart hammering against his ribs. The toaster. The refrigerator. The pots hanging from hooks above the stove. The silverware in the drawer. All of it connected to him now, waiting. Okay. Think. What did you do last night? He had touched the door frame. He had been scared, disoriented, not thinking clearly. The metal had responded to his touch, reshaping itself like clay. But was it just touch? Or something more? He held out his hand, palm up, and focused on a spoon lying on the counter 3 feet away. He thought about the warmth in his chest. Thought about the threads he had felt the night before, the invisible connections linking him to every piece of metal in the apartment. He imagined those threads tightening, imagined pulling the spoon toward him like a fish on a line. Nothing happened. He tried again, this time reaching out with his hand, his fingers spread wide. He concentrated harder, his brow furrowing, his jaw clenching with effort. The spoon remained stubbornly still. Maybe it's touch-based after all. He walked to the counter and picked up the spoon. For a moment, nothing happened. He could feel the cool metal against his skin, could feel the warmth in his chest responding to it, but the spoon stayed a spoon. Then he remembered the panic from the night before. The fear. The desperation. The way his body had reacted without his conscious direction. Stress. It manifested under stress. Maybe that's the trigger. He closed his eyes and thought about Kaken. About the way his explosions crackled against Izuku's skin, leaving burns that took weeks to heal. About the words, useless, worthless, quirkless failure that carved deeper wounds than any explosion ever could. About the doctor's office, the 2% statistic, the sound of his mother crying in the train. The anger came easily. Too easily. It rose in his chest like a tide, hot and sharp, and he could feel the spoon in his hand beginning to change. His eyes snapped open. The spoon was warping. The metal was flowing between his fingers, bending and reshaping, its structure shifting in ways that should have required heat and pressure and tools he didn't have. The bowl of the spoon flattened out, the handle splitting into 2 thinner strands that twisted together like a braid. And then it was done. Izuku stared at the object in his hand. It wasn't a spoon anymore. It was something else entirely. The flattened bowl had become a small shield, curved perfectly to fit against his palm. The twisted handle had become a grip, comfortable and balanced, with ridges that fit his fingers like they had been measured for them. It was a weapon. Small, primitive, but undeniably a weapon. A buckler, he realized, the kind of small shield used in close combat, designed to deflect blows and create openings for counterattacks. He had made this. With his mind. With his quirk. Oh my God! The buckler clattered to the counter as his hands started shaking again. He stumbled backward, hitting the refrigerator with a thump that sent magnets scattering across the floor. His breath came in short, sharp gasps, not from fear but from the sheer impossibility of what had just happened. 14 years. 14 years of being told he had nothing. 14 years of watching everyone around him develop powers while he stayed ordinary. 14 years of notebooks filled with other people's abilities because he didn't have one of his own. And now he had created something. Not just a quirk, a creation. An object that hadn't existed 10 seconds ago, built from materials that should have required a forge and anvil and years of training to shape. His quirk wasn't combat-oriented. It wasn't flashy. It wouldn't let him punch through walls or fly through the air or shoot fire from his fingertips. But it was his. And it was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. The sound of his mother's door opening down the hall snapped him back to reality. In a panic, he grabbed the buckler and shoved it into his backpack, zipping it closed just as Inko's footsteps approached the kitchen. "Good morning, sweetheart," she said, her voice still rough with sleep. She was wearing her bathrobe, her hair a mess, her eyes red from the tears she had cried the night before. "You're up early." "I couldn't sleep." It wasn't a lie exactly. He hadn't slept much, but not for the reasons she would assume. Inko moved to the coffee maker, her movements automatic. "Did you want breakfast? I could make eggs." "No thanks." Izuku grabbed his backpack, holding it close to his chest. The buckler inside pressed against his ribs, a secret weight that made his heart race. "I'm going to go for a walk. Clear my head." His mother looked at him for a long moment. Something in her expression shifted, concern, perhaps, or recognition. "Izuku, about yesterday." "It's okay, Mom." He smiled, and this time it wasn't fragile. It wasn't small. It was the smile of someone who had spent 14 years in the dark and had just seen the first light of dawn. "Everything's going to be okay now." He was out the door before she could respond, running down the stairs two at a time, his backpack bouncing against his shoulders, the warmth in his chest blazing like a small sun. He had a quirk. He had a quirk, and he was going to be a hero. And nothing, nothing was going to stop him now. The train station was nearly empty at this hour. Izuku found a bench tucked away from the main concourse, pulled out his notebook, and began to write. Quirk name, unknown, Gunsmith? Metal manipulation? Creation? Initial observations Quirk manifests through physical contact with metal objects. Requires emotional trigger, stress, anger, fear, to activate. Reshapes metal at a structural level without heat or visible energy. Creation appears to form functional objects rather than random shapes. Range unknown, but metal does not need to be held to be sensed. He paused, tapping his pen against the page. The buckler sat in his backpack, a constant reminder that the words he was writing weren't just fantasies anymore. They were real. He was real. He needed more data. He needed to understand the limits of his quirk, what it could do, what it couldn't, how it worked. He needed to test it under controlled conditions, away from prying eyes, somewhere he could experiment without being seen. The beach. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. It had been closed for years now, filled with garbage and debris from the constant tides, forgotten by everyone except the occasional urban explorer. No one would be there this early. No one would see. He closed his notebook, stuffed it back in his backpack, and headed for the coast. The beach was a graveyard. That was Izuku's first thought as he picked his way across the sand. Rusted appliances jutted from the ground like tombstones. Broken furniture lay scattered everywhere, half buried in the sand. Old tires, crushed cans, shattered electronics, the debris of a decade's worth of neglect, all of it slowly being consumed by salt and time. But for Izuku, it was paradise. He stood in the center of the beach, surrounded by more metal than he had ever seen in one place, and felt the warmth in his chest swell to something almost overwhelming. The connections were everywhere now, hundreds of them, thousands, threads of awareness linking him to every piece of scrap within reach. He dropped his backpack and picked up a rusted pipe. Okay. Let's see what I can do. He closed his eyes and focused. The anger came slower this time. He had to dig for it, pulling up memories of Kaken's sneer, the doctor's pity, the years of being told he wasn't enough. But when it came fast, and the metal in his hands responded instantly. The pipe twisted, reshaped, shortened in some places, lengthened in others, its structure flowing like liquid even as it remained solid to the touch. Izuku opened his eyes and found himself holding a short rod, perfectly balanced, with a weighted end that would make it useful as a blunt weapon. He set it down and picked up a crushed soda can. This time, he tried something different. Instead of letting his emotions drive the process, he tried to guide it. To picture what he wanted in his mind and push that image into the metal through the warmth in his chest. The can shivered in his grip. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, hesitantly, it began to change. The crushed aluminum expanded, smoothed out, reformed into something that looked almost like a throwing star, though its edges were too blunt to cut anything. So emotion makes it faster, but conscious direction is possible. Good. That's good. He spent the next hour working through the scrap pile, testing the limits of his quirk. He learned that larger objects took more time to reshape, and that complex designs required more concentration. He learned that the warmth in his chest faded after each use, growing weaker until he gave it time to recover. He learned that he could sense metal up to about 10 meters away, though the connection was stronger with things he was touching directly. And he learned that his creations were never random. Every time he let his quirk work, the metal shaped itself into something functional. Something with purpose. A shield. A blade. A tool. It was like his quirk knew what he needed, even when he didn't consciously know himself. It's like I'm not just reshaping metal. I'm building things. Designing them. Perfectly. The implications made his head spin. If his quirk could create weapons from scrap, what could it create from proper materials? What could it do with time and practice and training? He was so lost in thought that he almost didn't notice the footsteps in the sand behind him. So this is where the trash comes to play. Izuku's blood ran cold. He turned slowly, the piece of scrap metal still warm in his hand, and found himself staring into the red eyes of Katsuki Bakugo. Kaken stood at the edge of the beach, his hands shoved in his pockets, his expression a mask of contempt. Behind him, two of his usual followers lingered, their eyes flickering between Izuku and the transformed scrap at his feet. "How did you find me?" Izuku's voice came out steadier than he felt. "Followed you from the station." Kaken's eyes narrowed. "You've been acting weird for weeks. Sneaking around, hiding things, looking like you know something the rest of us don't." He took a step forward, and Izuku took a step back. "So what is it, Deku? What are you hiding?" "I'm not hiding anything." "Bull." Another step. The explosion starting to crackle in Kaken's palms sent small sparks into the air. "I saw you at the doctor's yesterday. Quirkless little Deku, wasting everyone's time with his pathetic hope. So what are you doing out here? Training? Pretending you're something you're not?" Izuku's hands clenched at his sides. The warmth in his chest was surging now, responding to his fear and anger, connecting him to every piece of metal on the beach. He could feel the scrap at his feet, the pipe he had reshaped, the can that had become a throwing star. All of it waiting. "Kaken, please. Don't call me that." Kaken's voice dropped to something low and dangerous. "You don't get to pretend we're friends. You don't get to pretend you're anything but a waste of space who should have given up years ago." He lunged. It wasn't an attack, not really. Just a shove, the kind of casual cruelty that Kaken had been using on Izuku for years. A reminder of who was strong and who was weak. Who mattered and who didn't. But this time, something was different. The moment Kaken's hands touched Izuku's chest, the warmth inside him exploded. Metal screamed. All across the beach, the scrap began to move. Rusted refrigerators twisted into new shapes. Broken bicycles folded in on themselves, their frames reforming into something sleek and dangerous. Cans, pipes, wires, bolts, everything within 10 meters of Izuku began to shift, to flow, to build. Kaken's eyes went wide. He tried to pull back, but Izuku's hand shot out and grabbed his wrist before he could move. "Don't." Izuku's voice was strange, layered, like two people speaking at once. "Don't touch me." The metal at their feet surged upward. In seconds it had formed something. Not a weapon this time, something else. Something that wrapped around Kaken's arm and held it in place without hurting him, a cage of interlocking metal bands that locked his wrist against Izuku's chest. And in Izuku's other hand, something else was forming. He watched, detached, as the scrap metal in his grip reshaped itself, flowed, took form, became something sleek and black and cold, something that fit in his palm like it had always belonged there, something that caught the morning light on a barrel that hadn't existed 10 seconds ago. A gun. He had built a gun. The beach was silent. Kaken's friends had backed away, their faces pale, their mouths open. Kaken himself was frozen, his captured arm trembling, his eyes fixed on the weapon in Izuku's hand. And Izuku? Izuku stared at the thing he had created and felt something inside him crack. This wasn't what he wanted. This wasn't what he was supposed to be. He had spent his whole life wanting to save people, to protect them, to be like All Might. And the first time his quirk truly awakened, it had given him a weapon designed to end lives. He let go. The gun clattered to the sand. The metal holding Kaken's wrist released, falling away into scraps. The warmth in Izuku's chest faded, leaving behind nothing but cold and confusion. I didn't. He started. I didn't mean to. Kaken stumbled backward, cradling his wrist. For a long moment, he just stared at Izuku. And in his eyes, for the first time, Izuku saw something he had never seen there before. Fear. You. Kaken's voice cracked. He swallowed, tried again. What the hell are you? Izuku didn't have an answer. He looked at the gun in the sand. Looked at the twisted metal scattered across the beach. Looked at his own hands, still trembling, still warm, still connected to the steel and iron buried beneath his feet. And for the first time in his life, he wondered if maybe the doctors had been right to be afraid of what might grow in the empty space where his quirk should have been. Because whatever had just happened, whatever he had just become, it wasn't the power of a hero. It was something else entirely. Chapter 2: The Sudden Awakening. The walk home from the beach took 47 minutes. Izuku knew this because he counted every step. Not to distract himself, though God knew he needed distraction, but because counting was the only thing keeping his mind from spiraling into the void that had opened up inside him. 1 foot in front of the other. 1 step. 2 steps. 3. The rhythm of movement became a prayer, a mantra, a fragile barrier between himself and the thing he had become. The gun was in his backpack. He had picked it up before leaving the beach. He didn't know why. Part of him wanted to leave it there, buried in the sand with the rest of the trash, forgotten like the nightmare it represented. But another part, the part that had filled 13 notebooks with quirk analysis, the part that had always needed to understand, couldn't let it go. It was evidence. Proof. A physical manifestation of something he didn't yet comprehend. And it was terrifying. Kaken hadn't followed him. After the incident, after the metal had released his wrist and Izuku had stumbled away like a wounded animal, Kaken had just stood there. His 2 friends had fled almost immediately, their cowardice a pale echo of the fear Izuku had seen in Kaken's eyes. But Kaken himself had stayed, watching Izuku gather his things, watching him pick up the gun, watching him walk away without a word. That silence was worse than any explosion. Izuku had expected rage. He had expected screaming accusations, the familiar crackle of nitroglycerin sweat igniting in Kaken's palms. He had braced himself for the same violence that had defined their relationship for the past 8 years. Instead, he had gotten silence. And fear. And a question that kept repeating in his head like a broken record. What the hell are you? He didn't know. That was the worst part. 14 years of wanting a quirk, of dreaming about what it might be, of filling notebooks with theories and possibilities. And now that it was here, he had no idea what to call it. What to do with it. What it made him. His mother was at work when he got home. The apartment was empty, the kitchen still holding the remnants of the morning he had fled, the coffee maker cold and dark. Izuku stood in the doorway for a long moment, letting the silence wrap around him, letting the familiar smell of home try to anchor him to something real. Then he locked the door, walked to his room, and pulled out his notebook. The gun sat on his desk like an accusation. He had cleaned it on the walk home, not because he knew anything about gun maintenance, but because his Quirk had apparently given him that knowledge too. His fingers had moved with practiced ease, breaking the weapon down into its component parts, wiping away the sand and salt, reassembling it with the efficiency of someone who had done this 1,000 times. He hadn't. He had never touched a real gun in his life. But his hands had known what to do anyway, and that knowledge sat in his chest alongside the warmth, alongside the connection to every piece of metal in his room, alongside the growing sense that he had become something that didn't fit into any of his notebooks. OK. Start from the beginning, asterisk. He opened to a fresh page and began to write. Quirk analysis, day 1, post-awakening. Trigger event, physical threat combined with emotional distress. Kakin attempted to shove me. My Quirk activated without conscious control. Range confirmed, approximately 10 meters in all directions. All metal within this radius responded simultaneously. Speed, near instantaneous under emotional duress. Objects reshaped faster than I could perceive. Creation, the Quirk produced 2 distinct objects. He stopped writing. The gun stared up at him from the desk. Sleek. Black. Functional. He had built it from garbage, rusted pipes, crushed cans, broken bicycle chains. And yet it looked like something from a military catalog, something designed by professionals, something that had no business existing on a beach full of trash. He reached out and touched the barrel. The metal was cool against his fingertips, but beneath the surface, he could feel the shape of it. The structure. The blueprint that his Quirk had written into every molecule. Gunsmith. The word appeared in his mind fully formed, and he knew, with the same certainty that he knew his own name, that it was right. He wasn't a metal manipulator. He wasn't a shapeshifter or a transmuter or any of the other categories he had spent years studying. He was a gunsmith. His Quirk didn't just reshape metal. It designed. It took raw materials and turned them into functional weapons, balanced and precise, engineered with a perfection that shouldn't be possible without years of training. The buckler from this morning. The rod. The throwing star. The gun. All weapons. All tools designed for combat. All made by a Quirk that had been dormant for 14 years and had finally awakened with a single, terrifying purpose. Why? Izuku pressed his palms against his eyes until he saw stars. The question burned behind his eyelids, demanding answers he didn't have. Why had his Quirk manifested as something so aggressive? Why did it respond to fear and anger? Why had the first thing it built in a crisis been something designed to kill? He thought about All Might. About the way the symbol of peace smiled even when the world was falling apart. About the hands that had saved thousands of lives, that had never, as far as anyone knew, taken one. That's what a hero is. That's what I want to be. But his Quirk didn't build rescue equipment. It didn't create barriers or healing tools or anything that looked like the heroism he had spent his whole life idolizing. It built weapons. Tools of violence. Instruments that existed for one purpose and one purpose only. Maybe that's all I'm capable of. The thought made his stomach clench. He pushed it away, forced himself to keep writing, to keep analyzing, to keep doing what he had always done when the world became too much. Understand. Object analysis, handgun. Caliber, approximately 9 mm, estimated. Materials, mixed scrap metals, primarily steel and aluminum. Construction, seamless. No visible joins or weld points. Functionality, unknown. I haven't tested it. I don't want to test it. Notes. The weapon appears to be fully functional. Moving parts operate smoothly. Firing mechanism engages correctly. If loaded, it would almost certainly fire. I made this from garbage in less than 3 seconds. What does that say about me? He closed the notebook. The gun remained on his desk, a silent witness to his crisis of identity. he should get rid of it. Throw it in the river, melt it down, bury it somewhere no one would ever find it. The thought of keeping it, of having it in his room, in his home, within reach of his mother, made his skin crawl. But he couldn't bring himself to destroy it. Because it was proof. Proof that his quirk was real, that the warmth in his chest wasn't imagination, that 14 years of being nothing had finally ended. And some part of him, the part that had always needed to understand, to categorize, to know, recognized that destroying the evidence wouldn't make the truth go away. He had built a weapon. His quirk built weapons. And until he understood why, he couldn't afford to pretend otherwise. The next 3 days were a blur of controlled experiments and carefully hidden panic. Izuku returned to Dagoba Beach every morning before dawn, when the world was still gray and quiet, and no one would see him picking through the trash like a scavenger. He worked methodically, testing the limits of his quirk, mapping its capabilities with the same obsessive precision he had once used to analyze All Might's fighting style. The results were unsettling. His quirk had range, as he had discovered, approximately 10 meters in every direction, though the connection weakened significantly beyond 5. Within that radius, he could sense every piece of metal, could feel their shapes and compositions as clearly as if he were holding them in his hands. He could also reshape them. Not just the ones he was touching, but any metal within range, though direct contact made the process faster and more precise. The first time he had transformed a piece of scrap 10 meters away without moving from his spot, he had almost fallen over from the sudden vertigo of it, like reaching out with a limb he hadn't known he possessed. But the real discovery came on the second day. He had been experimenting with a pile of copper wiring, trying to create something simple, a bracket, a fastener, anything that wasn't a weapon. His quirk had resisted. The metal had shifted and flowed under his touch, but it kept trying to form shapes he didn't want. Edges. Points. The curve of a trigger guard. No. I'm not doing that again. He had forced the issue, pushing his will against the quirk's instincts, and after a long, agonizing minute, the copper had finally settled into a simple ring. It was ugly. Lopsided. Nothing like the perfect creations his quirk produced when it was left to its own devices. He could build non-weapons. But his quirk fought him every step of the way, and the results were crude at best. That knowledge sat in his chest like a stone. My quirk wants to make weapons. It's not just capable of it, it's designed for it. He spent the third day trying to understand why. He built a dozen different weapons from a dozen different materials, studying each one with the detached fascination of a scientist examining a specimen. Knives. Clubs. A crossbow that folded into something the size of his palm. A set of throwing spikes that fit between his fingers like brass knuckles. Each one was perfect. Balanced. Efficient. Beautiful in the way that all things designed for a single purpose could be beautiful. And each one made him feel like he was betraying everything he had ever believed in. Heroes don't build weapons. Heroes save people. But All Might had once said that a hero's power was just a tool, that what mattered was how you used it. Izuku had written that quote in his very first notebook, had underlined it 3 times, had built his entire philosophy around the idea that any quirk could be used for good if the person wielding it had the right heart. He just hadn't expected his own heart to be tested so soon. On the 4th morning, he found Kaken waiting for him at the beach. The sun wasn't up yet. The world was still caught in that strange twilight between night and day, when colors were muted and shadows stretched long across the sand. Izuku had been coming here so early specifically to avoid this exact scenario, and yet here Kaken was, sitting on a rusted washing machine with his arms crossed, his red eyes fixed on the path Izuku had been using for days. "You've been coming here every morning," Kaken said. His voice was flat. Neutral. Completely unlike the explosive anger Izuku was used to. 4 days in a row. "Did you think no one would notice?" Izuku's backpack felt very heavy on his shoulders. Inside, wrapped in an old shirt, were the weapons he had built over the past 3 days. He had been planning to destroy them today, to prove to himself that he could, that he wasn't becoming something he didn't want to be. Instead, he stood frozen on the edge of the beach, caught between the urge to run and the desperate need to understand what Kaken wanted. "I asked you a question," Kaken said. Still flat. Still neutral. His hands were in his pockets, which was perhaps the most alarming thing about this entire situation. Kaken's hands were never in his pockets. They were always out, always ready, always crackling with the promise of violence. "I've been training," Izuku said. The words came out before he could stop them. "My quirk. I've been trying to understand it." Kaken's jaw tightened. For a long moment, he didn't say anything. Just stared at Izuku with those red eyes that had been the source of so much fear, so much pain, so many sleepless nights. Then he laughed. It wasn't his usual laugh, the harsh, mocking sound that preceded an explosion or a shove. This was something else. Something that sounded almost bitter. "Training," Kaken repeated. "You've had a quirk for 4 days and you're already training. Meanwhile, I've had mine since I was 4 and—" He cut himself off, looking away. His hands came out of his pockets, but not in threat. He just held them up. Looked at them. Let the small sparks that always danced across his palms flicker in the gray morning light. "Kaken! Don't call me that." But the words lacked their usual venom. They sounded tired. "You think I didn't notice? You think I didn't see what you did with that garbage? I've been training my whole life to be the best, and you—" He stopped again. Swallowed. "You pulled a gun out of thin air." Izuku's stomach dropped. "I didn't mean to." "I know." Kaken looked at him then, and for the first time in 8 years, Izuku saw something in his expression that wasn't contempt. It was confusion. Uncertainty. The look of someone who had built their entire identity around being superior and was suddenly realizing the foundation might be crumbling. "I've been thinking about it," Kaken said. "The way the metal moved. The way it all came together at once. That's not a normal quirk. That's not—" He made a frustrated sound, running his hands through his spiky hair. "Do you know what you are?" Izuku shook his head. "I don't even know what to call it." "Gunsmith." The word fell from Kaken's mouth with the weight of a verdict. "That's what you are. You build weapons. Perfect ones. From anything metal within reach." He laughed again, and this time there was something almost admiring in the sound. "Do you have any idea how broken that is?" Broken. The word hit Izuku like a physical blow. He had spent his whole life being called worthless, useless, quirkless. Now he had a quirk, and Kaken was calling him broken. "I don't want to be broken," Izuku said quietly. "I just want to be a hero." Kaken stared at him. For a moment something flickered in his eyes, something that might have been understanding, or pity. Or something Izuku couldn't name. Then it was gone, replaced by the familiar mask of arrogance that Izuku knew so well. "You want to be a hero with a quirk that builds guns?" Kaken shook his head slowly. "You're even dumber than I thought." He stood up from the washing machine, brushing sand off his pants. For a moment, Izuku thought he was going to leave. But instead Kaken walked toward him, stopping just a few feet away, close enough to reach, but not close enough to touch. "Show me," Kaken said. "What?" "The quirk. Show me what it can do." Kaken's eyes were bright now, intense, the way they got when he was facing a challenge. "You've been hiding out here for 4 days, building God knows what, and I want to see it. All of it." Izuku's hands tightened on his backpack straps. "Why?" "Because I need to know." Kaken's voice dropped. "I need to know what I'm dealing with. You've been nothing for 14 years, and now suddenly you're something I don't understand. Something that made me—" He stopped. Swallowed. "Something that made me run." The admission hung in the air between them. Kaken Bakugo, who had never backed down from anything in his life, who had charged into every fight with explosive confidence, admitting that he had run from Izuku. That he had been scared. It should have felt like victory. After 8 years of torment, 8 years of being told he was worthless. To hear Kaken admit fear should have been vindication. Instead, it just made Izuku sad. He set down his backpack, unzipped it, pulled out the weapons one by one and laid them on the sand between them. The buckler from the first morning, the rod, the throwing spikes, the folding crossbow, the gun. Kaken looked at each one in silence. When he reached the gun, his breath caught, just slightly, just enough for Izuku to notice. All from garbage, Izuku said. That's all I've been using. Scrap metal from the beach. And if you had real materials? Kaken's voice was carefully neutral. Steel. Titanium. Things designed for weapons instead of trash? Izuku didn't answer. He didn't need to. They both knew what the answer was. Kaken picked up the gun. His hands were steady, they always were, but Izuku could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his eyes kept darting to the weapon's components, analyzing, assessing. It's perfect, Kaken said quietly. The balance. The weight. The way the parts fit together. He looked up at Izuku. You built this from a rusted pipe and some crushed cans. It was an accident. I was scared. You were scared and your quirk gave you a gun. Kaken set the weapon down carefully, almost reverently. That's not a hero's quirk, Deku. You know that, right? Izuku's chest tightened. Quirks don't determine what kind of person you are. Tell that to the world. Kaken stood up, brushing off his pants. You think anyone's going to look at a kid who can build perfect weapons from garbage and see a hero? You think Yui is going to accept someone whose quirk is literally designed for killing? The words were cruel, but they weren't meant to be. That was the worst part. Kaken wasn't saying these things to hurt him, not this time. He was saying them because he believed them. Because in his world, power defined purpose, and some powers were too dangerous to be anything but threats. I'll find a way, Izuku said. His voice shook, but he didn't look away. I've spent my whole life being told I can't be a hero. I'm not going to stop now just because my quirk is. He gestured at the weapons on the sand. Just because it's this. Kaken watched him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. It was sharp and challenging and absolutely genuine. You really are the biggest idiot I've ever met, he said. You know that, right? I've been told. Kaken snorted. He turned away, walking toward the path that led back to the city. But before he reached the edge of the beach, he stopped. Looked back over his shoulder. If you're going to be a hero with a quirk like that, he said, you're going to have to be better than all of us. Stronger. Smarter. More controlled. Because the second you slip, the second that quirk of yours does something it shouldn't, they're going to come for you. And they won't stop until they've torn you apart. Izuku's blood ran cold. What do you mean? I mean there are people in this world who are afraid of quirks like yours. People with power. People who decide what quirks are acceptable and what quirks need to be. He paused, searching for the word. Controlled. He didn't wait for a response. He just walked away, leaving Izuku standing on the beach with his weapons spread out before him like evidence of a crime he hadn't known he was committing. That night, Izuku couldn't sleep. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, counting the cracks he had memorized years ago. The gun was hidden in his closet now, buried under old clothes and forgotten notebooks. The other weapons were scattered across the beach, destroyed or abandoned, left behind like mistakes he was trying to forget. But he couldn't forget. Couldn't stop thinking about what Kaken had said. About the way the world might look at his quirk. About the people who might decide that a quirk that built weapons was too dangerous to exist. Asterisk, they're going to come for you. And they won't stop until they've torn you apart. Asterisk. He had spent his whole life wanting to be special. Wanting to have a quirk. Wanting to be like everyone else. Now he had one. And he was starting to understand why some things were better left buried. His phone buzzed on the nightstand. He ignored it at first. It was probably Kaken, sending some follow-up insult or warning. But it buzzed again. And again. and again, until the insistent vibration made him reach for it with a frustrated sigh. The messages weren't from Kaken. Unknown number, is this Izuku Midoriya? Asterisk unknown number, my name is Chio Shizenji. Most people call me Recovery Girl. Asterisk. Unknown number, I'd like to talk to you about what happened at Dagoba Beach this morning. Izuku sat up so fast his head spun. Recovery Girl. The Yui school nurse. One of the most respected heroes in Japan, famous for her healing quirk and her decades of service to the hero community. And she knew about the beach. His heart hammered against his ribs as he stared at the screen. How did she know? Had someone seen him? Reported him? Kaken had been there that morning, but Kaken wouldn't, he couldn't have. Another message appeared. Asterisk unknown number, don't be alarmed. I'm not calling to cause trouble. I have a student who was at the beach early this morning for training. He saw what you did. He was impressed. Asterisk. Unknown number, so was I, when he told me about it. Asterisk unknown number, I'd like to meet. To talk about what you're capable of. And maybe, if you're interested, to help you understand it. Asterisk. Izuku's hands were shaking so badly he could barely type. Izuku, help me how? The response came almost immediately. Asterisk Recovery Girl, there's a quirk counseling program at UA for students with unusual abilities. It's not well known, but it exists. And from what I've heard, you might be exactly the kind of person it was designed for. Asterisk. Asterisk Recovery Girl, meet me at the school tomorrow. 3 p.m. I'll explain everything. Asterisk. Recovery Girl, but Izuku? Recovery Girl, don't bring the gun. He stared at the last message for a long time. The words seemed to pulse on the screen, demanding answers to questions he hadn't known he needed to ask. She knew about the gun. She knew what he had built. She knew, somehow, exactly what had happened on that beach. And she wanted to help him anyway. He typed a response with trembling fingers. Izuku, I'll be there. The message sent. For a moment, the 3 dots appeared, indicating she was typing. Then they stopped. The conversation went silent. Izuku set his phone down and lay back against his pillows. His heart was still racing, but beneath the fear and confusion, something else was stirring. Something that felt almost like hope. U.A. wants to talk to me. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in 4 days, he let himself imagine it. Walking through the gates of the most famous hero school in the world. Meeting real heroes. Learning to control his quirk from people who understood what it meant to carry a power that could hurt as easily as it could heal. It was a dream he had buried so deep he had almost forgotten it existed. A dream that had seemed impossible when he was quirkless, and now, with a quirk that built weapons from garbage, seemed even more impossible than before. But Recovery Girl had called. She had reached out. And maybe, just maybe, that meant there was a path forward after all. He turned onto his side, facing the closet where the gun was hidden. In the darkness, he could almost feel it waiting. A reminder of what his quirk was capable of. A warning of what he might become if he wasn't careful. I'll find a way, he promised himself. Asterisk I'll find a way to use this power for good. To be a hero. To save people. Asterisk. I have to. Because if I don't, if this quirk makes me into something dangerous, then everything I've ever believed about myself is a lie. The thought followed him into sleep, wrapping around him like chains made of moonlight and fear. And in his dreams he stood on Dagoba Beach while the ocean turned to steel and the sky filled with guns, and somewhere in the distance, a voice kept asking the same question over and over. What the hell are you? The next morning, Izuku woke before dawn. He didn't go to the beach. There was no point anymore, the secret was out, and the beach was no longer a sanctuary. Instead, he sat at his desk and opened his notebook to a fresh page. At the top, he wrote, "What I want to be." He stared at the words for a long time. Then, slowly, carefully, he began to write. Asterisk I want to be a hero who saves people. I want to use my quirk to protect, not to harm. I want to build things that help, things that heal, things that make the world safer for everyone. Asterisk. Asterisk. My quirk builds weapons. I can't change that. But I can choose how I use them. Asterisk. Asterisk. A weapon is just a tool. It can hurt or it can protect. It can destroy or it can defend. The difference isn't in the metal or the design. It's in the hands that hold it. Asterisk. I choose to hold mine with care. Asterisk. I choose to build weapons that protect. Barriers. Shields. Tools that let heroes do their jobs without unnecessary violence. Asterisk. I choose to be better than what my quirk wants me to be. He closed the notebook and looked at his hands. Small hands. Calloused hands. Hands that had built weapons from garbage without meaning to. But they were his hands. And what they built was his choice. He stood up, walked to the closet, and pulled out the gun. For a long moment, he just looked at it, this thing he had made, this perfect instrument of violence that had appeared in his grip without his permission. Then he began to take it apart. Piece by piece, he disassembled the weapon. The barrel. The frame. The firing mechanism. Each component came away in his hands, and with each piece, he felt the weight of his choices settle more firmly on his shoulders. When the gun was nothing but parts, he gathered them together and focused. Not on destruction, not this time. On creation. On purpose. He thought about the beach. About the trash that littered the sand, the pollution that choked the ocean, the decay that had claimed a place that should have been beautiful. He thought about cleaning it up. About making it safe again. About giving something back to a world that had given him so little. The metal in his hands began to shift. It didn't fight him this time. Didn't try to form edges or points or triggers. It flowed under his will, reshaping itself into something new. Something with purpose. When he opened his eyes, he was holding a small shovel. It was crude. Ugly. Nothing like the perfect creations his quirk produced when it was left to its own devices. But it was his choice. His will. His first step toward being the kind of hero he wanted to be. He smiled, a real smile, the first one since the beach, and set the shovel on his desk. One step at a time. His phone buzzed. A reminder, *U.A. High school, 3 p.m. Don't be late, *. He checked the time. 7 hours until he walked through the gates of his dreams. 7 hours to prepare. 7 hours to figure out how to explain a quirk that built weapons to a woman who had dedicated her life to healing. 7 hours to decide who he wanted to be. He looked at the shovel. Looked at his hands. Looked at the notebook open on his desk, filled with dreams he had never quite been able to bury. I know who I want to be. The question was whether the world would let him. But for the first time since his quirk had awakened, he thought maybe, just maybe, it might. Chapter 3: Discovery of the Gunsmith Quirk. The gates of UA High School rose before Izuka like the entrance to a cathedral. He had seen them 1,000 times, in videos, in magazines, in the dreams that had sustained him through 14 years of being told he would never walk through them. But seeing them in person was different. The steel towered above him, gleaming in the afternoon light, the UA emblem emblazoned on every pillar like a promise etched into the sky. His legs felt unsteady. His hands, shoved deep into his pockets to hide their trembling, kept clenching and unclenching around nothing. He had dressed carefully that morning, the cleanest shirt he owned, pants without holes, shoes he had spent an hour scrubbing until the salt stains from the beach finally faded. He wanted to look like he belonged here, even though every instinct screamed that he didn't. Don't bring the gun. Recovery girl's message echoed in his head. He hadn't brought it. He had taken it apart, reshaped it into a shovel, and then, after a long moment of hesitation, taken the shovel apart too. The metal was back in his closet now, a shapeless lump of steel that could become anything. Or nothing. He liked it better that way. Unformed. Waiting. Like him. A security guard approached him at the gate. A broad man with a hardening quirk that made his skin look like carved stone. Izuku's heart leaped into his throat. He had imagined this moment so many times, but always in the context of being a student, a visitor, someone with a reason to be here. Never like this. Never as someone who might be turned away before he even stepped inside. Izuku Midoriya, he said quickly, before the guard could speak. I'm here to see Recovery Girl. She said 3 o'clock? She said to come to the East Wing, 3rd floor. The guard's voice was deep, rumbling, but not unkind. He pointed toward a path that curved around the main building. She's expecting you. Straight through, don't wander off the main path. Izuku nodded so hard his neck cracked. Thank you? Thank you so much. The guard's expression flickered, something that might have been amusement, or curiosity, or recognition. First time here? Yes. The word came out breathless, almost reverent. I never thought I'd actually. You're here now. The guard stepped aside, gesturing toward the path. That's what matters. Izuku walked through the gates. The campus unfolded around him like a dream made real. Buildings rose on every side, each one a monument to heroism: the massive training facilities, the gleaming classroom towers, the memorial garden dedicated to fallen heroes that he could see in the distance, its statues standing silent vigil over cobblestone paths. Everything was designed to inspire, to awe, to remind every person who walked these grounds of what they were here to become. He wanted to stop. To stare. To pull out his notebook and document every detail, every angle, every piece of architecture that had been designed by and for the greatest heroes in the world. But the guard had told him not to wander. And somewhere in the East Wing, Recovery Girl was waiting. He walked faster. The East Wing was quieter than he expected. After the grandeur of the main campus, the administrative building felt almost modest: long corridors lined with office doors, potted plants that looked like they had been there for decades, the faint smell of old paper and floor wax. His footsteps echoed on the polished linoleum, too loud in the silence, announcing his presence long before he reached his destination. Room 314. The door was half open, a sliver of warm light cutting across the hallway floor. Izuku raised his hand to knock, but before his knuckles could make contact, a voice called out from inside. Come in, dear. I've been waiting. He pushed the door open. The office was small but cluttered in a way that felt lived in rather than messy. Bookshelves lined every wall, crammed with medical texts and hero journals and binders that looked like they contained decades of research. A desk sat in the center of the room, covered in papers and pens and a half-empty cup of tea that had long since gone cold. And behind the desk, in a chair that seemed too big for her small frame, sat a woman Izuku recognized immediately. Recovery Girl looked exactly like her photos, small, elderly, with silver hair pinned back and a syringe-shaped cane leaning against her chair. But the photos didn't capture the weight of her presence, the way her eyes seemed to see through skin and bone and into something deeper. She had healed more heroes than Izuku could count. Had saved lives that would have been lost without her. Had been a pillar of the hero community for longer than his mother had been alive. And she was looking at him like she already knew every secret he had ever tried to hide. Close the door behind you, she said. And sit down before you fall down. You look like you haven't slept in a week. Izuku closed the door. His hands were shaking again. He shoved them into his pockets and walked to the chair across from her desk, lowering himself into it with the careful movements of someone trying not to break anything. I've slept, he said. His voice came out higher than he intended. I've slept fine. I'm just. He gestured vaguely at the room, the building, the entire impossible fact of his presence here. I'm nervous. Recovery Girl's expression softened. You're not the first young person to walk through that door with shaking hands, and you won't be the last. She reached for a folder on her desk, thick, worn, filled with papers that had clearly been handled many times before. Do you know why I asked you here today? You said there was a program. For students with unusual quirks. There is. She opened the folder, and Izuku caught a glimpse of handwritten notes, diagrams, what looked like psychological evaluations. But I didn't ask you here because of the program. I asked you here because of what my student told me he saw at Dagoba Beach 4 days ago. The warmth in Izuku's chest pulsed. He pressed his hand against his sternum, trying to calm it, trying to push down the sudden surge of awareness that connected him to every piece of metal in the room. The desk lamp. The filing cabinet. The pen in Recovery Girl's hand. All of them humming with potential, waiting to be shaped. I didn't mean to. He started. I know. Recovery Girl's voice was gentle. My student said it was an accident. A reaction. He said you were being threatened, and your quirk responded before you could control it. Izuku's throat tightened. Who was it? The student who saw me? His name is not important right now. She closed the folder, setting her hands flat on top of it. What's important is what he saw. Metal objects reshaping themselves without heat or pressure. A weapon forming in your hands that looked like it had been machined by a professional. A quirk that activated with enough force to clear a 10-meter radius of scrap metal. She paused. And a gun. He mentioned a gun. The word hung in the air between them. Izuku wanted to deny it, to explain, to make her understand that the gun wasn't him, wasn't what he wanted, wasn't who he was trying to become. But the evidence was in his closet at home, a lump of shapeless metal that had once been perfect and deadly and terrifying. Yes, he said. There was a gun. Recovery Girl nodded slowly. She didn't look shocked. Didn't look frightened. If anything, she looked like someone who had just had a suspicion confirmed. May I see your quirk? She asked. Nothing dramatic. Just, show me what you can do. What you've been practicing. Izuku looked around the room. His eyes landed on a paperclip sitting on the corner of her desk, small, insignificant, the kind of thing that wouldn't be missed if it disappeared. He reached out and picked it up. The metal was cool against his fingertips, cheap steel coated in something that was supposed to look like silver. He could feel its structure immediately, the molecular lattice, the imperfections in the alloy, the way the metal had been bent and straightened and bent again over years of use. It was simple. Unimportant. Perfect for what he needed. He closed his eyes and let the warmth in his chest reach for it. The paperclip shifted. In his mind he saw its potential, a dozen different shapes, a dozen different purposes, all of them waiting to be pulled from the raw material. Some of them were weapons. Small ones, but weapons nonetheless. Edges that could cut, points that could pierce, forms that his quirk wanted to create with the same instinct that made his heart beat and his lungs breathe. He pushed those forms away. Held on to the ones that weren't weapons. The ones that were small and harmless and completely useless for combat. When he opened his eyes, the paperclip had become a tiny bird. Wings spread, beak open like it was singing, every feather rendered in perfect detail. It sat in his palm, impossibly delicate, catching the afternoon light in a way that made it look almost alive. Recovery Girl leaned forward. Her eyes widened, just slightly, just enough for Izuku to notice. You made that from a paperclip, she said. Yes. In less than 10 seconds. Izuku looked at the tiny bird in his hand. It was beautiful. More beautiful than anything he had made since the gun. And that was the problem. I can only do this when I fight it, he said quietly. When I try to make something that isn't what it wants to make, it's slow. Hard. The results are crude. He set the bird on her desk. When I don't fight it, when I let my quirk do what it wants, it builds weapons. Perfect ones. Faster than I can think. Recovery Girl picked up the tiny bird, turning it over in her fingers. Her hands were old, spotted with age, but they moved with the precision of someone who had spent a lifetime working with delicate things. Do you know why your quirk does that? She asked. Why it wants to build weapons? Izuku shook his head. I've been trying to understand. Reading everything I can find about manifestation theory, quirk genetics, anything that might explain why a quirk would be so specific. So focused on one thing. But I haven't found anything. That's because you're looking in the wrong places. Recovery Girl set the bird down carefully, positioning it so it faced the window, as if it might fly away if she wasn't careful. Your quirk isn't focused on weapons, Izuku. It's focused on tools. Weapons just happen to be the most common tools of conflict. I don't understand. She leaned back in her chair, her eyes distant, like she was reaching back through decades of memory. When quirks first began appearing, they weren't like they are now. They were simpler. Cruder. A woman who could heat water with her hands. A man whose skin could turn to bark. Children who could lift things that shouldn't be lifted. Small abilities. Specific abilities. Abilities that had evolved to solve specific problems. She picked up her pen, twirling it between her fingers. Over generations, quirks became more complex. They merged. Evolved. Adapted. But at their core, every quirk is still a tool, a solution to a problem that your ancestors faced. Your quirk isn't a weapons factory, Izuku. It's a fabricator. A device for taking raw materials and turning them into whatever is needed to solve the problem in front of you. Izuku's mind raced. But why weapons? Why does it keep making weapons when I don't want it to? Because the first problem it had to solve was a threat. Recovery Girl's voice was gentle but unflinching. When your quirk awakened, you were in danger. Someone was about to hurt you. So your quirk did what it was designed to do. It created a tool to neutralize the threat. And because the threat was violent, the tool it created was violent. But I've been practicing. I've been trying to make other things. Non-violent things. And it's so hard. Of course it is. She set her pen down, folding her hands on the desk. Your quirk is like a muscle you've never used before. The first time you lifted something heavy, did it come easily? Did your arms know exactly how to move, or did they shake and struggle until you learned? Izuku thought about the beach. About the weeks he had spent trying to build strength before he gave up, convinced that a quirkless body could never be a hero's body. It was hard, he admitted. Everything was hard. And now you're trying to lift something in a completely different way. Your quirk knows one pattern, the pattern it used to protect you. Teaching it new patterns takes time. Practice. Patience. She smiled, and for a moment she looked less like a legendary hero and more like a grandmother encouraging a child to take another step. You built a bird from a paperclip, Izuku. That's not nothing. That's proof that you can do more than your quirk's first instinct. The warmth in Izuku's chest pulsed again, but softer this time. Less demanding. Almost proud. There's more, he said. I can sense metal. Anything within about 10 meters. I can feel its structure, its composition, its potential. And when I make something, I know how to use it. Not just weapons, anything I build. I know its balance, its weight, its purpose. Like the knowledge is built into the quirk. Recovery Girl nodded slowly. That's consistent with fabrication-type quirks. The knowledge isn't separate from the ability, it's part of it. You're not just shaping metal. You're designing, engineering, and manufacturing all at once. Your quirk is giving you the skills you need to use what you create. Izuku pulled out his notebook, the newest one, the one that only had a few pages filled. Would it be okay if I wrote some of this down? I need to understand. I need to know what I'm working with, what the limits are, what. He stopped himself, suddenly aware of how desperate he must look. How obsessive. The way his fingers were already twitching toward the pen in his pocket, the way his eyes kept darting to the empty page like it was the only thing keeping him anchored. Recovery Girl didn't look bothered. If anything, she looked pleased. You take notes. I've always taken notes. Since I was 4 years old. My mother says I have more notebooks than memories. Show me. Izuku hesitated. His notebooks were private, not secret, exactly, but personal. They contained years of analysis, thousands of hours of observation, a lifetime of dreaming about a world he had never been allowed to join. Showing them to anyone felt like showing them his heart. But Recovery Girl had already seen the gun. Had already seen the bird. Had already looked at him with something other than pity or fear. He pulled out the oldest notebook, the one with the frayed edges and the faded cover, the one that had All Might's face on the front and All Might's words on the first page. He handed it to her like an offering. She opened it carefully, handling the fragile pages with the same precision she had used for the paperclip bird. Her eyes moved slowly across the cramped handwriting, the detailed diagrams, the margin notes that cross-referenced hero fights that had happened years apart. "This is extraordinary," she said after a long silence. "The level of detail. The analysis of combat strategies. The way you break down quirks into their component parts." She looked up at him. "How old were you when you started this?" 4. My first quirk analysis was All Might. I wrote about how he uses his strength to minimize collateral damage, how he always aims for the least destructive path even when it makes the fight harder. Izuku's voice cracked slightly. I wanted to understand what made him a hero. Not just his power, his choices. Recovery Girl closed the notebook gently, handing it back like it was something precious. And now you have your own power. Your own choices to make. I don't want to build weapons. The words came out more forcefully than he intended. I don't want to be the kind of person who solves problems with violence. But every time I let my quirk work, every time I stop fighting it, that's what it gives me. Weapons. Tools for hurting people. And I don't know if that's because that's what my quirk is, or if it's because that's what I am. The confession hung in the air between them. Izuku's hands were shaking again, his knuckles white where they gripped the notebook. He had never said those words out loud before, had barely let himself think them, but now they were out, and he couldn't take them back. Recovery Girl was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was softer than he had ever heard it. I've been a hero for 63 years, she said. In that time, I've seen quirks that could level cities. Quirks that could control minds. Quirks that could kill without leaving a mark. I've seen young people walk through that door with powers that terrified them, powers they thought made them monsters, powers they would have given anything to be rid of. She leaned forward, her eyes meeting his with an intensity that made him forget to breathe. And you know what I learned? The quirk is never the problem. It's never the thing that makes someone a hero or a villain. The quirk is just a tool. A very powerful, very dangerous, very personal tool. But a tool nonetheless. What matters, what has always mattered, is the person holding it. Izuku's vision blurred. He blinked rapidly, refusing to let the tears fall. But if my quirk only builds weapons, then you become the person who decides what those weapons are used for. She reached across the desk and took his hand, the hand that had built a gun, the hand that had built a bird, the hand that was shaking with the weight of everything he was trying to become. You decide if they're used to hurt or to protect. You decide if they're used to threaten or to defend. You decide, Izuku Midoriya. Not your quirk. Not the doctors who told you that you would never have one. Not the people who look at you and see something dangerous. She squeezed his hand once, firmly, then let go. That's what the program is for. Not to teach you how to use your quirk, you're already learning that faster than most. But to teach you how to make choices. How to be the person holding the tool, not the tool itself. Izuku sat in the silence that followed, letting her words settle into the spaces where fear had been living for the past 4 days. They didn't erase the fear. Didn't make the gun in his closet, the gun that was now a lump of metal, the gun that he had made from garbage in 3 seconds of panic, any less real. But they gave him something he hadn't had since his quirk awakened. A reason to hope. I want to be part of the program, he said. I want to learn. I want to understand. What I can do, what I should do, how to be someone who... He stopped, searching for the words. How to be someone who builds things that save people. Recovery Girl smiled. It was a tired smile, the smile of someone who had seen too much and hoped too hard and was still, after 63 years, willing to believe in a 14-year-old boy who didn't know what he was becoming. Then welcome to UA, Izuku Midoriya. The program meets twice a week, after school hours. You'll be working with other students who have quirks that don't quite fit the standard hero mold. Some of them will be like you, struggling with powers that scare them. Some of them will be further along, learning to turn fear into purpose. She reached into her desk drawer and pulled out a small card, handing it to him. This is your temporary ID. It will get you through the gates and into the program building. Once you've completed the initial assessment, we'll talk about whether UA might be a good fit for you in a more permanent capacity. Izuku stared at the card. It was small, white, unremarkable. His name was printed on it in black letters, next to a photo he didn't remember taking but must have been pulled from some database he didn't know existed. Asterisk Izuku Midoriya. Program participant. UA High School, asterisk. His hand stopped shaking. He looked up at Recovery Girl, and for the first time since the beach, he let himself smile. Not the fragile smile he had worn for his mother, not the desperate smile he had shown Kaken, but something real. Something that felt like the boy he had been before the world told him he couldn't be anything. Thank you, he said. Thank you for giving me a chance. Recovery Girl waved her hand dismissively, but she was smiling too. Don't thank me yet. The program is challenging. You'll be pushed harder than you've ever been pushed. You'll have to confront things about your quirk, about yourself, that you might not be ready to face. Her expression sobered. And there's something else you should know. Something about why I reached out so quickly after hearing about your quirk. Izuku's stomach tightened. What is it? There are people who will be very interested in a quirk like yours. Some of them will want to help you. Some of them will want to use you. She paused, choosing her words carefully. And some of them will want to make sure you never become what you're capable of becoming. The warmth in Izuku's chest flared, not with fear this time, but with something harder. Something that felt like defiance. Kaken said something like that. He said people would come for me. Recovery Girl's eyes narrowed. Kaken? A classmate. He was there when my quirk awakened. He saw what I made. He told me there were people who would be afraid of me. Who would try to control me or destroy me. Your classmate is not wrong. Recovery Girl's voice was grim. Quirks that can create things, especially things that can be used as weapons, are heavily regulated. The Hero Public Safety Commission keeps a very close eye on anyone with fabrication abilities. Most of the time, it's just paperwork and monitoring. But sometimes... She trailed off. Sometimes what? Sometimes they decide that a quirk is too dangerous to be left in the hands of a child. And they step in. The words landed like ice water. Izuku thought about the gun again, the perfect, deadly thing that had appeared in his hands without his consent. He thought about what would have happened if Kaken hadn't been the only one at the beach that morning. If someone else had seen. Someone who didn't know him, didn't care about him, only saw a boy with a weapon growing in his hands. What do I do? He asked. How do I keep that from happening? Recovery Girl reached across the desk and took his hand again. Her grip was stronger than it looked, the grip of someone who had held heroes together when they were falling apart. You become undeniable, she said. You become so skilled, so controlled, so clearly dedicated to heroism that no one can look at you and see a threat. You prove, every day, that your quirk is not a weapon waiting to be aimed, it's a tool waiting to be used for good. She released his hand and leaned back in her chair, the moment of intensity passing. And you start by coming to the program meeting tomorrow at 4 o'clock. There's someone I want you to meet. Someone who might be able to help you in ways I can't. Izuku nodded, slipping the ID card into his pocket. He could feel it against his chest, a small rectangle of plastic that represented something he had been chasing his entire life. A chance. He stood up, gathering his notebooks, his hands steadier than they had been when he walked in. At the door, he paused and looked back. The student who saw me at the beach, he said. The one who told you about my quirk. Can you tell me who it was? Recovery Girl smiled mysteriously. You'll meet him soon enough. He's part of the program too. And I have a feeling you two are going to be very important to each other. Izuku wanted to ask more, but the look on her face told him she wouldn't answer. He opened the door instead, stepping into a hallway where the afternoon light was fading toward evening. "One more thing," Recovery Girl called after him. He turned back. "The shovel you made this morning. From the gun." Izuku's blood went cold. "How did you?" "Let's just say I have my ways." Her smile was warm but her eyes were sharp. "You took something designed for violence, and turned it into something designed for rebuilding. That's not nothing, Izuku. That's the most important thing you've done since your quirk awakened." He stood in the doorway for a long moment, letting those words settle into him. The shovel. He had made a shovel. A crude, ugly, imperfect shovel that would probably break the first time he tried to use it. But he had made it. He had chosen it. And that choice mattered more than any weapon his quirk could build. "Thank you," he said again, because there were no other words big enough for what he was feeling. Recovery Girl picked up her teacup, realized it was empty, and set it back down with a sigh. "Go home, Izuku. Get some rest. Tomorrow is going to be a long day." He nodded and stepped into the hallway, pulling the door closed behind him. The corridor was quiet, the late afternoon light painting everything in shades of gold and amber. He stood there for a moment, letting the silence wrap around him, letting the reality of what had just happened sink in. He had walked through the gates of UA High School. He had talked to a real hero about his quirk. And he had been given a chance, a real chance, to become something more than a boy with a weapon in his hands. The ID card in his pocket felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Or maybe that was the lump of metal in his closet, the shovel he had made that morning, the choices he was going to have to make every day for the rest of his life. He started walking toward the exit, his footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. Outside, the sun was beginning its slow descent toward the horizon, painting the campus in colors that seemed almost too vivid to be real. Tomorrow, he would come back. Tomorrow, he would meet other students like him, students with quirks that didn't fit, powers that scared them, futures that seemed uncertain. Tomorrow, he would start learning how to be the person holding the tool instead of the tool itself. But tonight, he had something more important to do. He pulled out his phone, scrolling through his contacts until he found the one he was looking for. His finger hovered over the name for a moment, his heart pounding in his chest. Then he pressed call. It rang twice before a familiar voice answered, rough and suspicious. "What do you want, Deku?" Izuku took a deep breath. "Kaken. I need to tell you something." "What?" "I'm going to be a hero. And I'm going to use my quirk to save people. Not hurt them. Save them." The silence on the other end stretched so long that Izuku thought Kaken had hung up. But then, "Took you long enough to figure that out, idiot." The line went dead. Izuku stared at his phone for a moment, a smile tugging at his lips despite everything. He tucked it back in his pocket and walked out of UA's gates, the ID card warm against his chest, the future stretching out before him like a path he was finally allowed to walk. Behind him, in the east wing of UA High School, Recovery Girl watched from her window as a small figure disappeared into the fading light. She picked up the paperclip bird from her desk, turning it over in her fingers one more time. "You're going to do great things," she murmured to the empty room. "I just hope the world is ready for what you're going to become." The bird glittered in the dying sunlight, its wings spread, its beak open in a song that only it could hear. And somewhere in the city, in a small apartment on the edge of Mizudafu, a lump of metal sat in a boy's closet, waiting to become something new. Chapter 4: The First Prototype. The morning light cut through Izuku's window like a blade, sharp and golden, splitting his room into two distinct halves, one bathed in warmth, the other still caught in the gray of early shadow. He sat at his desk, the curtains pulled back, his notebooks spread before him in a semicircle that had become a ritual over the past 5 days. 13 volumes of analysis, 2 new volumes filled since his quirk awakened, and 1 empty notebook waiting for whatever came next. His hands moved automatically, copying notes from one volume to another, cross-referencing observations about fabrication quirks with the limited research he had been able to pull from the public library database. The words blurred together after a while: asterisk molecular manipulation, energy conversion, structural integrity thresholds asterisk. But he kept writing anyway. Keeping his hands busy kept his mind from wandering to the meeting that would happen in 7 hours. The program. Recovery Girl's program for students with unusual quirks. He had spent the night before researching everything he could find about it, which turned out to be almost nothing. The program wasn't listed on UA's public website. There were no articles about it in hero journals, no mentions in interviews with alumni, no references anywhere in the vast network of hero-watching forums that Izuku had been part of since he was old enough to type. A secret program. For students like him. The thought should have been comforting. Instead, it made his stomach churn with the same anxiety that had kept him awake until 3 in the morning, watching the shadows of his ceiling cracks shift and stretch across the plaster. Asterisk, what if they don't think I belong there? What if they see my quirk and decide it's too dangerous after all? What if, asterisk. He forced himself to stop. The pen in his hand was trembling, leaving small ink blots on the page where the tip kept pressing too hard. He set it down carefully, deliberately, and pressed his palms flat against the desk until the shaking subsided. Asterisk control. That's what Recovery Girl said. I need to show them control. Asterisk. He closed his eyes and reached out with the warmth in his chest. The apartment spread out around him in his mind, the copper wiring in the walls, the steel beams in the foundation, the aluminum frames of the windows, the lump of metal in his closet that had once been a gun, and then a shovel, and was now waiting to become something else. All of it humming, all of it connected, all of it responding to his presence like instruments waiting for a conductor. He focused on the lump of metal. It was small now. He had been breaking it down over the past few days, using it for experiments, learning the limits of his quirk by pushing against them again and again. He could feel its structure, its imperfections, its potential. 100 different shapes waiting to be born. He chose one. The metal shifted. Not in his hands, he was across the room, his palms flat on his desk, his eyes closed. But he could feel it moving, flowing, reshaping itself according to the blueprint in his mind. It was slower this way, less precise, like writing with his non-dominant hand. But it was possible, that was what mattered. When he opened his eyes, he found a small metal sphere sitting in the center of his desk. It was imperfect. The surface had ripples where the metal hadn't flowed evenly, the shape was slightly oblong, and there was a seam running around the middle where two halves hadn't quite joined. But it was a sphere. A simple, harmless, completely nonviolent shape that he had created without touching it, without panic, without letting his quirk default to its first instinct. He picked it up, turning it over in his fingers. The metal was cool, heavy, real. A thing he had made because he wanted to make it, not because his quirk had forced his hand. Progress. He added it to the collection on his windowsill, the other shapes he had created over the past days. A cube. A pyramid. A cylinder. A ring. All of them imperfect, all of them simple, all of them proof that he could be more than the weapon his quirk wanted to build. The sphere joined them, catching the morning light, and for a moment, Izuku let himself believe that maybe, just maybe, he was ready for whatever came next. The UA campus looked different in the afternoon. The morning light had given way to the soft gold of late day, casting long shadows across the training fields and turning the glass walls of the main building into mirrors that reflected the sky. Izuku walked the same path he had taken the day before, but everything felt different now. The ID card in his pocket was no longer a miracle, it was a responsibility. The gates were no longer a dream, they were a threshold he had already crossed. He found the program building tucked behind the east wing, a low structure of gray stone and steel that looked like it had been built decades ago, and then forgotten. There was no sign on the door, no indication of what happened inside, nothing but a small keypad next to the entrance that required a code he didn't have. He was reaching for his phone to call Recovery Girl when the door opened from the inside. "You must be the new kid." The voice came from a boy a few years older than Izuku, tall and thin, with dark hair that fell across his face in uneven waves. He was wearing UA's standard gym uniform, but there was something about the way he held himself, the easy confidence, the slight smile, the way his eyes moved over Izuku like he was cataloging everything worth knowing, that suggested he had been here for a while. "I'm Izuku Midoriya," Izuku said, bowing quickly. "Recovery girl said to come at 4 o'clock, but I didn't have the code for the door, and I didn't want to be late, so I was going to call her, but—" "Breathe." The boy laughed, stepping aside to let Izuku through. "I'm Hatsum. May Hatsum. I'm in the support course, but I've been in the program for about a year now. Recovery girl said we were getting someone new, but she didn't say you'd be so—" She tilted her head, studying him. "Intense." Izuku felt his face go red. I want to make a good impression." "Well, you're early, you're prepared, and you're not crying, so you're already doing better than the last newbie." Hatsum turned and walked into the building, her voice echoing off the concrete walls. "Come on. The others are already in the workshop." The interior of the building was nothing like the rest of UA. Where the main campus was all gleaming surfaces and careful design, this place was raw. Functional. The walls were unpainted concrete, the floors were scuffed industrial tile, and the doors were reinforced steel that looked like they could withstand an explosion. They passed what appeared to be a training room, padded walls, scorch marks on the ceiling, equipment scattered across the floor, and then a classroom with desks arranged in a circle, their surfaces covered in notebooks and tools. But the workshop was something else entirely. Izuku stopped in the doorway, his breath catching in his throat. The room was enormous, easily 3 times the size of his entire apartment. Workbenches lined every wall, each one covered in tools and materials that Izuku could only identify by their potential. Steel, titanium, copper, carbon fiber. Raw materials in every form, stacked in bins and shelves and carefully organized containers that seemed to go on forever. In the center of the room, a circular table held what looked like half a dozen projects in various states of completion: circuit boards, mechanical arms, what appeared to be a jetpack that had been taken apart and put back together so many times its original shape was impossible to determine. And in the middle of it all, 3 students stood waiting. Hatsum walked past him without looking back, dropping into a chair at the workbench with the casual ease of someone who had done this 100 times. "Midoriya, meet the rest of the misfits. That's Shindo, he's 2nd year, General Studies. His quirk is vibration control, but he keeps breaking things when he uses it, so they sent him here to learn how not to destroy the training grounds." Shindo was tall, broad-shouldered, with the kind of build that suggested he spent as much time in the gym as he did in class. He raised a hand in greeting, his smile easy, his eyes warm. "Don't let her scare you. She's been here the longest, so she thinks she runs the place." "She does run the place," the girl next to Shindo said dryly. She was small, compact, with sharp features and hair so blonde it was almost white. "We just let her think that because it's easier than arguing." She extended a hand to Izuku. "Kodai Yui. Support course. My quirk is size manipulation. I make things smaller or larger. Sometimes too small. Sometimes too large. The program helps with the 2-part." Izuku shook her hand, his mind already cataloging. *size manipulation. That's a rare classification. The applications for rescue work alone, *. And that's Subiraba. Hatsum said, pointing to a boy who had been standing in the corner, watching the exchange with an expression of mild amusement. "He's in the hero course. His quirk makes solid air constructs, but they keep popping when he gets nervous. Which, for a hero student, is kind of a problem." Subiraba stepped forward, offering his hand. "They put me in the program to work on control. Apparently failing your midterm practical because your shields keep dissolving isn't a great look." He grinned, but there was something sharp behind the humor. Something that suggested the failure still stung. "Recovery girls said you're here for something similar. Control issues?" Izuku's throat tightened. "Something like that." He could feel their eyes on him, curious, assessing, waiting. For students who had been in this program for months or years, who had quirks that didn't fit, who were learning to be more than the limitations their powers had given them. And then there was him. The boy who built weapons from garbage. The boy whose quirk had awakened in violence and wanted to stay there. "You're thinking too loud," Hatsum said. She had pulled out a pair of goggles from somewhere. They were enormous, covering half her face, making her look like some kind of mechanical insect. "Whatever it is, we've all got something." Shindo's quirk almost collapsed a building during training. Kodai accidentally shrunk her teacher's car to the size of a matchbox. Suburaba's shields failed during a rescue exercise and a training dummy almost hit a civilian. She pulled the goggles down around her neck, her expression suddenly serious. "Whatever your quirk did, whatever it's doing, you're not going to shock us. So stop looking like you're about to bolt, and come sit down." Izuku's legs moved before his brain caught up. He found himself at the workbench, pulling out a stool, his notebook already open to a blank page before he realized he had taken it from his bag. "The program works like this," Shindo said, taking a seat across from him. "Twice a week we meet here. Sometimes we work on control exercises. Sometimes we talk about strategies for using our quirks in the field. Sometimes we just," he shrugged, "exist. Talk about what's working and what's not. Recovery Girl says the most important thing is having a space where we don't have to pretend our quirks are normal. Because they're not. And pretending they are just makes everything harder. That's the part one don't understand," Izuku said quietly. "I've spent my whole life wanting a quirk. Any quirk. And now that I have one, all I can think about is how I wish it was something else. Something easier. Something that didn't make me feel like..." He stopped, the words sticking in his throat. "Like you're holding a loaded gun?" Suburaba's voice was gentle. "Yeah. I get that. My quirk creates barriers out of air. Sounds great, right? Perfect defensive ability. Except when I'm stressed, the barriers don't form right. They get thin. Brittle. One time, during a training exercise, I tried to shield my partner from a blast, and the barrier shattered. She got hit. Nothing serious, but..." He looked down at his hands. "I could have hurt her. Because my quirk doesn't work the way it's supposed to." Kodai nodded slowly. "I made my mother's ring small enough to lose in the carpet once. She never found it. It was her wedding ring. My father's been gone for years, and I lost the only thing she had left of him because I couldn't control my quirk." Her voice was flat, matter-of-fact, but Izuku could see the way her fingers curled into her palms. Control isn't just about being a hero. It's about not destroying the things you care about. The warmth in Izuku's chest pulsed. He thought about the gun. About how close he had come to pointing it at someone. About what would have happened if Kaken hadn't backed away, if the fear in his eyes hadn't been enough to make Izuku stop. "I made a gun," he said. The words fell into the silence like stones. "My quirk awakened 4 days ago. I was at the beach, trying to understand what I could do, and someone from my school found me. He's been hurting me for years. Making fun of me for being quirkless. A welding torch and wearing safety goggles that covered half her face. You need to learn to build things that aren't weapons," she explained, dragging a bin of scrap metal across the workshop floor. "Not because you can't build weapons, clearly you can, but because if you only practice building weapons, that's all your quirk is going to know how to do. It's like muscle memory. You have to teach it new patterns." The bin was full of junk. Broken gears, rusted bolts, twisted pieces of sheet metal, copper wire that had been stripped and tangled and stripped again. It looked like someone had emptied a dozen trash cans into a container and called it raw materials. "Your first prototype," Hatsum said, dropping the bin in front of him with a clatter that echoed off the concrete walls. "Something that helps people. Not a weapon. Not something that could be used as a weapon. Something that makes someone's life better." Izuku stared at the pile of scrap. "Anything?" "Anything." She pulled up a stool and sat down, her goggles pushed up on her forehead, her eyes bright with something that looked like excitement. I want to see what your quirk does when you give it a goal instead of just reacting to a threat. No pressure. No time limit. Crumpled and flattened and crumpled again. The warmth in his chest reached for them instinctively, mapping their structures, finding the potential hidden in their imperfections. What do I want to make? The question should have been simple. He had spent his whole life thinking about hero tools, support equipment, gadgets that could save lives. He had filled entire notebooks with designs for things he would build if he ever had the chance. But now that the chance was here, now that the metal was warm in his hands and the shapes were forming in his mind, he couldn't seem to hold on to any of them. Every idea became a weapon. Not because he wanted it to, but because his mind kept circling back to the beach, to the gun, to the perfect deadly thing that had appeared in his hands without his consent. Every design he tried to imagine twisted into something sharp, something dangerous, something that could hurt instead of heal. This isn't working. He set the scrap down and pressed his palms against his eyes. The warmth in his chest was pulsing now, responding to his frustration, reaching for the metal with an urgency that felt almost hungry. Stop thinking so hard. He looked up. Hatsum was watching him from across the workbench, her chin resting on her hands, her expression somewhere between amused and concerned. I don't know how to make something that isn't. He gestured vaguely at the bin. Everything I think of turns into something else. Something I don't want. That's because you're trying to design it instead of letting it happen. She reached into the bin and pulled out a handful of scrap, dropping it in front of him. Close your eyes. What? Close your eyes. Don't think about what you want to make. Just feel the metal. Let it tell you what it wants to be. Izuku stared at her for a moment, then did as she said. The workshop faded behind his eyelids, replaced by the warmth of the metal in his hands. He could feel it all, the broken gear, the tangled chain, the crumpled sheet metal. Each piece had its own shape, its own memory, its own potential waiting to be unlocked. What do you want to be? The question was strange, even in his own mind. Metal didn't want things. Metal was just metal. Inert. Passive. Waiting to be shaped by forces outside itself. But as he held the pieces, as he let the warmth in his chest flow into them, he began to feel something. A shape forming. Not one he had chosen, not one he was forcing, but something that rose from the metal itself like a melody waiting to be heard. He let it come. The metal in his hands began to shift. The gear flattened, its teeth smoothing out into a disc. The chain unwound, its links separating into individual rings that arranged themselves around the disc's edge. The sheet metal flowed like water, wrapping around the disc and the rings, forming something that had weight and purpose and a shape that felt right in a way Izuku couldn't explain. When he opened his eyes, he was holding a small lantern. It was crude compared to the weapons his quirk had built. The surface was uneven, the rings around the edge were slightly crooked, and the handle was too small for anyone with normal-sized hands to hold comfortably. But it was a lantern. A container for light. A thing that could guide someone through darkness, that could signal for help, that could be the difference between being found and being lost. He had made something that helped. I knew it, Hatsum said softly. She was leaning forward now, her eyes fixed on the lantern with an intensity that made Izuku suddenly aware of how much of himself he had put into this creation. Your quirk doesn't want to build weapons. It wants to build solutions. The beach was a threat, so it built a weapon. But here, with no threat, with just the scrap and the goal of helping. She smiled. It built something else. Izuku turned the lantern over in his hands. The metal was warm, warmer than it should have been, like the warmth from his chest had seeped into it and stayed there. He could feel a space inside, hollow and waiting, a place where light could live. How did you know? He asked. How did you know it would do this? I didn't. Hatsum's smile faded into something more serious. But I know what it's like to have a quirk that wants to make things. My quirk gives me telescopic vision. I can see things that are too far away or too small for normal eyes. And I use that to build things. To invent things. But for a long time, I only built what I thought I should build. What other people wanted. What the support course expected. She picked up a piece of scrap from the bin, turning it over in her fingers. It wasn't until I started letting my Quirk tell me what it wanted that I actually made anything worth keeping. She set the scrap down and stood up, stretching her arms above her head. You made a lantern. That's good. That's a start. But it's not a prototype yet. A prototype is something you can test. Something you can improve. Something that solves a specific problem in a way that nothing else does. She looked at him, her expression challenging. So what problem does your lantern solve? Izuku thought about it. The lantern was beautiful, or as beautiful as something made from garbage could be. But it wasn't special. You could buy a lantern at any store, one that was lighter and brighter and more reliable than anything he could build from scrap. Unless. What if it didn't need batteries? He said slowly. What if it powered itself? Hatsume's eyebrows rose. Go on. Izuku's mind was racing now, the pieces clicking together the way they always did when he was analyzing a quirk, solving a problem, chasing an idea. The metal is warm. When I made it, the warmth from my quirk stayed inside. It's like I charged it somehow. What if I could make something that stores energy? Something that draws power from the user's own body heat, or movement, or… He stopped, his face going red. That's probably impossible. I don't even know if… That's exactly the kind of thinking we need. Hatsume was grinning now, the same manic grin she had worn when she first saw him. The program isn't just about control. It's about innovation. About taking the things our quirks do and turning them into something no one else can do. If you can build a lantern that powers itself, that's not just a lantern. That's a tool that works when nothing else does. That saves people in situations where normal equipment fails. She grabbed a notebook from her workbench. It was covered in diagrams and schematics, so dense with writing that there was barely any white space left, and flipped to a blank page. Start designing. I'll get you better materials. And Midoriya? He looked up. Don't hold back. The world already has enough people building safe, ordinary things. What we need are people who build things that shouldn't be possible. That's what your quirk is for. That's what you're for. She disappeared into the supply closet before he could respond, leaving him standing at the workbench with a lantern in his hands and an idea burning in his chest that felt too big to contain. He worked until the light outside the workshop windows faded to darkness. The lantern sat in the center of his workbench, taken apart and put back together a dozen times, each iteration a little closer to what he was trying to achieve. The problem wasn't the structure. His quirk could build that perfectly, given the chance. The problem was the energy storage. The warmth that had seeped into the metal when he created it faded after a few minutes, leaving the lantern dark and cold. He needed something that lasted. Something that could hold power for hours, days, maybe longer. If I could build a battery. He sketched frantically, filling page after page with designs. Some were borrowed from existing technology: capacitors, thermoelectric generators, kinetic energy harvesters. Some were pure speculation, ideas that had no basis in physics but felt right when he let his quirk guide his hand. The others had left hours ago. Shindo had wished him luck, clapping him on the shoulder with a warmth that made Izuku's chest ache. Kodai had left a stack of her own notes on energy storage, the handwriting precise and careful, the diagrams immaculate. Tsuburaba had stayed the longest, working on his own exercises, but even he had finally packed up, tossing a "Don't stay too late" over his shoulder as he walked out the door. Now it was just Izuku and the lantern and the growing pile of failed designs. He was about to give up, to pack his things and come back tomorrow with fresh eyes, when his hand closed around a piece of metal he hadn't noticed before. It was small, a disc no bigger than a coin, and when he picked it up, the warmth in his chest flared so brightly it made him gasp. "What is this?" He held it up to the light. The disc was dark, almost black, with a surface that seemed to drink in the illumination from the workshop's overhead lamps. He couldn't tell what it was made of. It wasn't steel or copper or any of the common metals he had learned to identify. It was something else. Something that felt dense in a way that had nothing to do with weight. Where did this come from? He looked at the bin of scrap, then back at the disc. Had it been in the bin this whole time? He didn't remember seeing it. Didn't remember picking it up. But now it was in his hand, and the warmth in his chest was reaching for it with an urgency he had only felt once before, on the beach, when the gun was forming in his grip. He closed his eyes and let the connection flow. The disc sang in his mind. That was the only way to describe it, a vibration that went beyond sound, beyond touch, into something that felt almost like recognition. The metal in the disc was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was old, and possibly old, and it had been waiting for something for so long. That waiting had become its entire existence. And now it was in his hands, and it was ready to become something new. The lantern on his workbench exploded into pieces. Izuku's eyes snapped open. The disc was hot in his palm, so hot he should have been burned, but instead of pain, he felt understanding. The lantern's components were scattered across the workbench, but he could see them differently now. Could see how they fit together. Could see the energy flowing through them, the heat from his quirk that was still trapped in the metal, the potential for something more. He reached out with his free hand and touched the lantern's base. The disc in his other hand flared with light, and suddenly he wasn't in the workshop anymore. He was somewhere else, somewhere vast and dark and filled with the sound of metal singing. The disc was showing him something. A design. A blueprint. A thing that had never been built but existed anyway, waiting in the space between what was and what could be. He understood. When he came back to himself, the lantern was whole again. But it was different. The surface was smoother now, the lines cleaner, and in the center, where the empty space had been, the disc sat like a dark eye, waiting to be awakened. He reached out and touched it. Light exploded from the lantern, not the weak, flickering glow of the earlier versions, but a pure white radiance that filled the workshop and pushed back the shadows in every corner. The light was warm, not hot, and when Izuku held his hand above the lantern, he could feel the energy radiating from it like heat from a fire. It was working. It was really working. He let out a breath he didn't know he had been holding, and the lantern's light dimmed slightly, responding to his mood like it was connected to him. Which, he realized it was. The disc in the center was humming with the warmth from his chest, storing the energy he had poured into it, holding it ready for when it was needed. He had built a lantern that ran on quirk energy. A device that could be charged by anyone with a quirk, that could provide light without batteries or fuel, that could be the difference between life and death in a disaster zone. It was the first real thing he had built. The first thing that wasn't a weapon, wasn't a reaction, wasn't something he had made because his quirk forced his hand. It was his. And it was good. Midoriya? He spun around. Recovery Girl was standing in the doorway, her cane in one hand, her expression unreadable. Behind her, the hallway was dark, the building empty, the hour far later than Izuku had realized. I didn't mean to stay so late, he said quickly. I was working on something, and I lost track of time and… I know. Recovery Girl walked into the workshop, her eyes fixed on the lantern. The light from it caught in her silver hair, made her look older and younger at the same time, like someone who had seen too much and was still, somehow, surprised. I felt it from my office. The energy pulse when you finished. Do you know what you've made? Izuku looked at the lantern. At the disc in its center, still humming, still glowing, still connected to him in ways he didn't fully understand. A light source. Something that runs on quirk energy. For rescues, for disasters, for places where normal equipment doesn't work. Recovery Girl walked around the workbench, studying the lantern from every angle. She didn't touch it, she seemed almost afraid to touch it, like it might burn her if she got too close. This isn't just a lantern, she said finally. Do you know what that disc is? Where it came from? Izuku shook his head. It was in the scrap bin. I don't know how it got there, or what it's made of, but when I touched it, I could see things. Designs. Possibilities. It was like the disc was showing me what to build. Recovery Girl was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone, typing a message with fingers that trembled slightly. "I'm calling someone," she said. "Someone who needs to see this. Who needs to see what you can do." She looked up at him, and for the first time since they had met, Izuku saw something in her eyes that looked almost like fear. "You've made something that shouldn't exist, Izuku. Something that could change everything. And I need to know if that's a good thing or a bad thing before anyone else finds out about it." The lantern's light flickered, responding to the sudden spike of anxiety in his chest. Izuku reached out and touched it, calming himself, forcing his breathing to slow. "What do you mean, change everything?" he asked. Recovery Girl didn't answer. She was looking at her phone, waiting for a response, her face drawn and pale in the lantern's glow. "I mean," she said finally, "that there are people who have been trying to build something like this for decades. Governments. Corporations. Villains. Anyone who understands what a self-sustaining energy source means for the future of Quirks." She met his eyes. "And you built it by accident, in an afternoon, from garbage." The words hung in the air between them. Izuku looked at the lantern, at the dark disk at its center, at the light that was still pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. He had wanted to build something that helped people. Something that saved lives. Something that proved his quirk could be more than a weapon. But he had never thought about what would happen if he succeeded. If the things he built were too powerful. Too valuable. Too dangerous for a 14-year-old boy to be holding in his hands. The door to the workshop opened, and a woman walked in. She was tall, dressed in a dark suit that looked expensive, with silver hair pulled back so tight it seemed to stretch the skin of her face. Her eyes were gray, flat, the kind of eyes that had seen everything and been impressed by none of it. She looked at the lantern first, then at Izuku, and for a moment, just a moment, something flickered in her expression that might have been surprise. "Chio," she said, her voice cold and precise. "You said it was urgent." Recovery Girl stepped forward, positioning herself between the woman and Izuku. "It is. This is the boy I told you about. The one with the fabrication quirk." The woman's eyes moved to Izuku, and he felt like he was being scanned. X-rayed. Taken apart, and examined in ways that had nothing to do with his quirk. "Izuku Midoriya," she said. 14 years old. Quirkless until 6 days ago. Quirk manifested under stress, producing a firearm from scrap metal. Currently enrolled in UA's Quirk counseling program. She paused. And now, apparently capable of producing energy storage devices that have been the subject of classified research for the past 30 years. Izuku's mouth went dry. "I didn't know. I was just trying to build a lantern." "The lantern is irrelevant." The woman stepped closer, and Izuku could smell her perfume, something sharp and expensive that made his eyes water. "The energy storage mechanism is what matters." "The disk. Where did you get it?" "I found it. In the scrap bin. I don't know what it is or where it came from." "You built a functioning energy capacitor from an unknown material in less than 6 hours." The woman's voice was flat, but there was something underneath it. Something that sounded like hunger. "Do you understand what that means? Do you understand what someone with your abilities could do for this country?" Recovery Girl's hand closed on Izuku's shoulder. "That's enough, Mirai. He's a child. He doesn't need to be thinking about. He needs to be thinking about exactly that." The woman, Mirai, finally looked away from Izuku, turning her attention to Recovery Girl. "You called me because you knew what this meant. You knew that a quirk like his can't be kept quiet. Not after this. Not after what he's built. I called you because I wanted to make sure he was protected." Recovery Girl's voice was steel. "Not exploited. Not used. Protected." Mirai smiled. It was not a nice smile. "Of course. That's why I'm here. To make sure the boy with the quirk that builds impossible things is protected from all the people who would want to use him. She turned back to Izuku, and her smile softened into something that might have been genuine. Or might have been the most dangerous thing he had ever seen. You've done something remarkable today, Midoriya. Something that most adults with decades of training couldn't do. Do you know what that means? Izuku shook his head. It means you have a choice. She reached out and touched the lantern, her fingers hovering just above the dark disk at its center. You can hide. Pretend this didn't happen. Go back to building simple things that won't draw attention. Live a quiet life, using your quirk for small purposes, never knowing what you could have become. She pulled her hand back, and the lantern's light flickered in response, as if it missed her touch. Or, she continued, you can embrace what you are. A creator. An innovator. Someone who doesn't just use their quirk, but transforms it into something the world has never seen. Someone who doesn't just save lives, but changes the way saving lives is done. She stepped back, giving him space, but her eyes never left his face. I represent an organization that helps people like you. People with quirks that are too powerful, too unusual, too dangerous to be handled by standard hero training. We provide resources, protection, a path forward that doesn't require you to pretend you're something you're not. Recovery Girl's grip on Izuku's shoulder tightened. He's 14 years old, Mirai. He doesn't need to make decisions like this tonight. He needs to know his options. Mirai's voice was calm, reasonable, terrifying. He needs to understand that what he built today changes things. That there are people who will find out about this, whether we tell them or not. And when they do, they will come for him. Some of them will want to help him. Some of them will want to use him. And some of them will want to destroy him, because what he represents is more frightening to them than any weapon he could ever build. She looked at the lantern one more time, then back at Izuku. You have time to think about it. But not much. The world doesn't wait for children to grow up, Midoriya. It moves forward, whether you're ready or not. She walked toward the door, her heels clicking on the concrete floor like a countdown. At the threshold, she paused and looked back. The next thing you build, be careful what it is. And be careful who sees it. Then she was gone, and the workshop was silent except for the soft hum of the lantern and the sound of Izuku's heart pounding in his chest. Recovery Girl's hand was still on his shoulder. It was shaking. I'm sorry, she said quietly. I didn't know she would come herself. I thought she would send someone lower. Someone who would just observe, not. She stopped, her voice cracking. Not whatever that was. Izuku looked at the lantern. At the dark disk at its center, still pulsing with the light he had poured into it. At the thing he had built that had brought a woman with hungry eyes to his doorstep on the same day he had finally started to believe he could be something good. What did I do? He asked, and his voice was small, younger than he had sounded in years. I just wanted to build something that helped people. Recovery Girl pulled him into a hug, her small arms wrapping around him with a strength he hadn't expected. You did, she said. You built something that could save thousands of lives. Maybe millions. And that's why they're scared. That's why they want to control it. Control you. She pulled back, her eyes red, her face tired in a way that had nothing to do with age. But they don't get to decide what you become, Izuku. Not Mirai. Not the Commission. Not anyone who looks at you and sees a tool instead of a person. You decide. You always decide. Izuku looked at his hands. The hands that had built a gun. That had built a lantern. That had built something that could change the world, according to a woman whose smile made his skin crawl. He thought about Kakin on the beach, fear in his eyes for the first time. About his mother, holding him while he shook, telling him it was okay, that he was okay, that nothing he built could make her love him less. About Recovery Girl, reaching out to a boy she had never met because she believed he could be more than his quirk wanted him to be. He thought about the hero he wanted to become. I need to go home, he said. Recovery Girl nodded slowly. I'll walk you to the gate. No. He stood up, slipping the lantern into his bag. The warmth from it pulsed against his back, a second heartbeat, a reminder of what he had made and what it meant. I need to go alone. I need to think. He walked toward the door, his legs unsteady, his mind racing with everything that had happened and everything that was going to happen. At the threshold, he stopped. Recovery girl? Yes? The disc. The one I used? Where did it come from? Her silence was answer enough. Someone put it in that bin, he said slowly. Someone wanted me to find it. Wanted to see what I would build with it. She didn't deny it. Was it you? Or was it her? The woman who came tonight? Does it matter? Recovery girl's voice was tired, defeated. The disc was real. What you built was real. And now that it exists, the question isn't who put it there. The question is what happens next. Izuku stood in the doorway, the lantern warm against his back, the weight of everything pressing down on his shoulders like a mountain he had never asked to carry. He thought about his notebooks. About the hundreds of designs he had drawn over the years, the thousands of ideas he had never had the power to make real. About all the things he could build now that he had a quirk that built things. And he thought about the look in Mirai's eyes when she had touched the lantern. The hunger. The calculation. The certainty that he was something to be used, not something to be saved. I'm going to be a hero, he said. It came out stronger than he expected. Stronger than he felt. Not because of what I can build. Because of what I choose to build. And I'm going to build things that save people, not things that scare them. Not things that make them want to control me. He looked back at Recovery Girl, and for a moment, he saw something in her expression that looked almost like hope. I'm going to build the future I want to live in. And no one, not the Commission, not the villains, not anyone who looks at me and sees a weapon, is going to take that away from me. He walked out of the workshop, into the dark hallway, into the night that was waiting for him outside UA's gates. Behind him, the lantern's light pulsed one last time, and then went dark. Chapter 5: Attention from Heroes. The week that followed changed nothing and everything. Izuku woke each morning to the same room, the same ceiling cracks, the same notebooks stacked on his desk. His mother made him the same breakfast, asked the same questions about his day, kissed his forehead with the same warmth she had given him since he was small. On the surface, his life was exactly what it had always been, a boy in a small apartment, navigating a world that had never quite known what to do with him. But beneath the surface, everything was different. The lantern sat in his closet now, wrapped in an old shirt and buried under the notebooks he had filled before his quirk awakened. He hadn't looked at it since the night Recovery Girl's visitor had walked out of the workshop. He couldn't. Every time he thought about it, he felt the warmth in his chest reach for it, and every time he felt that warmth, he saw gray eyes and a hungry smile and a future that was waiting for him. Whether he wanted it or not. He hadn't told his mother about the woman. He hadn't told anyone. Instead, he went to school. Sat through classes he had already mastered. Watched Kaken from across the room, waiting for the explosion that never came. Came home. Closed his door. And spent hours at his desk, not building, not designing, just thinking. What do I want to be? The question had been simple once. He wanted to be a hero. That was all he had ever wanted. But now the word felt different in his mouth. Heavier. Like it meant something he hadn't understood before. He was still sitting at his desk on Saturday morning, staring at a blank page in his newest notebook, when his phone buzzed. The screen lit up with a name he hadn't seen since the day of the lantern. Recovery Girl. He stared at the message for a long time before he opened it. There's someone who wants to meet you. Someone who can help you understand what you're capable of. Come to UA today. 2 p.m. Don't bring anything you're not ready to show. His first instinct was to say no. To hide. To pretend the lantern had never existed and the woman with the hungry smile had never walked into his life. But even as the thought crossed his mind, he knew it wasn't possible. The lantern existed. The woman existed. And whatever was coming next, hiding wouldn't make it go away. He typed a response with fingers that only shook a little. I'll be there. The UA campus was quiet on Saturdays. The training fields were empty, the classroom buildings dark, the pathways between them carpeted with leaves that hadn't been swept since Friday afternoon. Izuku walked alone, his footsteps the only sound in the stillness, his bag light on his shoulders. He had left the lantern at home. He had left everything at home. All he carried was a single notebook, and the weight of a week's worth of sleepless nights. The program building looked different in the afternoon light. Less forbidding. More like what it was, an old structure that had been repurposed for a purpose no one had quite known how to name. The door was unlocked this time, the keypad dark, and when Izuku stepped inside, he found the hallway lit with the same harsh fluorescent lights that had guided him to the workshop a week ago. He didn't go to the workshop. Recovery Girl's message had said to meet her in the training room, and when he pushed open the heavy door, he found her waiting in the center of the padded floor, her cane in her hand, her expression unreadable. You came, she said. You said someone wanted to meet me. I did. She turned toward a door on the far side of the room, a door Izuku hadn't noticed before, set into the wall so seamlessly that it looked like part of the structure. He's waiting. But before you go in, I need you to understand something. She walked toward him, her steps slow, deliberate, the tap of her cane marking time like a metronome. When she reached him, she stopped and looked up, and for a moment she wasn't Recovery Girl, the legendary hero, the woman who had healed more people than Izuku could imagine. She was just an old woman with tired eyes and a weight on her shoulders that she had been carrying for too long. The woman who came here last week. Her name is Mirai Seiko. She's a director at the Hero Public Safety Commission. And she was right about one thing: people are going to want to use your quirk. Some of them will want to use it for good. Some of them won't. And some of them won't care either way, as long as it serves their purpose. Izuku's hands curled into fists at his sides. Is that what this is? Someone else who wants to use me? Recovery Girl's expression flickered, something that might have been pain, or regret, or both. The person you're about to meet is not like Mirai. He's not like anyone you've ever met. And he's not here to use you. He's here to understand you. Because what you built last week, it's something he's been looking for his entire career. She reached out and touched his arm, her grip light but insistent. Whatever happens in there, remember what you told me. You decide what you become. No one else. She turned and walked toward the door, her cane tapping against the padded floor, and Izuku followed because there was nothing else he could do. The room beyond the door was nothing like the training room. It was small, intimate, lit by the soft glow of a lamp that sat on a low table between two chairs. The walls were lined with books, not the clinical texts that filled Recovery Girl's office, but old volumes, worn spines, the kind of books that had been read and reread until they became part of the reader. In one of the chairs, a man sat waiting. He was old. That was Izuku's first thought. Older than Recovery Girl, older than anyone he had ever met, with skin like parchment, and hair that had faded from gray to white to something almost translucent. His hands were folded in his lap, the fingers knotted with age, and when he looked up at Izuku, his eyes were the color of old tea, warm, brown, impossibly deep. But it was his presence that stopped Izuku in the doorway. There was something about this man, something that had nothing to do with his age or his frailty, or the quiet way he held himself. It was the same thing Izuku had felt when he first saw All Might on television, the same thing he had felt when Recovery Girl looked at his notebooks and called them extraordinary. The sense of standing in front of someone who had seen the world in ways he couldn't yet imagine. Izuku Midoriya, the man said. His voice was soft, a little rough, like stones worn smooth by running water. I've been waiting to meet you. Izuku's legs moved before his brain caught up. He found himself in the empty chair, his notebook clutched to his chest, his heart hammering so hard he was sure the old man could hear it. You know who I am. I know what you built. The man smiled, and the wrinkles on his face deepened into something that might have been kindness. A self-sustaining energy capacitor constructed from unknown materials, in less than 6 hours, using a quirk that manifested 6 days before. Do you understand how impossible that is? Izuku shook his head. I didn't know what I was building. I was just trying to make a lantern. The disc, it showed me what to do. I didn't choose it. The best creations are never chosen. The man leaned forward slightly, his eyes sharp despite their soft color. They emerge. They demand to be made. And the people who make them are never the ones who plan to. They're the ones who were ready when the moment came. He extended a hand, and Izuku saw that his palm was covered in small scars, lines and whorls that looked like they had been there for decades, souvenirs of a life spent making things. My name is Toshinori Yagi. I'm not a hero, not anymore. But I've spent my life studying people like you. People whose quirks don't just do things, people whose quirks create things. People who build the future with their own hands. Izuku took his hand without thinking. The grip was firm, stronger than it had any right to be, and when their palms touched, Izuku felt something pass between them, not a quirk, not anything he could name, but something that felt like recognition. You're not just a boy with a fabrication quirk, Izuku. You're something much rarer. You're a boy whose quirk doesn't just build, it innovates. It doesn't copy what exists. It creates what doesn't. And that kind of ability changes the world. The words settled into Izuku's chest like stones dropped into deep water. He thought about the lantern. About the way the disc had shown him something he had never seen before, something that shouldn't exist, something that a woman with hungry eyes had said people had been trying to build for decades. I didn't mean to change anything, he said. I just wanted to help. Toshinori laughed, a soft, dry sound that turned into a cough at the end. That's what they all say. The ones who actually do change things. They never set out to. They just see a problem and try to solve it. And the next thing they know, the world is different. He settled back in his chair, his eyes never leaving Izuku's face. Do you know why I asked Recovery Girl to bring you here? Why I've been following your progress since your quirk awakened? Izuku shook his head. Because I've seen a quirk like yours before. Once. A long time ago. And I've spent the rest of my life wondering what would have happened if someone had helped that person understand what they were capable of. If someone had been there to guide them instead of... He stopped, his jaw tightening. Instead of letting them be used. The room seemed to grow smaller. The shadows from the lamp stretched across the walls, reaching for corners that shouldn't have been dark. Izuku could feel the warmth in his chest pulsing, responding to something in Toshinori's voice that he didn't fully understand. What happened to them? He asked. Toshinori was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was different, flatter, harder, the voice of someone who had learned lessons he wished he could forget. His name was Yoichi. He had a quirk that let him pass things to others, abilities, knowledge, power. He could give someone a skill in an instant that would take years to learn. He could make a person stronger, faster, smarter, just by touching them. And when the world found out what he could do, he looked down at his scarred hands, and for a moment he seemed older than Izuku had thought possible. They tore him apart. Not physically, he lived a long life. But they took everything he was and turned it into something else. Something they could use. He spent his last years in a facility that called itself a research institute, building soldiers for a war that had already ended, giving his gifts to people who only wanted more. He looked up. And his eyes were bright with something that might have been tears or might have been rage. I was a young man then. I thought I could save him. I thought if I worked hard enough, fought hard enough, proved myself enough, I could convince them to let him go. But I was wrong. By the time I had the power to make a difference, he was gone. And all that was left was the things he had built. The things they had made him build. The silence stretched between them, heavy with years of grief. Izuku sat very still, his notebook forgotten in his lap, his mind struggling to process what he had just heard. You think they'll try to do that to me? He said. The people who came to see the lantern. The commission. I know they will. Tashinori's voice was gentle, but there was steel underneath it. They already have. Mirai Seiko doesn't visit children unless she thinks they're valuable. She came to see you because she recognized what you could become. And she will come back. They all will. He leaned forward, and despite his age, despite his frailty, there was something in his posture that reminded Izuku of the heroes he had watched on television his whole life. Something that said, I have faced things you cannot imagine, and I am still here. But here's what Yoichi taught me. Here's what I've carried with me for 50 years. He reached out and placed his scarred hand on Izuku's knee, and the touch was warm, grounding, real. They can only use you if you let them. They can only take what you give. And you don't have to give them anything. Not your quirk. Not your creations. Not yourself. You can be more than what they want you to be. You can be what you want to be. Izuku's throat was tight. How? How do I do that when they have all the power? When they can take everything I build, lock me away like they did Yoichi, make me into something I don't want to be? Tashinori smiled. It was a small smile, fragile, but underneath it was something that looked like hope. You make yourself invaluable, he said. Not as a tool. As a person. You build things that save lives, not just because you can, but because you choose to. You show them that your quirk isn't a weapon to be aimed, it's a gift to be shared. And you find people who believe in you. People who will stand beside you when the world tries to tear you apart. He sat back, and some of the intensity drained from his posture, leaving behind the old man who had been waiting in this room for a boy he had never met. I'm not a hero anymore, Izuku. I can't fight for you. I can't protect you from the Commission or anyone else who comes looking for what you can build. But I can teach you. I can show you what I learned from Yoichi, from the years I spent watching him be destroyed by people who only saw his quirk. And I can help you become something that no one can use. He extended his hand again, palm up, the scars silver in the lamplight. That's why I'm here. Not to use you. Not to control you. To give you a choice. The same choice Yoichi never had. Izuku looked at the hand. At the scars. At the years of grief and wisdom written into every line. He thought about the gun on the beach. The fear in Kaken's eyes. The weight of the lantern in his hands, the light that had filled the workshop, the woman with the hungry smile who had come to take it all away. He thought about the hero he wanted to be. The hero who saved people, not because he had to, but because he chose to. The hero who built things that helped, not things that hurt. The hero who was more than his quirk, more than what anyone wanted him to be. He took Tashinori's hand. Teach me, he said. Teach me how to be something they can't use. Tashinori's grip tightened, and for a moment his eyes blazed with something that looked like fire. Good. Then let's begin. The training room looked different with Tashinori standing in the center of it. He had moved slowly from the small room to the padded floor, his cane tapping against the tiles, his breath coming in short, controlled bursts that Izuku recognized as someone managing pain. But when he reached the center of the room and turned to face Izuku, something shifted. His back straightened. His shoulders squared. For a moment, just a moment, he looked like someone who had once been a hero. You've been trying to control your quirk by fighting it, he said. That's what Recovery Girl told me. When you let it work on its own, it builds weapons. When you try to force it to build other things, it resists. The results are crude. Imperfect. Izuku nodded, pulling out his notebook. It's like the quirk has a preference. A default setting. When I'm not consciously directing it, it always goes back to weapons. And when you are consciously directing it, it's slow. Hard. The things I build don't work as well. They're not what they should be. Tashinori nodded slowly. That's because you're using the wrong approach. You're treating your quirk like an enemy. Something to be conquered. But it's not your enemy, Izuku. It's a part of you. The same way your hands are part of you, your eyes, your heart. And you don't fight your hands when you want them to build something. You guide them. He walked toward a rack of training equipment along the wall, pads, weights, the kind of things hero students use to build their physical strength. But he didn't pick up any of them. Instead, he ran his fingers along the metal frame of the rack, tracing the welds where the pieces had been joined together. When Yoichi gave people abilities, he didn't force them to accept what he was giving. He listened. He felt what they needed, what they were ready for, and he gave them that. Not more. Not less. Exactly what they needed to become what they wanted to be. He turned back to Izuku, and his eyes were bright with something that looked like memory. Your quirk is the same. It's not trying to build weapons because it wants to hurt people. It's trying to build weapons because that's what you needed when it awakened. You were threatened, so it gave you a tool to neutralize the threat. And now, when you try to build other things, you're not giving it a new purpose. You're just fighting the old one. Izuku's pen stopped moving. He looked up from his notebook, his mind racing. You're saying my quirk is still trying to protect me? Even when there's no threat? I'm saying your quirk learned one pattern. One solution. And until you teach it another, it's going to keep going back to what it knows. Taishinori walked toward him, moving slowly, carefully, like he was approaching an animal that might startle. You built a lantern last week. A thing that could save lives. That's not nothing. That's the beginning of a new pattern. But you built it by accident. By letting your quirk work without your interference. What you need to learn is how to find that place on purpose. How to let your quirk build what you want it to build, without forcing it. He stopped a few feet away, close enough to touch, far enough to give Izuku space. Close your eyes. Izuku hesitated, then did as he was told. The training room faded behind his eyelids, replaced by the familiar warmth of the metal around him. He could feel the equipment rack, the door hinges, the steel beams in the walls. All of it humming, waiting, connected to him in ways he was only beginning to understand. Now. Tashinori's voice came from somewhere in front of him, soft and steady. I want you to think about the lantern. Not how you built it. Not what it looks like. Just what it felt like. When you finished it. When you saw it work. Izuku let his mind drift back to the workshop. To the moment the lantern had flared to life, filling the room with light that shouldn't have existed, light that came from him and from the metal and from something he didn't have a name for. It felt right, he thought. It felt like I had done what I was supposed to do. That feeling. Tashinori said, and Izuku wasn't sure if he had spoken aloud or if the old man could just see it in his face. That's what you need to find. Not the fear. Not the fight. Just that feeling. The sense of something becoming what it was meant to be. Izuku let the feeling grow in his chest. The warmth there pulsed in response, reaching for the metal in the room, asking what it was supposed to become. He didn't have an answer. Not yet. But for the first time since the beach, he wasn't fighting the question. Open your eyes. He opened them. Tashinori was standing in front of him, and in his scarred hands, he held a small piece of metal, a gear, maybe, or a cog, something that had come from the equipment rack. Build something, Tashinori said. Not because you have to. Not because you're trying to prove something. Just build something. Whatever feels right. Izuku took the gear. It was cold in his hands, heavy, dense with potential. He could feel its structure, its history, the shape it had held for years before someone had taken it out of whatever machine it had belonged to. He closed his eyes again, and this time he didn't try to force anything. He just let the warmth in his chest flow into the metal. Let it show him what it could become. Let it find the shape that had been waiting inside it all along. The gear shifted in his hands. He felt it flowing, reshaping, becoming something that wasn't a weapon, wasn't a tool, wasn't anything he had planned. It was just happening. The way the lantern had happened. The way the gun had happened. The way all his best creations happened, when he stopped trying to control them and just let them be. When he opened his eyes, he was holding a small bird. It was different from the paperclip bird he had made in Recovery Girl's office. That one had been crude, forced, a shape he had imposed on the metal because he wanted it to be something it wasn't. This bird was different. Its wings were spread, its beak open, its feathers. Rendered in such perfect detail that Izuku could see the individual barbs, the way they overlapped, the hollow spaces that made flight possible. It was beautiful. And it was exactly what the gear had wanted to become. He looked up at Toshinori, and found the old man watching him with eyes that were bright with something that looked like wonder. You see? Toshinori's voice was soft, almost reverent. Your quirk doesn't want to build weapons. It wants to build things, beautiful things. Perfect things. Things that have never existed before. The weapons were just the first thing it learned. The first solution it found. But it can learn others. It can learn anything you teach it. Izuku looked at the bird in his hands. It was warm, the way the lantern had been warm, and when he held it up to the light, the metal seemed to glow from within. What do I do now? He asked. How do I make sure I only build things like this? Things that help people? Toshinori smiled. It was a tired smile, but underneath it was something that looked like hope. You practice. Every day. You build things that have no purpose except to be beautiful. You build things that solve small problems, easy problems, problems that don't need weapons. And every time you build something, you learn a little more about what your quirk can do. What it wants to do. And eventually, when the time comes to build something that matters, something that will save lives, you'll know exactly how to do it. Not by fighting your quirk. By working with it. He reached out and took the bird from Izuku's hands, turning it over in his scarred fingers. This is beautiful, Izuku. This is the first real thing you've built. Not the gun. Not the lantern. This. Because this is the first thing you built without fear. Without someone telling you what you should or shouldn't make. You just listened. And this is what your quirk wanted to give you. He handed the bird back, and Izuku closed his fingers around it, feeling the warmth of it seep into his skin. I want you to keep building, Toshinori said. Every day. Small things. Simple things. Things that have no purpose except to teach you what your quirk can do. And when you're ready, when you've learned to listen instead of fight, I'll help you build something bigger. Something that proves to the Commission, to the world, that you're not a weapon. You're something they've never seen before. Izuku slipped the bird into his pocket, and for a moment, he let himself believe. Let himself imagine a future where his quirk wasn't something to be feared or controlled. A future where he built things that saved people, that changed lives, that made the world better in ways no one had ever imagined. A future where he was the hero he had always wanted to be. Thank you, he said, for believing in me. Toshinori's smile flickered, and for a moment he looked like the old man in the small room again, carrying grief that had never fully healed. I believe in what you can become, he said. And I believe that you'll be better than the people who tried to use Yoichi. Better than the people who will try to use you. Because you have something they never had. What's that? Toshinori looked at him for a long moment, and when he spoke, his voice was heavy with years of watching and waiting. You have a choice. Yoichi didn't. The Commission found him when he was young, when he was scared, when he didn't know what he was capable of. They shaped him before he could shape himself. But you already know what you want to be. You already know what you stand for. And that knowledge is stronger than any quirk. Stronger than any weapon you could ever build. He reached out and placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder, and the weight of it was warm, steady, real. Hold on to that, Izuku. No matter what happens. No matter who comes for you. Hold on to who you want to be. And never let anyone tell you that you're anything less. The sun was setting when Izuku walked out of UA's gates. The sky was painted in shades of orange and pink, the kind of sunset that made everything look softer, gentler, like the world was holding its breath before the darkness came. The bird was still in his pocket, warm against his thigh, and every few steps he reached in to touch it, just to remind himself it was real. His phone buzzed as he reached the train station. He pulled it out, expecting a message from his mother, and found instead a number he didn't recognize. Unknown number, that was a beautiful thing you built today. He stopped walking. The platform was nearly empty at this hour, the trains running infrequently, the other passengers too absorbed in their own lives to notice the boy who had gone pale in the fading light. Unknown number, don't be afraid. I'm not like Mirai. I'm not here to take anything from you. Unknown number. My name is Yagi Tashinori. But most people know me by a different name. Unknown number. When you're ready to build something that matters, come find me. I'll be waiting. The messages stopped. Izuku stared at his phone, his heart hammering, his mind racing. Yagi Tashinori. The old man in the small room, with his scarred hands and his tired eyes and his voice that had held 50 years of grief. Most people know me by a different name. He thought about the way the man had moved when he stood in the center of the training room. The way his back straightened, his shoulders squared. The way he had looked, for just a moment, like someone who had once been a hero. The train arrived, its doors sliding open with a hiss. Izuku stepped inside without thinking, found a seat by the window, and watched the city blur past as the train carried him home. He pulled the bird from his pocket and held it in his palm. It caught the last light of the setting sun, its metal feathers glowing like embers, its wings spread as if it was about to take flight. When you're ready to build something that matters. Come find me. He closed his fingers around it, and for the first time since the beach, he let himself believe that maybe, just maybe, he was ready for whatever came next. The train carried him through the darkening city, past buildings that blazed with light, past streets that were filling with people heading home, past the life he had known and into something he was only beginning to understand. And somewhere in his pocket, the bird waited, warm and patient, for the day it would finally learn to fly. Chapter 6. The Weight of Responsibility. The nightmares started 3 nights after the meeting with Tashinori. They were not the usual dreams, the ones where he stood on the beach with a gun in his hand, watching Kaken's face twist from anger into fear. Those dreams he had learned to live with. He woke from them shaking, yes, but he could remind himself that the gun was gone, that he had turned it into something else, that he was choosing a different path. The new nightmares were worse. In these dreams, he stood in a workshop that was not the program building, surrounded by workbenches that stretched into darkness. On each bench, a weapon waited. Guns. Knives. Things that had no names because they had no purpose except to end lives. He walked between the benches, and his hands moved over the weapons like he was inspecting them, cataloging them, owning them. And at the end of the workshop, in a chair that was too large for her small frame, his mother sat with her hands folded in her lap and her eyes fixed on something in the distance. "Mom," he would say, and his voice would echo in the vast space, swallowed by the darkness. "Mom, I didn't mean to build these. I didn't choose this." And she would look at him, and her eyes would be gray instead of green, flat instead of warm, and she would smile with Mirai Seiko's hungry smile. "But you did build them," she would say. "And you'll build more. Because that's what you are. That's all you've ever been." He would wake then, his sheets soaked with sweat, his hands clutching the metal bird he had started sleeping with because its warmth reminded him of what he was trying to become. And he would lie in the darkness until his breathing slowed, until his heart stopped pounding, until he could close his eyes again without seeing the workshop stretching into forever. He didn't tell anyone about the dreams. Not his mother, who had started looking at him differently since the lantern, like she was seeing something in him that she didn't quite recognize. Not Recovery Girl, who had been calling every other day to check on his progress, her voice careful in ways it hadn't been before. Not Tashinori, who had given him an email address and instructions to reach out when he was ready to build something bigger, something that mattered. He told no one. He built small things instead. Every day, after school, before dinner, in the hours between when his mother went to sleep and when the nightmares came for him. He built birds and flowers and shapes that had no names, letting his quirk find the forms that were waiting in the metal, trying to teach it that there were other solutions besides weapons. And every day, it got a little easier. The shapes came faster, smoother, more beautiful. His hands stopped trembling when he let the warmth flow through them. The metal stopped fighting him, stopped trying to turn back into edges and points and triggers. For hours at a time, he could almost forget that his quirk had ever been anything but this, a gift for making things, for creating beauty, for building a world that was softer than the one he lived in. But the weapons were still there. Waiting. And the nightmares reminded him every night that they would always be waiting, that he was only one bad moment away from building something that could never be taken back. The message came on a Thursday afternoon, 3 weeks after the lantern. Izuku was in his room, working on a small wind chime he had been building for his mother. The metal was copper, soft, warm, the kind of material that wanted to sing. He had been shaping it for days, letting the tubes find their lengths, letting the striker find its weight, letting the whole thing find the voice it had been waiting to have since the first piece of copper was pulled from the ground. His phone buzzed on the desk. He ignored it at first, focused on the way the metal was flowing between his fingers, the way the tubes were beginning to hum with a resonance that was almost there, almost perfect, almost. The buzzed again. And again. 3 messages in quick succession, the kind of urgency that meant someone needed an answer now. He set the wind chime down carefully, the tubes clinking together in a soft discord that made his chest ache. The phone screen was bright in the afternoon light, and when he saw the name on the messages, his stomach dropped. Tashinori Yagi, Izuku, I need you to come to UA tonight. Something has happened. Tashinori Yagi, it's about the commission. About what they're planning. Tashinori Yagi, please. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't urgent. The warmth in Izuku's chest flickered. The copper tubes on his desk shivered, responding to the sudden spike of anxiety in his blood. He reached out and touched them, calming himself, forcing his breathing to slow. He typed a response with fingers that shook. Izuku, what's happening? The reply came in seconds. Tashinori Yagi, I'll explain when you get here. Come to the program building. Use the back entrance. Don't tell anyone where you're going. Izuku stared at the message for a long moment. Don't tell anyone. The words sat in his chest like a stone, heavy and cold, the kind of instruction that had no place in the life he had been trying to build. But Tashinori had asked? And something in the way he had written the messages, the shortness, the urgency, the absence of the warmth that had been in his voice when they met, told Izuku that this was not a request he could ignore. He grabbed his bag. The wind chime sat unfinished on his desk, its tubes still, its voice waiting to be born. He looked at it for a moment, at the thing he had been building for his mother, at the proof that he could make something that was just good. Then he walked out the door. The UA campus was dark when he arrived. The sun had set an hour ago, and the security lights that usually blazed across the training fields were off, leaving the building silhouetted against a sky that was more purple than black. The back entrance to the program building was hidden behind a maintenance shed, a door that looked like it hadn't been opened in years, and when Izuku pulled it open, the hinges screamed in protest. The hallway beyond was dark. He walked forward with his hand against the wall, feeling the concrete under his fingers, the steel beams in the structure, the familiar warmth of the metal that surrounded him. The program building was empty. He could feel that too, the absence of people where there should have been life, and the emptiness pressed against him like a weight. He found Tashinori in the small room where they had first met. The lamp was on, casting the same soft light across the same low table, the same 2 chairs. But everything else was different. The books that had lined the walls were gone, replaced by bare shelves that looked like they had been emptied in a hurry. The air smelled different, stale, closed off, like a room that had been sealed for a long time. And Tashinori himself was different. He sat in his chair, the same chair he had occupied when Izuku first met him, but his hands were shaking. Not the slight tremor of age, but something deeper, something that spoke of fear or rage or something that was both at once. "You came," he said. His voice was rough, scraped raw, like he had been talking for hours or not talking at all. "I came." Izuku took the empty chair, his bag clutched to his chest, his heart already pounding. "What's happening?" What did the commission do? Tashinori was quiet for a moment. He stared at his hands, at the scars that covered them, at the tremor that he couldn't seem to stop. When he looked up, his eyes were the color of old tea and something else, something that looked like grief. They found out about the lantern, he said. Mirai Seiko filed a report the night she came to see you. A detailed report? About what you built, what you're capable of, what you could become. He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was lower, harder. They want you, Izuku. The commission wants you. And they're not going to wait for you to be ready. The words landed like a physical blow. Izuku felt the warmth in his chest surge, felt the metal in the building respond to the sudden spike of fear, felt the walls themselves shiver with the force of his quirk reaching for something, anything, that could protect him. No, he said. No, they can't. Recovery Girl said, she said the program would protect me. She said? Recovery Girl did everything she could. Tashinori's voice cracked. She's been fighting them for weeks. Calling in favors, calling on heroes she's known for decades, trying to build a case that you're not a threat, that you need time, that you deserve the same chance as any other child with a new quirk. He shook his head slowly. It wasn't enough. The commission doesn't care about what's fair. They care about what's useful. And you, Izuku, you're the most useful thing they've seen in a generation. Izuku's hands were shaking. He pressed them against his knees, trying to steady them, trying to steady himself. What are they going to do? Take me away? Lock me up like they did Yoichi? The name hung in the air between them. Tashinori flinched like he had been struck. No, he said. Not yet. They're not going to take you by force, not with Recovery Girl watching, not with the heroes she's been talking to ready to step in. But they're going to make you an offer you can't refuse. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded piece of paper, heavy and thick, the kind of paper that was used for official documents. He held it out to Izuku, and his hand was shaking so badly that the paper trembled in the air between them. They're calling it the Young Heroes Initiative. A program for children with exceptional quirks. Specialized training. Priority placement in hero courses. Guaranteed positions in top agencies after graduation. His voice was flat, reciting words he had read too many times. It's what every kid who wants to be a hero dreams of. What you've been dreaming of your whole life. Izuku took the paper. His hands were steady now. He didn't know how, but they were steady, and he unfolded it carefully, the way you handle something that might break. The letterhead was official. Hero Public Safety Commission, stamped with a seal that he had seen 100 times in his research. The language was formal, precise, the kind of language that was designed to leave no room for argument. Izuku Midoriya. *, your exceptional quirk has been identified as a resource of national importance. As such, you are hereby invited to participate in the Young Heroes Initiative, a specialized training program designed to develop your abilities for the protection and advancement of Japanese society. Acceptance of this invitation is mandatory under Article 47 of the Quirk Regulation Act. Failure to comply will result in the immediate suspension of your quirk registration and the revocation of your right to use your quirk in any capacity until such time as you reach the age of majority. You are required to report to Commission headquarters on the date specified below. Transportation will be provided. Your participation will begin immediately upon arrival. The date was 3 days away. Izuku read the letter 3 times. Each time, the words settled deeper into his chest, turning into something cold and hard and sharp. Mandatory. Revocation. Required to report. The language of a document that had been written by people who didn't see a child when they looked at him. They saw a quirk. A resource. A thing to be managed. This is how they did it with Yoichi, he said. His voice didn't sound like his own. It was too calm, too flat, the voice of someone who had moved past fear into something that looked like acceptance. They made it legal. Made it official. Made it so that saying no meant giving up everything. Tashinori nodded slowly. Yoichi was 17 when they came for him. Old enough to understand what he was losing. Young enough to believe them when they said it was for the best. His hands had stopped shaking. In the lamplight, his scars looked like roads on a map, paths he had traveled and wished he hadn't. He went willingly. He thought he was helping. Thought he was being a hero. And by the time he realized what they were doing to him, it was too late to leave. He looked up at Izuku, and for a moment he was not the frail old man in the small room. He was someone who had carried a grief for 50 years, someone who had watched a friend disappear into a system that was designed to consume him. You don't have to make that choice, he said. You can fight this. Recovery Girl is already talking to lawyers, to journalists, to heroes who remember what happened to Yoichi. We can make them back down. Make them see that taking you would be a mistake. But it will take time. And in the meantime, he gestured at the letter in Izuku's hands. In the meantime, you have to decide what you're willing to lose. Izuku stared at the letter. At the seal of the commission. At the words that had been written by people who thought they owned him. Revocation of your right to use your quirk. He thought about what that meant. About the notebooks stacked on his desk, filled with designs he would never build. About the warmth in his chest, the thing that had awakened on the beach and grown into something he was only beginning to understand. About the bird in his pocket, the wind chime on his desk, the lantern in his closet that could light up a room without batteries or fuel. All of it gone. Not taken, asterisk revoked, asterisk made illegal. Made impossible. He would go back to being what he had been before the beach. A boy with nothing. A boy who had tasted what it meant to be something and had it pulled away before he could become it. I can't lose my quirk, he said. Not now. Not when I've finally. He stopped, the words catching in his throat. I spent 14 years being nothing. I can't go back to that. I can't. Toshinori leaned forward, and his hand closed around Izuku's wrist. The grip was stronger than it looked, warmer, and when he spoke, his voice was fierce in a way that made Izuku's chest ache. You're not nothing without your quirk. You never were. The notebooks you've been filling since you were 4 years old, that's not nothing. The way you analyze quirks, the way you understand people, the way you see solutions that no one else sees, that's not your quirk. That's you, and no one, not the commission, not the whole damn government, can take that away from you. He released Izuku's wrist, and the absence of his touch left a cold space that the warmth in Izuku's chest rushed to fill. But, Toshinori continued, if you go to them, if you walk into that building and let them put you in their program, they will take everything else. They will take your choices. Your freedom. Your chance to decide what kind of hero you want to be. And they will give you back a version of yourself that fits in their boxes, that serves their purposes, that builds what they tell you to build. He sat back in his chair, and the fire in his eyes dimmed, replaced by something that looked like exhaustion. So you have a choice, Izuku. A real choice. The one Yoichi never had. You can fight. You can let Recovery Girl and the others try to change their minds. You can take the risk that they'll follow through on their threat, that they'll take your quirk away while you wait for them to see reason. He paused. Or you can go. You can give them what they want. And you can spend the rest of your life wondering what you would have become if you hadn't. The room was very quiet. The lamp on the table flickered once, twice, and then steadied, its light pooling on the paper in Izuku's hands, on the seal of the commission, on the date that was 3 days away. 3 days to decide the rest of his life. What would Yoichi have done? The dark streets of Mizurufu with no destination in mind, his hands in his pockets, the metal bird warm against his thigh. The city was quiet at this hour, the shops closed, the restaurants emptying, the streets given over to the kind of silence that made you feel like you were the last person awake in the world. He found himself at Dagoba Beach without meaning to go there. The trash was still there, the same piles of garbage that had been there for years, the same rusted appliances and broken furniture and crushed cans. But it looked different now. Smaller somehow. Less like a wasteland and more like a place that had been waiting for someone to clean it up. He sat down on a washing machine that had been there so long it was half buried in sand, and he let himself remember. The gun. The way it had formed in his hands, perfect and deadly, the thing his Quirk had built when he was scared and angry and had forgotten who he wanted to be. The lantern. The light that had filled the workshop, the light that had brought Mirai Seiko to his door, the light that had made the commission look at him and see something they wanted to own. The bird. Small and beautiful, the thing he had built when he stopped fighting and started listening. The thing that had shown him what his Quirk could be, when he let it. He pulled the bird from his pocket and held it in his palm. The moonlight caught its wings, turned them silver, and for a moment it looked like it was about to fly. Your Quirk is yours. He thought about what Tashinori had said. About Yoichi, who had spent his last years in a facility that called itself a research institute, building soldiers for a war that had already ended. About the choice he had never been given. About the fight that Izuku had, for the first time in his life, the chance to make. He thought about his mother. About the way she had looked at him since the lantern, like she was seeing something she didn't quite recognize. About the wind chime on his desk, the one he had been building for her, the one that would sing when it was finished, the one that would tell her what he had been trying to say for weeks. I'm still me. I'm still your son. I'm still the boy who wanted to be a hero. I just have more now. More than I know what to do with. He thought about Kaken. About the fear in his eyes on the beach. About the way he had looked at the gun, at the perfect deadly thing that Izuku had built without meaning to. About what he had said, standing on the edge of the sand, his voice flat and strange. If you're going to be a hero with a quirk like that, you're going to have to be better than all of us. Better. That was what he had to be. Not stronger. Not more powerful. Better. Better at choosing. Better at listening. Better at building the things that mattered and refusing to build the things that didn't. He stood up. The beach stretched out before him, dark and silent, full of garbage that had been waiting for someone to clean it up for longer than he had been alive. He thought about the shovel he had made from the gun. About the way he had taken something designed for violence and turned it into something designed for rebuilding. He thought about what he could build now. With the materials all around him. With the quirk that was his, that would always be his, no matter what pieces of paper the commission waved in his face. The warmth in his chest flared. Not in fear, not in anger, but in something that felt like recognition. The metal on the beach began to move. He didn't fight it. He didn't direct it. He just let it happen. Let the warmth flow out of him and into the garbage that had been lying here for years, waiting for someone to see what it could become. The washing machine beneath him shifted, its rusted frame smoothing out, its broken parts reforming. The crushed cans around his feet flowed together, their metal merging, shaping. The old tires, the broken furniture, the shattered electronics, all of it began to move, to change, to become something that had been waiting to be born. When it was done, Izuku stood in the center of a clearing that hadn't existed 5 minutes ago. The garbage was gone, replaced by a single structure that rose from the sand like it had grown there. It was a tower, tall and thin, its surface smooth and dark, and at its peak, a light was beginning to glow. A lighthouse. For a beach that no one used anymore. For a place that had been forgotten by everyone except the people who had nowhere else to go. He had built it without thinking. Without planning. Without fear. He had just seen what the beach needed. And his quirk had given it to him. The light at the top of the tower pulsed once, twice, 3 times, and then steadied into a beam that cut across the dark water, reaching for a horizon that was too far away to see. Izuku stood at the base of the tower, his hands empty, his chest warm, his heart full in a way it hadn't been since before the beach. He knew what he was going to do. He found Tashinori in the small room where they had first met. The old man was still in his chair, the lamp still burning, the letter from the commission sitting on the table between them like a verdict waiting to be delivered. "I'm not going to fight them," Izuku said. Tashinori's face didn't change. He had been expecting this, maybe? Had been waiting for it, The way you wait for a blow you know is coming. I'm not going to fight them, Izuku said again. Because fighting them means letting them define what I am. They say I'm a threat, so I have to prove I'm not. They say my quirk is dangerous, so I have to show them it isn't. They set the terms. They make the rules. And no matter what I do, I'm always responding to them. Reacting. Letting them tell me who I am. He pulled the letter from the table, looked at the seal, at the words, at the future that was waiting for him in 3 days. I'm not going to let them tell me who I am anymore. He tore the letter in half. Then in quarters. Then in pieces so small that they fluttered to the floor like snow. Tashinori's eyes went wide. Izuku. I'm going to become what I want to become. Not because they let me. Not because I fought them. Because I choose it. I choose to build things that save people. I choose to be a hero who doesn't need permission to do what's right. I choose to be more than a quirk. More than a resource. More than something they can own. He knelt down in front of Tashinori's chair, the pieces of the letter scattered around him like the remains of a future he had refused to accept. You said Yoichi didn't have a choice. But I do. I have a choice every day. Commission, the villains, everyone who looks at me and sees something to be used. That a hero isn't something you make. It's something you become. Tashinori was crying. Tears ran down his face, cutting tracks through the wrinkles, catching the light of the lamp and the bird and the thing that was building in Izuku's chest. Yoichi, he said, and his voice broke on the name. Yoichi would have loved you. He reached out and took Izuku's hand, the same way he had taken it when they first met, his scars rough against Izuku's skin, his grip strong despite the tremor. I'm going to help you, he said. Not because you need my help, you've already figured out what took me 50 years to learn. But because I want to see what you become. I want to see the things you build. I want to be there when you show the world that a hero isn't something they can own. He pulled Izuku closer, and for a moment, just a moment, he wasn't a frail old man in a small room. He was something that Izuku had only seen in old videos, in faded photographs, in the stories that heroes told about heroes. He was someone who had been waiting, for a very long time, for someone to prove that he hadn't failed. That Yoichi hadn't been forgotten. That the fight he had lost 50 years ago could still be won. Whatever comes next, Tashinori said, I'll be there. Not because of your quirk. Because of who you are. And because I believe, that you're going to change the world. The sun was rising when Izuku walked out of UA's gates. The sky was the color of fire, red and gold and orange, the kind of sunrise that made everything look like it was being born. The bird was back in his pocket, the lighthouse stood on the beach, and somewhere in the city, a letter lay in pieces on the floor of a room that had been waiting for this moment for 50 years. His phone buzzed. He pulled it out, expecting his mother, expecting Recovery Girl, expecting anyone who had been worried about where he had spent the night. The message was from an unknown number. *unknown number. We saw what you built on the beach. The lighthouse. *unknown number. That was beautiful, Midoriya. That was exactly what we needed to see. *unknown number. The commission won't be coming for you. Not tomorrow. Not ever. You've made that impossible. *unknown number. Build more. Build things that matter. Build the future we've all been waiting for. Unknown number. And when you're ready to be a hero, a real hero, come find us. The messages stopped. Izuku stared at the screen for a long moment, his heart pounding, his mind racing. Someone had seen the lighthouse. Someone had seen what he built. And whoever they were, whatever they wanted, they had given him something he hadn't had since the beach. Time. He typed a response before he could think better of it. Izuku, who are you? The reply came in seconds. *unknown number. Someone who believes in what you're building. Someone who's been waiting for someone like you for a very long time. *unknown number. When you're ready, you'll know where to find us. Until then, keep building. Keep choosing. Keep being what you want to be. Asterisk. Asterisk unknown number. The world is waiting for you. Izuku Midoriya. Don't keep it waiting too long. Asterisk. He pocketed his phone and started walking. The sun was climbing higher, burning off the last of the night, painting the city in colors that were too bright to be real. He thought about the lighthouse on the beach, the light that was still shining, the tower that had risen from garbage to guide ships that would never come. He thought about the wind chime on his desk, waiting for its voice. About his mother, waiting for him to come home. About the future that was waiting for him to build it. He walked faster, and somewhere in his pocket, the bird was warm against his thigh, and somewhere on the beach, the lighthouse was shining, and somewhere in the city, a boy who had been nothing for 14 years was starting to become something that no one had ever been before. The weight of responsibility settled on his shoulders like a mantle. Not the weight of fear, or obligation, or the things the commission wanted him to be. The weight of choice. The weight of knowing that what he built mattered, that what he chose to build would shape the world in ways he couldn't yet imagine. It was heavy. It was terrifying. It was the most precious thing he had ever carried. And he would carry it. Not because he had to. Not because anyone was making him. Because he chose to. Because that was what heroes did. Chapter 7, Entering UA. With innovation. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, 3 weeks after he tore the commission's summons into pieces. Izuku found it in the mailbox when he came home from school, sandwiched between a bill and a flyer for a grocery store he had never visited. The envelope was heavy, cream-colored, with the UA High School seal pressed into the wax like a brand. His hands started shaking before he even opened it. He had known this was coming. Recovery Girl had told him weeks ago that the program was considering him for early admission, that his work with Tashinori had impressed people who mattered, that there were heroes who wanted to see what he could do in a real training environment. But knowing and holding were different things. The envelope in his hands was heavier than it should have been, heavier than the lantern, heavier than the lighthouse, heavy with the weight of a dream he had buried so deep he had almost forgotten he was still carrying it. He sat down on the steps of his building, the afternoon sun warm on his face, and opened the envelope with the care of someone handling something sacred. The letter inside was written on paper that felt like silk. The words were printed, not typed, in handwriting that was precise and old-fashioned, the kind of handwriting that belonged to someone who believed in the importance of presentation. Dear Izuku Midoriya, it is my privilege to inform you that you have been accepted into the Hero course at UA High School, conditional upon successful completion of an entrance examination to be held in 2 weeks' time. Asterisk, your recent work with the Quirk counseling program has been reviewed by a panel of UA faculty members, all of whom were impressed by both your technical proficiency and your demonstrated commitment to nonviolent Quirk application. The lighthouse you constructed at Dagoba Beach has been evaluated as a feat of engineering that exceeds the capabilities of most professional support item designers, and your subsequent projects, the self-sustaining lantern, the resonance-based wind chime, the search and rescue beacon, have been catalogued as evidence of an innovative approach to heroism that this school exists to cultivate. Asterisk. Asterisk, however, technical proficiency alone does not make a hero. UA does not admit students based solely on what they can build. We admit students based on what they can become. And while your creations have earned you a place at the examination table, what you do with that opportunity is entirely up to you. Asterisk. Asterisk, the entrance examination will consist of 2 parts. The first is a practical assessment of your abilities in a controlled environment. The second is an interview with members of the UA faculty, during which you will be asked to demonstrate not only what you can build, but why you build it. Asterisk. Asterisk, you will be provided with materials at the examination site. What you create with them will determine whether you walk through these gates as a student or as a visitor. Asterisk. We look forward to seeing what you become. Nizu. Principal, UA High School. Izuku read the letter 3 times. Then a 4th time, just to make sure the words didn't change. They didn't. They stayed exactly where they were, printed on paper that felt like silk, waiting for him to become something that was written in ink instead of possibilities. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, expecting his mother, expecting Recovery Girl, expecting anyone who had been waiting for this moment as long as he had. The message was from Toshinori. I heard. Congratulations. You've earned this. But the hard part starts now. Come see me when you're ready to prepare. Izuku smiled despite the trembling in his hands. He tucked the letter into his bag, next to his notebooks, next to the metal bird that never left his side, and stood up. 2 weeks. He had 2 weeks to prove that he was more than a boy who could build things. 2 weeks to show them what he had been trying to show the world since the beach. That he was a hero. Not because of what he built. Because of what he chose to build. The program building had become a second home over the past month, but it looked different now. The walls that had seemed so forbidding when he first walked through them were familiar now, the concrete scuffed with the marks of a dozen students who had come before him, the industrial tiles worn smooth by feet that had paced and waited and hoped. Toshinori was waiting for him in the training room, the same room where he had first taught Izuku to listen instead of fight. But today, the padded mats were gone, replaced by workbenches covered in materials, steel, copper, titanium, carbon fiber, things Izuku had only seen in catalogs before now. You read the letter? Toshinori said. It wasn't a question. Izuku nodded, pulling the letter from his bag. 2 weeks. An entrance examination. They're going to give me materials and see what I build. That's part of it. Toshinori walked to the workbenches, running his fingers over the materials like a musician testing an instrument. The practical assessment is straightforward. They'll put you in a situation, a rescue scenario, most likely, and see how you respond. What you build. How you use it. Whether you freeze or act. He picked up a piece of titanium, holding it up to the light. But the interview is what matters. Nisa doesn't care about what you can build. He cares about why, and that's not something you can prepare for in the same way you prepare for a test. That's something you have to live. Izuku walked to the workbench, letting his fingers find the metal, letting the warmth in his chest connect him to the materials that were waiting to be shaped. You knew him. Nizu. What's he like? Toshinori smiled. It was a strange smile, complicated, the smile of someone who had known a person for a long time and still wasn't sure what to make of them. Nizu is not like anyone you've ever met. He was created in a laboratory, did you know that? An experiment. An animal given a quirk that made him more than an animal, less than a human, something in between. The people who made him thought they were building a tool. A weapon, maybe? Something they could use and discard. He set the titanium down, his hand lingering on it like he was saying goodbye to something. He proved them wrong. He built himself into something they never expected. A mind that could outthink anyone. A will that couldn't be broken. And a heart that decided, against all evidence, that the world was worth saving. He turned to face Izuku, and his eyes were bright with something that looked like pride. He's going to look at you, Izuku, and he's going to see himself. A boy who was told he was a weapon. A boy who decided to be something else. And he's going to ask you the only question that matters. Izuku's throat tightened. What question? Toshinori smiled, and for a moment he looked younger, lighter, like the weight he had been carrying for 50 years had lifted, just a little. He's going to ask you what you're building for. The 2 weeks that followed were the hardest of Izuku's life. He trained every day. Not his quirk, that part came easily now, the metal flowing under his fingers like water, the shapes finding themselves faster and more beautifully each time. He trained his body running. The beach where the lighthouse still stood, climbing the stairs of his building until his legs burned, pushing himself past the limits he had accepted when he was quirkless and believed that was all he would ever be. He trained his mind, studying rescue scenarios, memorizing the protocols that heroes used in disasters, learning the names and faces of every support item that had ever been used to save a life. His notebooks filled faster than they ever had before, pages and pages of designs, of strategies, of questions he was asking himself for the first time. What do I build when there's no threat? What do I build when there's nothing to fight? What do I build when all I want to do is help? He built small things, in the hours between training and sleep. A bracelet that could track a person's pulse, sending alerts when it went too fast or too slow. A clip that could attach to a backpack, glowing in the dark so that lost children could be found. A whistle that could produce a frequency only heroes could hear, a signal for help that wouldn't panic the people who were already scared. None of them were perfect. None of them were beautiful in the way the bird was beautiful, in the way the lighthouse was beautiful. They were functional, practical, the kind of things that would save lives without anyone ever knowing they existed. And every night before he slept, he held the metal bird in his hands and let it remind him of what he was trying to become. The morning of the examination dawned gray and cold, the sky low with clouds that promised rain before the day was over. Izuku stood at the gates of Yui High School, his bag heavy on his shoulders, his heart pounding in his chest, and thought about all the times he had imagined this moment. He had imagined it as a child, watching All Might on television, believing that one day he would walk through these gates and become a hero. He had imagined it as a teenager, quirkless and desperate, filling notebooks with designs he would never build, dreams he would never live. He had imagined it on the beach, with a gun in his hands and fear in Kaken's eyes, wondering if he had become something that could never be a hero. He had never imagined it like this. Not alone. Not uncertain. Not carrying a bag full of things he had built in the dark, hoping they would be enough to prove who he wanted to be. The gates opened. He walked through. The examination hall was a massive structure at the center of the UA campus, the kind of building that had been designed to impress and intimidate in equal measure. Izuku had seen it in videos, in photographs, in the dreams that had sustained him through years of being told he would never be here. But seeing it in person was different. The ceilings were so high they disappeared into shadow. The walls were lined with screens that showed the faces of applicants from across the country, each one waiting for their chance to prove themselves. And at the center of it all, on a platform that rose above the chaos like a throne, sat Principal Nizu. He was smaller than Izuku had expected. A creature of fur and sharp eyes, dressed in a suit that looked like it cost more than Izuku's mother made in a month, sitting in a chair that had been designed for someone twice his size. But when he looked at Izuku, when those dark eyes fixed on him with an intensity that made the warmth in Izuku's chest flicker, he understood what Toshinori had meant. This was not an animal. This was not a man. This was something that had been built, had been broken, had been rebuilt into something that no one had expected. And he was looking at Izuku like he knew exactly what it meant to be made in a laboratory and decide, against all odds, to be a hero. Izuku Midoriya. Nizu's voice was high, light, almost cheerful. But underneath it was something that made Izuku stand up straighter, something that demanded attention in a way that had nothing to do with volume. Your file is quite extraordinary. Quirkless until 14. Manifestation under extreme stress. Fabrication abilities that exceed anything we've seen in a first-year applicant. And a recent project that has half the engineering faculty asking questions they've been waiting their whole careers to answer. He hopped down from his chair, literally hopped, like a rabbit or a bird, a movement that was so unexpected that Izuku almost laughed, and walked toward him with the easy confidence of someone who had never doubted his place in any room. The lighthouse. I saw it, you know. The night you built it. I was watching from my office, and I saw the light go up, and I thought. He stopped, tilting his head in a way that made him look more animal than human. I thought someone just built something that shouldn't exist. Something that didn't need permission. Something that was going to change things, whether the world was ready or not. He stopped in front of Izuku, close enough to touch, and looked up at him with eyes that had seen too much to be surprised by anything anymore. That's why you're here, Midoriya? Not because of what you can build. Because of what you've already chosen to build. And I want to see what you choose next. He turned and walked back toward the platform, his small paws leaving prints on the polished floor that disappeared almost as soon as they appeared. The examination is simple. You'll be placed in a simulated rescue scenario with 3 other applicants. You'll have access to a workshop with basic materials. Your task is to build something that helps your team complete the rescue. What you build, how you build it, and why you build it are entirely up to you. He climbed back into his chair, settling into it like a king ascending a throne. Your teammates are waiting for you in preparation room C. You have 30 minutes to get to know them before the simulation begins. I suggest you use that time wisely. He smiled, and for a moment he looked exactly like what he was, a creature who had been designed to be a tool and had decided, instead, to be the one holding the tools. I look forward to seeing what you become, Midoriya. Don't disappoint me. Preparation room C was smaller than Izuku expected, a bare space with a table, 4 chairs, and 3 people who looked as nervous as he felt. He recognized 2 of them immediately. One was a girl with brown hair and round cheeks, the kind of face that looked like it was made for smiling even when she wasn't. He had seen her in the list of applicants, had read her file when he was researching the other candidates, had noted her quirk with the same obsessive attention he gave to everything: zero gravity, the ability to remove an object's gravitational pull with a touch. It was a rescue quirk, the kind of quirk that saved lives in disasters, the kind of quirk that heroes would kill to have on their team. The other was a boy with glasses and an expression that looked like he had been carved from stone. Tenya Ida, legacy student, from a family of heroes, with a quirk that let him move at speeds that should have been impossible. His file was perfect: grades, recommendations, everything a hero's school could want in an applicant. The third applicant was someone Izuku didn't recognize. A boy with spiky red hair and a grin that looked like it had never encountered a problem it couldn't solve. He was leaning back in his chair, his feet up on the table, his hands behind his head, looking like he was waiting for something interesting to happen. "You're Midoriya," the boy with glasses said. It wasn't a question. "The one who built the lighthouse." Izuku blinked. "You know about the lighthouse?" "Everyone knows about the lighthouse." The girl with brown hair leaned forward, her eyes wide. "It's all anyone's been talking about. A first-year applicant built a structure that engineers say should have taken months, from garbage, in one night. People are saying it's the most impressive thing anyone's ever done in an entrance examination, and you haven't even taken the test yet." She smiled, and it was the kind of smile that made Izuku want to smile back despite the nerves twisting in his stomach. "I'm Ochiko Uraraka. I'm really glad you're on our team." "Tenya Ida?" The boy with glasses stood up, bowing so formally that Izuku almost laughed. "Your technical achievements are remarkable. I look forward to seeing what you can do in the simulation." The red-haired boy finally took his feet off the table, leaning forward with a grin that was sharp and warm at the same time. "Eijiro Kirishima. I don't really get all the technical stuff, but building a lighthouse out of garbage is pretty manly. So you know? Good job." Izuku's face went red. He opened his mouth to say something, to explain, to deflect, to tell them that the lighthouse wasn't planned, wasn't impressive, wasn't anything except what happened when he stopped fighting and started listening, but the words wouldn't come. "They're right, you know." Uraraka's voice was softer now, more serious. "What you built, it's not just impressive. It's important. My dad works in construction. He's been trying to get the city to clean up that beach for years. And you just did it. You built something that makes the whole place better. Safer. More like a place people would want to be." She looked at him, and there was something in her eyes that looked like recognition. "That's what heroes do, isn't it? They don't just fight villains. They make things better. They build things that help people, even when no one's watching." Izuku's throat tightened. He thought about the lighthouse, standing on the beach where he had built a gun, where he had been afraid of what he was becoming. He thought about the light that still shone every night, guiding ships that would never come, marking a place that had been forgotten for so long it had become part of the landscape. He thought about the bird in his pocket, the one he had built when he stopped fighting and started listening. The one that had taught him what his quirk could be, when he let it. "Yeah," he said, and his voice was steadier than he expected. "That's what heroes do." The door to the preparation room opened, and a proctor stepped in, her face blank, her voice flat. The simulation is ready. Follow me. The simulation chamber was a massive warehouse on the edge of the UA campus, filled with structures that had been built and rebuilt so many times that they had lost any resemblance to the buildings they were designed to mimic. Today, it was a collapsed building, a pile of rubble that rose toward the ceiling like a mountain of broken concrete and twisted steel. At the base of the rubble, a red light was flashing. A distress signal. Someone was trapped inside. Your objective is simple, the proctor said, her voice echoing off the warehouse walls. There is a civilian trapped in the rubble. You have 15 minutes to locate them, extract them, and deliver them to the medical station outside. You will have access to a workshop with basic materials. What you build, how you use it, and how you work together will determine your score. She gestured to a table at the edge of the chamber, covered in the same materials Izuku had been training with for weeks. Steel, copper, titanium, carbon fiber. Things he had learned to shape in his sleep. Your time starts now. Ida moved first, his engines flaring, his body blurring as he circled the rubble, mapping its dimensions, assessing its stability. The collapse is unstable. Any significant vibration could trigger a secondary collapse. We need to be precise. Kirishima was already moving toward the rubble, his skin hardening to stone, his hands pressing against the concrete like he was testing it for weakness. I can move some of this. Create an opening. Wait. Uraraka's voice was sharp. If you move the wrong piece, the whole thing comes down. We need to know where the civilian is first. We need. She looked at Izuku. We need a way to see inside. 3 faces turned toward him. Waiting. Expecting. The warmth in Izuku's chest flared. Not in fear, not in panic. In something that felt like understanding. He walked to the table, his hands already reaching for the materials, his mind already seeing the shape of what he needed to build. A sensor. Something that could map the interior of the rubble, find the heat of a living body, show them where to dig. The metal flowed under his fingers. Copper for the wiring, steel for the housing, titanium for the probe that would slide into the gaps between the broken concrete. He built it in seconds, faster than he had ever built anything, because he wasn't fighting his quirk, wasn't forcing it, was just letting it build what was needed. He handed the sensor to Uraraka. This will find them. It reads heat signatures through solid matter. Anything living, anything warm, it will show us. She stared at the device in her hands, then at him, her eyes wide. You built this in 30 seconds. I built what was needed. She smiled, and then she was moving, her quirk activating, the sensor floating in the air in front of her as she circled the rubble, letting it do its work. Got it, she called out. 3 meters down, near the center. There's a pocket. The structure is stable, but the opening is too small for any of us to fit through. Kirishima's fists clenched. I can make it bigger. Just tell me where to. No. Ida's voice was firm. Any force could collapse the pocket. We need to extract them without disturbing the structure. We need. He looked at Izuku again. We need something that can reach them. Something small. Precise. Something that can lift a person without shaking the rubble. Izuku was already building. He had been thinking about this for weeks, designing it in his notebook, refining it in his mind, waiting for the moment when it would be needed. A harness. Light. Flexible, strong. Something that could wrap around a person and lift them out of a space too small for a rescuer to enter. The metal flowed, and he let it. Steel for the frame, titanium for the cables, copper for the sensors that would tell him when it was secure, when it was safe, when the person inside was ready to be pulled free. He built it in a minute, maybe 2, and when it was done, it was beautiful in a way that none of his other creations had been beautiful. It was a tool for saving lives. And it was exactly what his quirk had wanted to build. He handed the harness to Uraraka. This will go through the opening. It will wrap around them, secure them, and lift them out. But someone needs to guide it. Someone who can see what's happening inside. Uraraka took the harness, her fingers tracing the cables, the frame, the sensors that would tell them when it was safe to pull. I can do that. I can make it weightless, guide it through the rubble, position it around the civilian. But I need someone to pull it out. Someone strong enough to lift a person without jerking the harness. Kirishima stepped forward, his skin already hardening, his hands already reaching for the cable. I've got it. Just tell me when. Ida was at the edge of the rubble, his eyes fixed on the red light that was still flashing, still calling for help. We have 8 minutes. Let's move. The extraction took 6 minutes. Uraraka guided the harness through the rubble, her quirk making it weightless, her hands steady as she maneuvered it through gaps that shouldn't have been large enough to fit anything. Izuku watched the sensors on his end, watching the readings that told him where the harness was, where the civilian was, when the two were close enough to connect. No, he said, and Uraraka's hands moved, and the harness wrapped around something warm, something alive, something that was waiting to be pulled free. Kirishima pulled. His arms bulged, his skin gleaming like stone, his face tight with concentration. The cable went taut, and for a moment nothing moved, nothing happened, and Izuku felt his heart stop in his chest. Then the rubble shifted. A small piece, a fragment of concrete that broke free and fell into the darkness below. And then the harness was rising, a figure wrapped in steel and titanium, a woman with dust in her hair and fear in her eyes and a pulse that Izuku could feel through the sensors like a second heartbeat. Uraraka caught her as she cleared the rubble, her quirk activating, the woman's weight disappearing, her body floating in the air like she was made of nothing at all. I've got her, Uraraka said, and her voice was shaking, but her hands were steady. I've got her. She carried the woman to the medical station, Ida running ahead to clear the path, Kirishima following close behind, his skin still hardened, his eyes still scanning for threats that weren't there. And Izuku stood at the edge of the rubble, the sensor in his hands, the warmth in his chest fading, his heart still pounding with something that felt like joy. He had built something that saved a life. Not a weapon. Not a tool for fighting. Something that reached into the darkness and pulled someone out. The proctor's voice came over the speakers, flat and professional. Simulation complete. Civilian extracted. Time 14 minutes, 23 seconds. All applicants, report to the examination hall for debriefing. Izuku walked toward the exit, his legs unsteady, his hands still warm from the metal he had shaped. He passed the workshop table, the materials that were waiting to be used, the space where he had built something that mattered. And for the first time since the beach, he didn't feel like he was carrying a weight. He felt like he was holding something light. Something that could fly. The examination hall was empty when he returned. The screens that had shown the faces of 100 applicants were dark, the platform where Nisa had sat was empty, the chairs that had been filled with nervous teenagers were pushed back against the walls. But Nisa was waiting for him. Sitting on the edge of the platform, his small legs dangling, his sharp eyes fixed on Izuku with an intensity that made the warmth in Izuku's chest flicker. You pass, Nisa said. It wasn't a question. I passed? You built a device that mapped the interior of an unstable structure, identified a heat signature through 3 meters of solid material, and guided a rescue harness through gaps that should have been impossible to navigate. You did it in under 2 minutes. With materials that most first-year support course students would struggle to identify, let alone shape. He hopped off the platform, landing in front of Izuku with a soft thump that was surprisingly loud in the empty hall. But that's not why you passed. You passed because when your teammates looked at you, they didn't see a weapon. They didn't see a tool. They saw someone who could build what they needed to save a life. And you did. You built exactly what was needed, exactly when it was needed, and you didn't once think about building anything else. He tilted his head, the way he had in the morning, the way that made him look more animal than human. Do you know why that matters? Do you know why that's the difference between a weapon and a hero? Izuku shook his head. His throat was too tight for words. Because a weapon is something that can only do one thing. It's designed for a purpose, and it can't be anything else. But you... Nisa reached out and touched Izuku's hand, his paw small and warm against Izuku's skin. "You can be anything. You can build anything. And today, you chose to build something that saved a life." He smiled, and for a moment he wasn't a creature who had been built in a laboratory, who had been designed to be a tool, who had fought to become something more. He was just pleased. The way a teacher is pleased when a student finally understands the lesson. "That's why you're here, Midoriya. Not because of what you can build. Because of what you choose to build. And I think you're going to choose very well." He turned and walked back toward the platform, his small paws silent on the polished floor. "Welcome to Yue High School. I expect great things from you. Don't disappoint me." He disappeared through a door that Izuku hadn't noticed before, and the examination hall was empty, and Izuku was alone with the weight of what had just happened pressing down on his chest. He had passed. He was going to Yue. He was going to be a hero. He pulled the metal bird from his pocket and held it in his palm. It was warm, the way it always was, the way it had been since he built it in Tashinori's training room, when he stopped fighting and started listening. He thought about the lighthouse on the beach. The light that was still shining. The thing he had built when he decided, for the first time, what he wanted to be. He thought about the harness he had built today. The thing that had saved a life. The thing that his Quirk had wanted to build, when he let it choose. He thought about all the things he would build in the years to come. The things that would save lives. The things that would change the world. The things that would prove, every day, that a hero wasn't something you were born as. It was something you built. He put the bird back in his pocket, and walked out of the examination hall, and into the future that was waiting for him. Chapter 8: The Arms Race Begins. The first attack came on a Wednesday, 3 weeks into the semester. Izuku was in the development lab, his new sanctuary, a space in the support course building that Nisa had given him after the entrance examination. It was smaller than the workshop in the program building, but it was his. His workbenches, his materials, his projects spread across every surface like the notebooks that still filled his bag. The metal bird sat on the windowsill, catching the afternoon light, and the wind chime he had finally finished for his mother hung above the door, its copper tubes singing softly whenever someone walked beneath them. He was working on a new project. Something he had been designing since the entrance examination, since he had built the sensor that could see through rubble and the harness that could pull someone from the darkness. A rescue system. Portable, deployable, something that could be carried into any disaster zone and used to find survivors faster than any existing technology. The prototype was taking shape on his workbench, a small sphere, no larger than his fist, its surface covered in sensors that he had built atom by atom, each one calibrated to detect the heat of a living body through solid material. He had been working on it for days, refining, testing, rebuilding. It was almost perfect. Almost ready. His phone buzzed. He ignored it. The sphere was humming in his hands, the warmth of his Quirk flowing through it, the sensors aligning, the calibration. The door burst open. Izuku's hand slipped. The sphere clattered to the workbench, its sensors flickering, its calibration lost. He looked up, ready to be angry, and saw Tashinori standing in the doorway, his face pale, his hands shaking. "There's been an attack," Tashinori said. "In the city. A villain with a quirk that disrupts technology. The heroes on scene, their equipment is failing. Communication, tracking, life support. Everything." He stepped into the lab, and Izuku saw that his hands weren't just shaking. They were bleeding. Small cuts, like he had been gripping something sharp, something that had cut him and he hadn't noticed. "They're trapped, Izuku. 3 heroes caught in a collapse. The villain's quirk is blocking all signals, all electronics. The rescue teams can't find them. Can't reach them. Can't." He stopped, his voice breaking. "They're going to die if someone doesn't get to them in the next hour." Izuku was already moving. His hands found the sphere on the workbench, felt the warmth that was still there, the sensors that were still waiting to be calibrated. His quirk surged, responding to the urgency in Tashinori's voice, and the sphere shifted in his hands, reforming, rebuilding, becoming something that was ready. "Show me where," he said. The city looked different from the back of Toshinori's car. Izuku had seen it 1,000 times from the train, from the bus, from the streets he walked every day. But from here, pressed against the window with the sphere in his hands and the weight of 3 lives pressing against his chest, it looked fragile. The buildings that had always seemed so permanent, so solid, were just structures. Steel and concrete and glass, waiting to fall. The attack had happened in the commercial district, a section of the city that Izuku had walked through 100 times. Now it was a war zone. The street was blocked off, yellow tape stretched across the entrances, police cars and ambulances clustered at the edges like frightened animals. In the center of it all, a building had collapsed. Not fallen, been brought down. The steel frame was twisted, the concrete shattered, the glass turned to sand that glittered in the afternoon light like snow. Toshinori pulled the car to a stop at the barricade. Izuku was out before the engine died, running toward the collapse, the sphere clutched to his chest like a lifeline. A hero stopped him at the edge of the debris field. A woman in rescue gear, her face smeared with dust, her eyes red from smoke or tears or both. "You can't be here. This area is—" "He's with me." Toshinori's voice came from behind Izuku, and the woman's expression shifted. Recognition. Relief. Something that looked like hope. "He has a quirk that can find them. Let him work." The woman stepped aside. Izuku ran forward. The debris field was worse up close. The building had been a department store, 6 stories of steel and concrete, and now it was a mountain of broken things. He could hear voices in the distance, rescue teams calling out, equipment beeping, the low hum of generators powering the lights that were trying to push back the darkness. But under the noise, under the chaos, there was something else. A silence. The kind of silence that meant people were waiting. He activated the sphere. It rose from his hands, hovering in the air in front of him, its sensors glowing with the warmth of his quirk. He had built it to find survivors. To see through walls, through rubble, through anything that tried to hide the living from the world. Now it was going to do what it was made for. The sphere began to scan. He felt it in his chest, the connection between him and the device, the same connection he felt with every piece of metal he had ever shaped. The sensors were his eyes, his ears, his hands reaching into the darkness to find what was waiting there. 3 heat signatures. Near the center of the collapse, in a pocket that had formed when the building came down. They were close together, huddled, their body heat fading as the cold seeped in through the cracks in the concrete. He found them. And as he found them, he felt something else. A pulse, low and rhythmic, coming from somewhere beneath the rubble. Not a heat signature. Not anything living. Something else. Something that felt like a heartbeat made of metal and wire. The villain's quirk. It was still active. Still broadcasting. Still disrupting everything that came within its range. He felt the sphere's sensors flicker. Felt the connection between them waver. The villain's quirk was reaching for his creation, trying to pull it apart, trying to make it as blind and deaf as everything else on this site. Izuku's hands closed around the sphere. His quirk surged, pushing back against the interference, holding the device together through sheer force of will. The sensor stabilized. The connection held. He had the signatures. "I have them," he called out, and his voice was steadier than he expected. 3 survivors. Center of the collapse, about 4 meters down. There's a pocket. They're alive, but they're losing heat. We need to get to them now. The rescue team moved. They had been waiting, watching, hoping for someone to tell them where to go. Now they had a target, and they moved with the precision of people who had done this before, who had trained for this moment, who had prayed they would never need to use what they had learned. Toshinori was beside him, his hand on Izuku's shoulder, his grip warm despite the cuts that were still bleeding. "You found them. Good. Now we need to get them out." Izuku looked at the debris field. The mountain of broken concrete and twisted steel that was holding 3 people in its darkness. The rescue team was already moving, cutting through the outer layers, trying to reach the pocket before the cold did what the collapse had not. But they were slow. The villain's quirk was still active, still disrupting their equipment, their communication, their ability to work as a team. They were cutting by hand, moving piece by piece, and at this rate. "We don't have enough time," he said. The words came out flat, the way facts came out when they were too heavy to carry. "At this speed, it will take hours to reach them." "They don't have hours." Toshinori's grip tightened. "Then what do you need? What can you build that will get them out faster?" Izuku looked at the debris. At the steel beams that were twisted into knots, the concrete that had been pulverized into dust, the glass that glittered like diamonds in the floodlights. He thought about the harness he had built in the entrance examination, the sensor that had seen through rubble, the lighthouse that had risen from garbage because he had let his quirk build what was needed. He thought about the gun on the beach, the weapon his quirk had built when he was scared and angry and didn't know what he wanted to be. What do you build when there's no time to think? What do you build when there's nothing to fight? What do you build when all you want to do is save them? He stepped forward. His hands found a piece of steel that had fallen from the building, a beam that had been twisted and torn when the structure came down. It was cold in his hands, dead, the kind of metal that had been waiting for someone to give it purpose. His quirk surged. The steel flowed. Not the slow, careful shaping he had been practicing for weeks, but something faster, something deeper, something that came from a place he hadn't touched since the beach. He felt the metal responding, felt it becoming something that was needed, something that would reach into the darkness and pull the light out. A framework took shape. Beams that would hold the debris in place while they cut through. Supports that would keep the pocket from collapsing while they worked. A path that would lead them to the survivors faster than any human could dig. He built it in seconds. The structure rose from the debris like a skeleton, its steel bones reaching into the mountain of concrete, holding it steady, holding it open, holding the darkness at bay. The rescue team moved. They didn't hesitate, didn't question. They saw the path that had opened in front of them and they took it, their tools cutting through the debris that his framework had made stable, their voices calling out to the people who were waiting in the dark. Izuku stood at the edge of it all, his hands empty, his chest burning, his heart pounding with something that felt like terror and hope and something else he didn't have a name for. Toshinori was beside him. "That was beautiful," he said, and his voice was thick with something that sounded like tears. "That was exactly what was needed." Izuku didn't answer. He was watching the rescue team, watching the lights that were moving deeper into the debris, watching the path that he had built with his hands and his quirk and everything he had ever wanted to be. The first survivor came out 7 minutes later. She was a woman, young, her face covered in dust, her eyes wide with the kind of fear that doesn't leave a person for a long time. The rescue team carried her to the ambulances, their hands gentle, their voices soft, and Izuku watched her go with a feeling in his chest that he didn't know how to name. The second survivor came out 2 minutes after the first. A man, older, his leg broken, his face gray with pain and cold. They put him on a stretcher, covered him with blankets, and Izuku saw his eyes find the framework that was still holding the debris open, still holding the path that had let them reach him. He smiled. It was a small thing, barely a movement of his lips, but Izuku saw it. And for a moment, the weight in his chest felt lighter. The third survivor. The third survivor didn't come out. Izuku felt it before he heard it. A shift in the debris, a tremor that ran through the steel he had built, a pressure building somewhere beneath the surface. The villain's quirk was still active, still broadcasting, still trying to tear apart anything that came within its range. And his framework, his beautiful framework that had held the darkness open and let the light in, was starting to fail. "No!" he breathed. "No, no, no!" He ran forward. The rescue team was pulling back, their voices sharp, their movements urgent. They had felt the shift too. They knew what was coming. The third survivor was still inside. Still trapped. Still waiting for someone to reach her. Izuku reached the edge of the debris as the framework began to buckle. He could feel it in his chest, the connection he had built between himself and the steel, the thing he had made that was now starting to break. The villain's Quirk was pushing against it, finding the weak points, exploiting the places where he had built too fast, too thin, too. He reached out and touched the steel. His Quirk surged. The framework that was breaking, that was failing, that was about to bury the third survivor under a mountain of concrete and dust, it shifted. Not to hold. Not to fight. To become something else. The steel flowed. The supports that had been holding the debris apart became something new. A tunnel, narrow and dark, that reached into the heart of the collapse. A path that no human could follow, but something else could. He built a drone. Small, fast, light. It flew from his hands down the tunnel, into the darkness where the third survivor was waiting. He could feel it moving, feel the sensors that were his eyes, his ears, his hands reaching out to find her. She was there. Huddled against a wall of concrete, her hands over her head, her body shaking with cold and fear. The drone found her, wrapped itself around her, and lifted. He pulled her out. The steel flowed back the way it had come, the drone becoming a harness, the harness becoming a cradle, the cradle rising through the tunnel that he had built and was closing behind her as she passed. The debris shifted, groaned, settled. The framework that had held it open collapsed into itself, the steel that had been holding the darkness at bay becoming part of the mountain again. But the third survivor was out. She was in his arms, her weight surprising, her body warm against his chest, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps that meant she was alive, she was alive, she was alive. He carried her to the ambulances. His legs were shaking, his arms burning, his chest on fire with something that felt like the end of a long, long race. He handed her to the paramedics, and they took her, and she was safe, and he was standing in the middle of a disaster zone with his hands empty and his heart full. Tashinori was there. He put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, and his grip was strong, steady, the grip of someone who had been waiting for a long time to see something like this. "That's what a hero does," Tashinori said. "Not fight. Not win. Save. And you, Izuku Midoriya, just saved 3 lives." Izuku looked at the debris field. At the framework he had built that was now just another piece of the mountain. At the steel that had held the darkness open and then become something else, something that could reach where no human could go. He thought about the gun on the beach. The weapon his Quirk had built when he was scared and angry and didn't know what he wanted to be. Today, he had built something else. Something that saved. Something that reached into the darkness and pulled the light out. He had built what was needed. And that was enough. The aftermath of the attack was chaos. Izuku sat on the edge of an ambulance, a blanket around his shoulders that someone had given him, a cup of something warm in his hands that he hadn't asked for. The rescue teams were still working, still clearing the debris, still looking for anyone else who might be trapped. But the survivors were safe. The 3 he had found, the ones his sphere had located, the ones he had pulled from the darkness, they were in the ambulances, on their way to hospitals, alive because he had built what was needed. He should have felt good about that. He did feel good about that. But there was something else in his chest, something that had been there since the framework started to fail, since he felt the villain's Quirk pushing against his creation, trying to tear it apart. The villain was still out there. The attack hadn't been random. Someone had brought that building down, had used their Quirk to disrupt every piece of technology in the area, had left 3 heroes trapped in the rubble to die. And that someone was still out there, somewhere, planning the next attack. Midoriya. He looked up. Tashinori was standing in front of him, his face drawn, his hands bandaged where the cuts had been. Behind him, a woman in a dark suit was waiting. Her face was familiar in a way that made Izuku's stomach clench. Mirai Seiko. The woman from the commission. The one who had come to the workshop the night he built the lantern. "You did good work today," Mirai said. Her voice was the same as it had been in the workshop, cold, precise, the voice of someone who was always calculating. "The framework you built, the drone that extracted the last survivor, Those are exactly the kind of innovations we've been hoping to see from your Quirk. Izuku's hands tightened around his cup. I didn't build them for you. I built them because people were dying. I know. Mirai's smile was thin, professional. That's what makes you valuable, Midoriya. You don't build because you're told to. You build because it's right. Because you see a problem and you can't help but solve it. She stepped closer, and Izuku felt the warmth in his chest flicker, felt his Quirk reaching for the metal in the framework, the steel that was still buried in the debris, the things he had built that were still out there, waiting. That's why the villain targeted this site. Did you know that? The heroes who were trapped, the ones you saved, they were investigating a series of attacks on support item manufacturers. Someone has been targeting the companies that build hero equipment, stealing designs, destroying prototypes. And today, they decided to send a message. She paused, and her eyes were sharp, hungry, the same look she had worn when she touched the lantern in the workshop. The message was for you, Midoriya. You've been building things that change the game. Things that make heroes stronger, safer, more effective. And there are people in this world who don't want that. People who will do anything to stop it. Izuku set his cup down. His hands were shaking, but his voice was steady. What do you want from me? Mirai's smile widened. I want you to keep building. The villain who did this, they have a quirk that disrupts technology. That's why the heroes' equipment failed. That's why the rescue teams couldn't find the survivors. Your quirk is different. Your creations aren't just technology. They're part of you. And that villain's quirk couldn't stop you. Couldn't even slow you down. She reached into her jacket and pulled out a tablet, its screen glowing with data. We've been tracking this villain for weeks. Their pattern, their targets, their methods. They're building something, Midoriya. Something that will make today's attack look like a test run. And we need someone who can build things that their quirk can't touch. She held out the tablet. On the screen, a design was taking shape, a weapon, Izuku realized. Something that had been built to counter the villain's quirk, to create a field of stability in the chaos, to let heroes do what they were trained to do. We need you to build this. Not because we want to use you. I know that's what you think, what Toshinori has told you. But because if you don't, people are going to die. Maybe not today. Maybe not tomorrow. But soon. And when they do, it will be because the only person who could have stopped it chose to stay on the sidelines. Izuku stared at the tablet. At the design that was waiting for him to make it real. At the weapon that would save lives, yes, but would also be a weapon. Something built to fight, not to save. Something that would prove to the Commission that he was useful, that he was valuable, that he was exactly what they had always wanted him to be. No. The word came out before he could stop it. I don't build weapons. I build things that save people. That's what I do. That's what I choose to do. Mirai's expression didn't change. This is a weapon that will save people. It's a tool to stop a villain who has already killed. Who will kill again if someone doesn't stop them. Is that a distinction you're willing to make? I don't build weapons, even when building a weapon is the only way to save lives. Izuku's hands were shaking. He thought about the gun on the beach. The thing he had built when he was scared and angry and didn't know what he wanted to be. He thought about the framework today, the thing he had built when people were dying and he was the only one who could reach them. He thought about the bird in his pocket. The thing he had built when he stopped fighting and started listening. The thing that had taught him what his quirk could be, when he let it choose. I'll build something, he said. But not that. I'll build something that finds the villain. Something that tracks them, that lets the heroes reach them, that gives them a chance to stop this without another building coming down. I'll build something that saves people, all of them. Even the ones who think they're my enemy. Mirai's eyes narrowed. For a moment, Izuku saw something in them that looked almost like respect. You're more like Niza than you know, she said. He said the same thing once. When they wanted him to build weapons, to use his mind to destroy instead of create. He said he would build something better. Something that didn't need to kill to win. She put the tablet back in her jacket, and for a moment, she looked almost human. Almost tired. Build your tracker, Midoriya. Build something that finds the villain, that stops them without destroying anything else. And when you're done, when you've shown us what you can really do, maybe we'll finally understand what Tashinori has been trying to tell us all along. She walked away, her heels clicking on the broken pavement, her silhouette disappearing into the chaos of the disaster site. Tashinori was beside Izuku, his hand on his shoulder, his grip warm. You did the right thing. Not the easy thing. The right thing. Izuku looked at the debris field. At the framework he had built that was now just another piece of the mountain. At the steel that had held the darkness open and then become something else, something that could reach where no human could go. He thought about the villain. The person who had brought this building down, who had trapped 3 heroes in the rubble, who had almost killed them. He thought about what it would take to stop them. What it would take to find them, to reach them, to give them a chance to be something other than what they had become. He thought about what he would build. Not a weapon. Something better. Something that would find the villain without destroying anything else. Something that would give everyone a chance to be saved. I know what to build, he said. I've been designing it for weeks. I just didn't know why. He pulled out his notebook, the newest one, the one he had started after the lantern, after the lighthouse, after he decided what he wanted to be. He opened it to a page that was covered in diagrams, in calculations, in the shape of something that had been waiting to be born. A tracker. Something that can find any Quirk signature within a certain radius. Something that can follow the signal, find the source, give the heroes a path to follow. Something that the villain's Quirk can't disrupt, because it's not technology. It's part of me. He looked up at Tashinori, and for the first time since the attack, he felt something that wasn't fear or exhaustion or the weight of what he had done. I can build it. I've been building it in my head since the entrance examination. I just needed a reason to make it real. Tashinori smiled. It was the same smile he had worn in the training room, when Izuku built the bird, when he stopped fighting and started listening. Then build it, he said. Build it, and let's go find this villain. Together. The lab was quiet when Izuku returned. The sphere was still on his workbench, its sensors dark, its calibration lost. The metal bird was on the windowsill, catching the last light of the day, its wings spread like it was about to fly. The wind chime hung above the door, its copper tube still, its voice waiting for someone to walk beneath it. He sat down at his workbench and pulled out his notebook. The design for the tracker was there, on the page, waiting for him to make it real. He had been working on it for weeks, refining it, testing it in his mind, waiting for the moment when it would be needed. That moment was now. He reached for the materials on his workbench. Steel for the housing, copper for the wiring, titanium for the components that would have to be strong enough to survive anything the villain's Quirk could throw at them. He shaped them carefully, deliberately, not rushing, not forcing, letting his Quirk find the form that was waiting in the metal. The tracker took shape in his hands. It was small, no larger than the sphere he had built for the rescue, but denser, more complex. The sensors that had found heat signatures through rubble became something new, something that could find the unique frequency of a Quirk, that could track it through walls, through interference, through anything the villain could throw at it. He built it slowly, carefully, the way he had built the bird, the way he had built the lighthouse. He let his Quirk find the shape, let the metal become what it needed to be. And when it was done, when the last component was in place and the tracker was whole, he held it in his hands and felt it connect to something in his chest that had been waiting for this moment. It was ready. He was ready. His phone buzzed. He looked at the screen, expecting Tashinori, expecting Recovery Girl, expecting anyone who had been waiting for him to finish. The message was from an unknown number. The same unknown number that had sent him messages after the lighthouse, after he tore the commission's letter into pieces. Asterisk, we saw what you did today. The framework. The drone. The lives you saved. Asterisk. Asterisk, we told you we were waiting for you to be ready. We think you're ready now. Asterisk. Asterisk the villain who attacked today, they're not working alone. There's a network. People who want to stop heroes from having the tools they need to save lives. People who see what you're building and want to destroy it before it changes everything. Asterisk. Asterisk we know where they're meeting. Tonight. In an hour. If you want to stop them, if you want to build something that saves more than just the people in front of you, come find us. Asterisk. Asterisk you know where we are. You've known since the lighthouse. Asterisk. Izuku stared at the message. The warmth in his chest pulsed, reaching for the tracker in his hands, reaching for the metal bird on the windowsill, reaching for something that had been waiting for him since the first night he built something that mattered. He looked at the tracker. At the thing he had built to find a villain, to stop them, to give the heroes a chance to save everyone. He thought about what the message said. A network. People who wanted to destroy what he was building. People who would keep attacking, keep killing, until someone stopped them. He thought about what Tashinori had said. Asterisk you did the right thing. Not the easy thing. The right thing, asterisk. He stood up. The tracker was in his hands. The bird was in his pocket. The wind chimes sang softly as he walked beneath it, its copper tubes catching the last light of the day, its voice saying goodbye. He walked out of the lab, out of UA, into the city that was waiting for him to decide what he was going to be. He knew where they were. He had known since the lighthouse. The place where he had built something that didn't need permission. Something that was going to change things, whether the world was ready or not. The beach. Where it all began. He started walking, and behind him, the wind chimes sang, and the metal bird waited, and the future that was waiting for him to build it drew closer with every step. Chapter 9, Master of the Arsenal. The beach had changed. That was Izuku's first thought as he stepped onto the sand. The garbage that had littered this place for years was gone, not just the piles he had transformed into the lighthouse, but everything. The rusted appliances, the broken furniture, the crushed cans and tangled wires that had been here since before he was born. Someone had cleaned it all away. Or maybe, and this thought settled into his chest with a warmth that felt like recognition, maybe the beach had finally decided to become something new. The lighthouse stood at the water's edge, its light cutting across the dark waves, its beams steady and sure. It had been months since he built it, months since he stood in this same spot with a gun in his hands and fear in his heart, wondering what he was becoming. The lighthouse had been the first thing he built without fear. The first thing he built because it was right, not because he was trying to prove something. And now, someone was waiting for him at its base. 3 figures stood in the shadow of the tower, their faces hidden, their postures relaxed in the way of people who had been waiting for a long time and were used to it. Izuku walked toward them, his hands empty, his chest warm, the tracker he had built tucked into his bag with the metal bird and the notebooks that had been his companions since he was 4 years old. You came. The voice was familiar. Not Mirai Seiko's cold precision, not Tashinori's worn warmth. Something else. Something that had been in the messages he had been receiving since the lighthouse, since he tore the commission's letter into pieces, since he decided what he wanted to be. You knew I would. Izuku stopped a few feet away, close enough to see, far enough to run if he needed to. You've been watching me since the beginning. The disc in the scrap bin. The messages after the lighthouse. You wanted to see what I would become. The figure stepped forward, and the light from the tower caught her face. She was young, older than him, but not by much, with dark hair and eyes that had seen too much to be surprised by anything anymore. She was wearing a support course uniform, the same one Hatsum wore, the same one Kodai wore, and on her chest, a pin glinted in the light. Not UA's emblem. Something else. A gear, half-formed, its teeth reaching for something that wasn't there. My name is Mei Hatsum's sister, she said, and Izuku's blood ran cold. But that's not the name I use anymore. These days, people call me the engineer. Hatsum's sister. The sister Hatsum had never mentioned, the sister who wasn't in any of the files Izuku had read, the sister who had disappeared from the support course 2 years ago without a trace. You're the one building weapons, Izuku said. The words came out flat, the way facts came out when they were too heavy to carry. The one who's been attacking support item manufacturers. The one who almost killed 3 heroes today. The engineer's smile was thin, sharp, nothing like her sister's manic grin. I'm the one who's been trying to stop the world from making the same mistake it's been making for 100 years. Heroes with better weapons. Villains with better weapons. Everyone building the next thing that will kill faster, hit harder, reach farther. And no one asking the only question that matters. She stepped closer, and Izuku saw that her hands were covered in scars. The same kind of scars that covered Tashinori's hands, the marks of someone who had spent a lifetime shaping metal. What are we building for? What are all these weapons for if not to hurt? If not to kill? If not to make the world more afraid than it already is? She reached into her jacket and pulled out a device, small, round, its surface covered in sensors that Izuku recognized because he had built the same ones, had spent weeks calibrating them, had used them to save lives today. You built a tracker. Something that can find any Quirk signature, that can follow any signal, that can give heroes a path to anyone they want to find. Do you know what that means? Do you know what happens when the Commission gets their hands on something like that? When they can find anyone, anywhere, anytime, and there's nowhere to hide? Her voice was rising, the calm breaking into something that sounded like fear. They'll use it. Not to find villains. To find anyone who doesn't fit. Anyone who asks the wrong questions. Anyone who builds the wrong things. They'll track them, and they'll take them, and they'll make them into what they want them to be. The way they tried to take you. She held out the device, and Izuku saw that it wasn't just a tracker. It was something else. Something that had been built to find the thing he had built, to find him, to find everyone who had ever tried to build something that the world wasn't ready for. You're not my enemy, Izuku Midoriya. You're what I was trying to become, before I understood what the world does to people who build things it doesn't want to exist. You build to save. You build because it's right. And that's beautiful. That's exactly what the world needs. She closed her fingers around the device, and Izuku heard it crack. The sensors he had built, the calibration he had spent hours perfecting, the thing that was going to find the villain and stop them, it broke in her hands, its pieces falling to the sand like tears. But it's not enough. It's never enough. You build one thing that saves lives, and they want 100. You build 100, and they want 1,000. And every time you build, they learn. They adapt. They find ways to use what you've made for things you never intended. And before you know it, you're not building to save anymore. You're building to keep up. To stay ahead. To stop the people who are using your creations from destroying everything you tried to protect. She looked at him, and her eyes were bright with something that looked like grief. That's what happened to me. I built things to help. To save. To make the world better. And the Commission took them, and they made them into weapons. They took my designs, my work, my life, and they turned it into something I never wanted to build. So I stopped building. And when that wasn't enough, I started destroying. She gestured at the beach, at the empty sand where the garbage had been, at the lighthouse that was still shining, still standing, still proof that something beautiful could be built from the ruins. I cleaned this place, you know. After you built the tower. I came here every night for a month, carrying away the garbage you hadn't touched, making it clean, making it the way it should have been all along. Because you showed me something. You showed me that building didn't have to mean destruction. That you could make something beautiful, something that helped, without letting it become something terrible. She knelt down in the sand, her hands sifting through the grains, letting them run through her fingers like water. I thought maybe if I could clean this place, if I could make it beautiful again, I could start over. Build something new. Something that didn't hurt. But then I saw what you built today. The framework. The drone. The lives you saved. And I knew that they were going to take it. The Commission, the villains, everyone who sees what you build and wants it for themselves. They're going to take it, and they're going to turn it into something you never wanted, And one day you're going to wake up and realize that you've become what I became. She looked up at him, and her face was wet with tears she wasn't trying to hide. So I'm here to give you a choice. The same choice I never had. You can keep building. Keep saving. Keep letting them take what you make and turn it into something terrible. Or you can come with me. Come with us. Build something that no one can take. Something that changes the world so completely that they can't twist it into something it was never meant to be. She stood up, and behind her, the other two figures stepped forward. A man with a face that looked like it had been carved from stone, his hands covered in the same scars as hers. A woman with eyes that glowed in the dark, her skin pale, her hair white, her presence humming. With a quirk that Izuku could feel pressing against his chest like a second heartbeat. The network, Izuku said. The people who've been watching me. Who put the disc in the scrap bin. Who sent me messages after the lighthouse. That was you. Some of it. The engineer smiled, and for a moment she looked like her sister. The disc was old. Something I built before I understood what I was building. It was supposed to be a power source. Something that could run forever, that could light up the dark places, that could save people who had no other hope. But I never finished it. I was too scared of what it would become. Too scared of what they would do with it. She reached out, and her hand was steady, the hand of someone who had made a choice and was ready to live with it. You finished it. You built something beautiful. And you showed me that maybe it doesn't have to end the way I thought it would. Maybe there's another way. A way to build without losing yourself. A way to save without becoming what you're trying to stop. Izuku looked at her hand. At the scars that covered it. At the choice that was waiting for him, the same choice that had been waiting since the beach, since the gun, since he first touched metal and felt it become something new. You want me to join you? He said. To stop building for heroes. To stop building for the Commission. To build for you instead. I want you to build for yourself. For the people who need what you can build. For the world that's waiting for someone to change it. Her hand didn't waver. I want you to be what I couldn't be. Someone who builds without fear. Someone who builds because it's right, not because someone is telling you to. Izuku thought about the gun on the beach. The thing his quirk had built when he was scared and angry and didn't know what he wanted to be. He thought about the lighthouse. The thing he built when he stopped fighting and started listening. He thought about the tracker in his bag, the thing he had built to find a villain, to stop them, to save the people who were going to die if someone didn't act. He thought about what the engineer had said. Asterisk, they're going to take it. They're going to turn it into something you never wanted. Asterisk. He thought about what Tashinori had said. Asterisk, you did the right thing. Not the easy thing. The right thing, asterisk. He reached into his bag. The engineer's hand was still extended, still waiting, still offering a choice that would change everything. He pulled out the tracker. The sensors glowed in the darkness, pulsing with the warmth of his quirk, ready to find what he had built it to find. You're wrong, he said. About what they're going to do with what I build. About what I'm going to let them do. You think the Commission is going to take my creations and turn them into weapons? You think the villains are going to find ways to use them for things I never intended? And maybe you're right. Maybe that's what's going to happen. He held up the tracker, and its light caught her face, her eyes, her scars. But that's not going to stop me from building. Because if I stop, if I hide, if I let fear decide what I build and who I build it for, then they win. The Commission wins. The villains win. Everyone who looks at what I can do and sees a weapon wins. And the people who need what I can build, the people who are waiting for someone to save them, the people who are in the dark right now, hoping for a light that will never come, they lose. He closed his fingers around the tracker, and the warmth in his chest flared, reaching for the metal, reaching for the thing he had built to save people who had no other hope. I'm going to build. Not for the Commission. Not for you. For the people who need me. For the people who are waiting for someone to build something that changes everything. And if the Commission takes what I build and turns it into something I never wanted, I'll build something better. If the villains find ways to use my creations for things I never intended, I'll build something that stops them. I'll keep building, and building, and building, until the world is full of things that save, and there's no room left for anything else. He opened his hand, and the tracker lay in his palm, its sensors glowing, its warmth spreading through the cold night air. That's what I'm building for. Not to fight. Not to win. To make sure that no one has to be afraid of the dark anymore. To make sure that when people are trapped, when they're lost, when they think no one is coming, there's a light. There's always a light. The engineer stared at him. Her hand was still extended, still waiting, but something in her face had changed. The grief was still there, the fear, the anger, but underneath it, something else. Something that looked like hope. You're going to fail, she said, and her voice cracked. They're going to take what you build. They're going to use it for things you never wanted. And one day, you're going to wake up and realize that you've become exactly what you were trying to stop. Maybe. Izuku smiled, and it was the same smile he had worn on the beach, when the lighthouse rose from the garbage, when he decided what he wanted to be. But I'm going to keep building anyway. Because that's what heroes do. They don't stop. They don't give up. They keep building, keep saving, keep hoping that one day, the world will be the place they always knew it could be. He held out the tracker. This is going to find you. The sensors I built, the calibration you destroyed, I can fix it. I can rebuild it. And when I do, I'm going to find you. Not because I want to stop you. Because I want you to see. I want you to see what happens when someone keeps building. When someone doesn't let fear decide what they become. The engineer's hand dropped. She looked at the tracker, at the light that was still pulsing, still warm, still waiting to do what it was built to do. You're going to regret this, she said. One day, you're going to look back at this moment, and you're going to wish you had made a different choice. She turned away, her figure disappearing into the shadow of the lighthouse. The other two followed, their faces hidden, their presence fading into the night like they had never been there at all. And Izuku stood alone on the beach, the tracker in his hands, the lighthouse shining above him, the waves crashing against the shore like they had been crashing for 1,000 years. He looked at the tracker. At the thing he had built to find a villain, to stop them, to save the people who were going to die if someone didn't act. He thought about what the engineer had said. About the commission taking his creations, about the villains using them for things he never intended, about the day he would wake up and realize he had become what he was trying to stop. He thought about what Tashinori had said. Asterisk, you did the right thing. Not the easy thing. The right thing, asterisk. He closed his eyes. The warmth in his chest pulsed, reaching for the metal in his hands, reaching for the thing he had built that was already changing, already becoming something new. The tracker shifted. He felt it in his hands, the metal flowing, the sensors realigning, the thing that was going to find the engineer and track her and bring the heroes to her doorstep. It became something else. Something that didn't track. Something that listened. Something that would tell him when she was building again, when she was hurting, when she was about to do something that would get her hurt. He opened his eyes. The tracker was different now, smaller, smoother, its surface dark where it had been bright. It hummed in his hands not with the pulse of a signal, but with something deeper, something that felt like connection. He had built something that would find her. Not to stop her. To save her. To give her a chance to be something other than what she had become. He put it in his pocket, next to the metal bird, next to the notebooks that had been his companions since he was 4 years old. And he walked away from the beach, away from the lighthouse, away from the choice he had made that was going to change everything. The lab was dark when he returned. The wind chimes sang softly as he walked beneath it, its copper tubes catching the moonlight that filtered through the windows, its voice a whisper in the silence. He sat down at his workbench and pulled out his notebook. The design for the tracker was there, on the page, but it was different now. The thing he had built tonight was not the thing he had designed. It was something new. Something that had come from a place he hadn't known existed. He started writing. The words came fast, the way they always did when he was trying to understand something new. The engineer's words, her face, her scars. The way she had looked at him when he held out the tracker, the way her hand had dropped, the way she had walked away into the darkness like she was the one who had been offered a choice and didn't know how to take it. He wrote until his hand cramped, until the words blurred on the page, until the sun began to rise outside the windows and the wind chimes sang with the first light of day. And then he stopped. He looked at what he had written, at the thing he had built, at the night that had changed everything and nothing at all. His phone buzzed. He looked at the screen, expecting Tashinori, expecting Recovery Girl, expecting anyone who had been waiting for him to come back. The message was from an unknown number. Not the engineer's number. Something else. Asterisk, we saw what you did tonight. The choice you made. The thing you built. Asterisk. Asterisk, you think you chose to save her. You think you chose to give her a chance. But what you really chose was something else. Something that's going to change the world, whether you're ready for it or not. Asterisk. Asterisk, you built something that can find anyone. That can listen to anyone. That can reach anyone anywhere. No matter how far they run. And you chose to use it to save someone who was trying to destroy everything you've built. Asterisk. Asterisk, do you know what that means? Do you know what you've become? Asterisk. Izuku stared at the message. The warmth in his chest pulsed, reaching for the thing in his pocket, the tracker that was no longer a tracker, the thing that was listening for a woman who had tried to destroy and had walked away into the darkness because he had given her a reason to hope. He typed a response with fingers that didn't shake. Asterisk, I know what I am. I'm someone who builds things that save people. Not things that track them. Not things that stop them. Things that give them a chance. Things that light up the darkness. Things that remind them that there's always another choice. Asterisk. He sent the message. For a moment, the 3 dots appeared, indicating someone was typing. Then they stopped. The conversation went silent. He put the phone down. The metal bird was on his windowsill, catching the first light of day, its wings spread like it was about to fly. The wind chime sang softly above the door, its voice a promise that the day was beginning, that there was work to be done, that the world was waiting for someone to build something that mattered. He stood up. His hands were steady, his chest warm, his heart full in a way it hadn't been since the beach. He had work to do. The weeks that followed were unlike anything Izuku had ever experienced. He went to classes. He trained. He built. Every day, something new. The tracker he had built on the beach became the foundation for a dozen other projects, things that listened, things that found, things that reached into the darkness and pulled out the light. He built sensors that could detect Quirk signatures through any material, that could track the unique frequency of every power in the city, that could give heroes a map of the battlefield that showed them where the threats were, and where the people who needed saving were waiting. He built barriers that could withstand any attack, that could hold back the chaos and give rescue teams time to work. He built communication devices that the villain's Quirk couldn't disrupt, that let heroes coordinate when everything else failed. He built tools that saved lives, that made the impossible possible, that proved that a Quirk didn't have to be a weapon to change the world. And every night he sat in his lab and listened. The tracker he had built on the beach, the one that was no longer a tracker, the one that was listening for a woman who had tried to destroy and had walked away into the darkness. It hummed in his hands, its sensors pulsing with the warmth of his Quirk, waiting for a signal that hadn't come. Until it did. It was a Thursday, late, the lab dark except for the light of his workbench. He was building something new, a device that could create stable fields in the chaos of a villain's Quirk, that could give heroes a place to stand when everything else was falling apart. The metal was flowing under his fingers, finding its shape, finding its purpose, when the tracker in his pocket began to hum. He pulled it out. The sensors were glowing, pulsing with a rhythm he had never heard before. A signal. The engineer was building something. Something big. Something that was going to change everything. He grabbed his bag. The metal bird went into his pocket, the tracker in his hand, the notebooks on his desk left behind because there was no time, There was never enough time, and she was building something that was going to hurt people if someone didn't stop her. He ran out of the lab, out of UA, into the city that was waiting for him to decide what he was going to be. The warehouse was on the edge of the city, a building that had been abandoned for years, its windows boarded, its doors chained, its presence a shadow in a district that had been forgotten by everyone except the people who had nowhere else to go. Izuku stood outside, the tracker in his hand, its sensors pulsing with the rhythm of the things she was building. He could feel it. Not just the signal, but the thing itself. Metal, a lot of it, shaped into something that had been waiting for someone to finish it. The same thing she had started years ago, the thing the disc had been part of, the thing she had been too afraid to complete. A power source. Something that could run forever. Something that could light up the dark places. Something that could save people who had no other hope. She was finishing it. Tonight. And if she did, the Commission would find her. The heroes would come. And she would become what she had been running from her whole life. He walked toward the warehouse. The doors were chained, but the chains were old, rusted, waiting for someone to break them. He touched them, felt the metal flow under his fingers, felt the chains become something that opened instead of held. The door swung open. Inside, the warehouse was bright with the light of a dozen workbenches, each one covered in tools and materials and the things she had been building for years. And in the center of it all, the engineer stood over a machine that was humming with a light that made Izuku's chest ache. It was beautiful. A sphere larger than the one he had built, its surface covered in sensors and circuits, and the same dark metal that had been in the disk. It was humming with a warmth that he recognized, that he had felt in his own creations, that was part of her the way his quirk was part of him. "You shouldn't have come," she said without turning around. "I told you. One day, you're going to regret the choice you made. Maybe." Izuku walked toward her, his hands empty, his chest warm, his heart steady. "But I'm not here to stop you. I'm here to help you finish." She turned. Her face was streaked with tears, her hands covered in the scars that had been there since the first time she touched metal and felt it become something new. "You can't help me." "No. One can. This thing, it's too big. Too powerful. If I finish it, they'll come for me. They'll take it. They'll use it for things I never wanted. And if I don't finish it, it'll never be anything. All those years, all that work, all the things I could have built if I hadn't been so scared, it'll all be for nothing." Izuku stopped in front of her. The sphere was humming between them, its light casting shadows across her face, her scars, her tears. "That's what you've been running from," he said. "Not the Commission. Not the villains. The fear that what you build will never be enough. That it will be taken from you. That it will become something terrible. And you've been so scared of what it might become that you've never let it be what it was meant to be." He reached out and touched the sphere. The warmth in his chest flared, reaching for the metal, reaching for the thing she had been building for years, reaching for the power that was waiting to be born. "You built this to save people. To light up the dark places. To give hope to people who have no other hope. And that's what it's going to do. Not because you finished it. Because you started it. Because you never stopped building, even when you were scared. Even when you thought it was too late." He looked at her, and for a moment, he saw not the engineer, not the woman who had attacked support item manufacturers, not the villain the Commission was hunting. He saw someone who had been trying to build something beautiful for a very long time. Someone who had been too scared to finish. "Let me help you," he said. "Let me help you build something that no one can take. Something that changes the world so completely that they can't twist it into something it was never meant to be." She stared at him. Her hands were shaking, her face wet with tears, her chest rising and falling with the force of her breath. "You don't understand," she whispered. "If we finish this, if we build this together, they'll come for both of us. The Commission, the heroes, everyone who sees what we can do and wants it for themselves. They'll never stop. They'll never let us be." Izuku smiled. It was the same smile he had worn on the beach, when the lighthouse rose from the garbage, when he decided what he wanted to be. Let them come. He put his hands on the sphere. She put her hands beside his. And together they built. The sphere took shape under their hands. The sensors aligned, the circuits connected, the dark metal that had been waiting for years to become what it was meant to be finally found its form. It hummed with a warmth that filled the warehouse, that pushed back the shadows, that reached through the walls and into the city beyond. When it was done, it was beautiful. A sphere of light, pulsing with a rhythm that was hers and his and something new that had never existed before. It floated between them, its warmth spreading through the cold night air, its light reaching for the darkness that had been waiting for someone to push it back. It's done. She breathed. It's finally done. Izuku looked at the sphere. At the thing they had built together. At the power that was going to save people, that was going to light up the dark places, that was going to change the world whether it was ready or not. It's just the beginning, he said. Outside, sirens were wailing. Lights were flashing. The commission had found them. The heroes were coming. And the engineer looked at him with eyes that were no longer afraid. I know, she said. And I'm ready. She reached out and took his hand. Her scars were rough against his skin, her grip steady, her heart beating in time with the sphere that was floating between them. Let's show them what we can build. They walked out of the warehouse together, the sphere floating above them, its light cutting through the darkness like a blade. And when the heroes arrived, when the commission's agents surrounded them, when the questions started and the demands came and the world that was not ready for what they had built tried to take it away, they didn't run. They didn't hide. They stood in the light of the thing they had built together, and they waited for the world to catch up. Chapter 10: The Hero Who Builds Victory. The light of the sphere illuminated everything. It rose above the warehouse like a second moon, its glow soft but insistent, pushing back the darkness that had settled over the district for decades. The commission's agents had stopped at the edge of the circle of light, their flashlights suddenly useless, their voices hushed in the presence of something they didn't understand. Behind them, heroes Izuku had grown up watching on television stood with their hands at their sides, their weapons lowered, their faces turned up toward the sphere like they were seeing the sun for the first time. The engineer's hand was still in his. Her grip was steady, her pulse calm, her breathing slow and even. The woman who had spent years running, who had built weapons to destroy the things she was afraid of, who had stood on a beach and offered him a choice that would have changed everything, she stood beside him in the light of the thing they had built together, and she was not afraid. You knew they would come, Izuku said. It wasn't a question. I knew. Her voice was soft, almost peaceful. I've always known. The question was whether I would be ready when they did. Whether I would have something to show them. Something that proved I wasn't what they thought I was. She looked at the sphere, and her face was young in its light, younger than Izuku had ever seen her. You gave me that. You gave me a reason to finish. A reason to believe that what I built could be something other than a weapon. Something that saved instead of destroyed. The heroes were moving now, spreading out around the perimeter, securing the area, doing the things heroes did when they were waiting for orders. But none of them approached. None of them reached for the sphere or tried to take it. They stood in the light, and they waited. A figure stepped forward from the crowd. Small, sharp, dressed in a suit that cost more than Izuku's mother made in a year. Mirai Seiko walked into the circle of light with the same cold precision she had worn the night she came to the workshop, the night she looked at Izuku's lantern and saw something she wanted to own. But tonight something was different. Her face was not hungry. It was not calculating. It was something Izuku had never seen on her before, something that looked almost like fear. You've built something extraordinary, she said. Her voice was steady, but there was a tremor beneath it that hadn't been there before. Something that shouldn't exist. Something that changes everything. She stopped a few feet away, close enough to see, far enough to run if she needed to. Do you know what you've done? Do you understand what this means for the world? Izuku looked at the sphere. At the light that was pushing back the darkness, that was reaching for the edges of the district, that was touching buildings that had been abandoned for years and making them look almost alive. "I know what it means for the people who need it," he said. "For the places that have been in darkness. For the people who have been waiting for someone to build something that gives them hope." Mirai's eyes flickered. "It's more than that. This device, it doesn't just generate power. It generates quirk energy. The same energy that flows through every person with a quirk. Do you understand what that means? It means that for the first time in history, we have a source of quirk energy that doesn't come from a human being. That can be stored, transported, used anywhere. It means that heroes don't have to rely on their own reserves. It means that support equipment can run on something that can't be disrupted, can't be drained, can't be taken away." She stepped closer, and her voice dropped, became almost intimate. "It means that a quirk like yours, a quirk that can build things like this, is the most valuable thing in the world. And the people who have it." She looked at the engineer, at the scars on her hands, at the light that was still shining from the sphere. "The people who have it become targets. For everyone. The Commission. The villains. Anyone who wants what you can build." The engineer's grip tightened on Izuku's hand. "Is that a threat?" "It's a fact." Mirai's voice was flat. "You've spent years running from that fact. Building weapons to protect yourself. Destroying the things you were afraid would be used against you. And now you've built something that can't be destroyed. Something that changes the world so completely that no one, not the Commission, not the villains, not anyone, can pretend it doesn't exist." She looked at Izuku, and for a moment the mask slipped. For a moment she was not the cold, calculating woman who had come to take his lantern. She was someone who had seen too much, who had done too much, who had spent her life trying to control things that couldn't be controlled. "You said you wanted to build things that saved people? Things that lit up the darkness. Things that gave people hope. This is that thing, Midoriya. This is the thing that changes everything. And now that it exists, now that everyone knows about it, you have a choice to make. The same choice you've been making since the beginning." She stepped back, into the shadows at the edge of the light, and her voice came out of the darkness like a whisper. "You can let us take it. Let us protect it. Let us decide how it's used, who it's used for, what it becomes. Or you can keep it. Build more. Show the world that you don't need permission to save people. That you don't need the Commission or the heroes or anyone to tell you what's right." She was gone before Izuku could respond. The shadows closed around her, swallowed her, and the only light left was the sphere and the stars and the pale glow of dawn beginning to touch the horizon. The heroes were waiting. They had formed a loose circle around the warehouse, their faces turned toward the sphere, their weapons lowered, their postures uncertain. Izuku recognized some of them, faces he had seen on television, in magazines, in the notebooks that had been his companions since he was 4 years old. Heroes he had idolized. Heroes he had dreamed of standing beside. Now they were standing in the light of something he had built, and they were waiting for him to tell them what came next. The engineer's hand was still in his. Her pulse was steady, her breathing calm, her face turned toward the sphere like it was the first thing she had ever seen that was worth looking at. "What do we do now?" she asked. Her voice was quiet, almost childlike. "We built it. We finished it. Now what?" Izuku looked at the sphere. At the light that was pushing back the darkness, that was reaching for the edges of the city, that was touching buildings that had been dark for years and making them glow. He thought about the beach, the gun, the lighthouse, the lantern, the bird he had built when he stopped fighting and started listening. He thought about all the things he had built since then. The things that saved lives. The things that changed the world. The things that proved, every day, that a hero wasn't something you were born as. It was something you built. "We share it," he said. "That's what we do. We built it to save people. To light up the dark places. To give hope to people who have no other hope. And that's what it's going to do. Not because the Commission tells us to. Not because we're afraid of what they'll do if we don't. Because that's what it was built for. He let go of her hand and walked toward the sphere. It pulsed with warmth as he approached, responding to his presence, to the quirk that had helped bring it into being. He reached out and touched its surface, and the metal was warm, alive, waiting. The Commission is going to want it. They're going to want to control it, to decide who gets it, to use it for things we never intended. And maybe they will. Maybe we can't stop them from taking it, from using it, from turning it into something we never wanted it to be. He turned to face the heroes, the agents, the world that was waiting for him to decide what came next. But they can't take what we built. They can't take the light that's already shining. They can't take the hope that's already spreading. And they can't take what we're going to build next. He looked at the engineer. At her scars, her tears, her face that was young in the light of the thing they had built together. We're going to keep building. Not because we have to. Because we choose to. We're going to build things that save people. Things that light up the darkness. Things that give hope to people who have no other hope. And every time they take something, we'll build something better. Every time they try to use what we've built for things we never intended, we'll build something that stops them. We'll keep building, and building, and building, until the world is full of things that save, and there's no room left for anything else. He smiled, and it was the same smile he had worn on the beach, when the lighthouse rose from the garbage, when he decided what he wanted to be. That's what I'm building for. That's what I've always been building for. Not to fight. Not to win. To make sure that no one has to be afraid of the dark anymore. The sphere pulsed. Its light flared, reaching toward the horizon, touching the first light of dawn that was breaking over the city. And in that light, the heroes lowered their weapons. The agents stepped back. The world that had been waiting for someone to build something that changed everything finally, began to understand. The years that followed were not easy. The Commission tried to take the sphere. They tried to take Izuku. They tried to take everything he had built and turn it into something they could control. But they had not counted on the light that was already shining. They had not counted on the people who had seen what he built and believed in what he was trying to become. The engineer became his partner. Not a villain, not a fugitive, not someone who built weapons to destroy the things she was afraid of. She built power sources for hospitals and places that had been dark for years. She built water purification systems for communities that had been drinking poison. She built schools and clinics and homes for people who had been living in the shadow of the world's neglect. And Izuku built. He built sensors that could find anyone, anywhere, no matter how far they had fallen. He built barriers that could hold back the chaos and give rescue teams time to work. He built tools that saved lives, that made the impossible possible, that proved that a quirk didn't have to be a weapon to change the world. He became a hero. Not the kind of hero he had imagined as a child, standing on the front lines, fighting villains, saving people with his fists. A different kind of hero. The kind who built things that saved people when no one else could reach them. The kind who lit up the dark places and gave hope to people who had no other hope. The kind who changed the world not by fighting it, but by building something better in its place. The ceremony was held on the beach, where it all began. The lighthouse was still standing, its beams steady and sure, its light reaching across the water like a promise. The sand was clean now, had been clean for years, since the night the engineer had come here with her hands and her scars and her grief, carrying away the garbage that had been here since before Izuku was born. The beach had become a place for beginnings. A place where people came to remember what it felt like to build something that mattered. The crowd was larger than Izuku had expected. Heroes he had grown up watching, students he had trained beside, people whose lives had been touched by the things he had built. His mother was in the front row, her face wet with tears, her hands clasped in her lap like she was holding something precious. Kaken was beside her, his expression unreadable, his hands shoved in his pockets, his presence a silent acknowledgement of everything that had happened between them. Tashinori stood at the center of the platform, older now, frilier, but his eyes were bright, his voice strong. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Waiting for someone to prove that the world could be changed without being destroyed. Waiting for someone to build something that no one could take. Izuku Midoriya, he said, and his voice carried across the beach, across the water, across the city that had been waiting for someone to show them what a hero could be. When you first came to me, you were afraid. Afraid of what your quirk could do. Afraid of what you were becoming. Afraid that the things you built would only hurt the people you were trying to save. He smiled, and it was the same smile he had worn in the training room, when Izuku built the bird, when he stopped fighting and started listening. You proved that fear wrong. You built things that saved lives. Things that lit up the darkness. Things that gave hope to people who had no other hope. You built a world that didn't exist before you dreamed it. And you showed all of us, the heroes, the commission, the people who thought they knew what power was, that a quirk doesn't have to be a weapon to change the world. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a small box, worn, old, the kind of box that had been opened and closed 1,000 times. He opened it, and inside, a metal glinted in the morning light. Not the metal of a hero who had fought villains. Something else. Something that had never been given before. This is the medal of innovation. It's never been awarded. It was created 50 years ago, for someone who built something that should have changed the world. Someone who was taken before they could finish what they started. Someone who believed, until the end, that the things we build can save us, if we let them. He held out the medal, and Izuku saw that his hands were shaking, the same way they had shaken in the small room, the same way they had shaken when he told Izuku about Yoichi, the same way they had shaken for 50 years of grief that was finally beginning to heal. Yoichi would have been proud of you. He would have seen what you built, the things you made, the lives you saved. And he would have known that the world was finally ready for someone like you. Izuku took the medal. It was warm in his hands, the same warmth that had been in his chest since the beach, since the gun, since the lighthouse. He looked at it for a moment, at the shape of it, at the thing that had been waiting for 50 years for someone to be worthy of it. And then he looked up at the crowd. At his mother crying. At Kaken, his expression softer than Izuku had ever seen it. At the engineer, standing at the edge of the crowd, her hands covered in scars, her face wet with tears, her eyes fixed on the light that was still shining from the lighthouse. He thought about all the things he had built. The gun on the beach. The lantern in the workshop. The bird in the training room. The lighthouse that rose from garbage. The tracker that became something that listened instead of found. The sphere that lit up the darkness and changed the world. He thought about all the things he was going to build. The things that would save people who hadn't been born yet. The things that would light up places that had been dark for centuries. The things that would prove, every day, that a hero wasn't something you were born as. It was something you built. He pinned the medal to his chest. The metal was warm against his skin, the same warmth that had been there since the beginning, the same warmth that would be there until the end. And he looked out at the world that was waiting for him to build it, and he smiled. I'm going to keep building, he said. His voice was steady, clear, the voice of someone who knew what he was and was not afraid of it. I'm going to build things that save people. Things that light up the darkness. Things that give hope to people who have no other hope. I'm going to build a world where no one has to be afraid of what they are. Where no one has to hide what they can do. Where everyone, has a chance to be what they were meant to be. He looked at the lighthouse, at the light that was still shining, at the beach that had been transformed from a graveyard of forgotten things into a place of beginnings. That's what I'm building for. That's what I've always been building for. And I'm not going to stop. Not today. Not tomorrow. Not ever. The crowd was silent. The light from the lighthouse caught the metal on his chest, made it glow, made it shine. And for a moment, just a moment, the world was exactly what he had always dreamed it could be. The sun was setting when the ceremony ended. The crowd had dispersed, the heroes had returned to their patrols, the beach was quiet again, the way it had been on the night he built the lighthouse. Izuku stood at the water's edge, the metal still warm against his chest, his hands empty, his heart full. The engineer came to stand beside him. Her hands were in her pockets, her face turned toward the water, her presence as steady as it had been on the night they built the sphere together. "You did it," she said. "You became what you always wanted to be." Izuku smiled. "We did it. I couldn't have done any of it without you." She was quiet for a moment. The waves crashed against the shore, the lighthouse beams swept across the water, the first stars were beginning to appear in the sky. "I used to think that building things was dangerous," she said. "That the things we build will always be taken from us, twisted, turned into something we never intended. I spent years trying to destroy the things I was afraid of. Trying to stop the world from taking what I had built." She looked at him, and her eyes were bright with something that looked like hope. "You showed me that I was wrong. That the things we build can save us, if we let them. That the world can be changed without being destroyed. That the light is always stronger than the darkness, if we're brave enough to let it shine." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small box, worn, old, the kind of box that had been opened and closed 1,000 times. She opened it, and inside, a bird rested on a bed of velvet. Small, metal, its wings spread like it was about to fly. It was the first bird. The one he had built in the training room, the one he had given to Tashinori, the one that had been lost and found and kept safe for all these years. "I've been holding on to this," she said. "Since the beginning. Since before I knew what you were trying to become. I found it in the training room, after you left. And I kept it. Because it was the first thing you built that was beautiful. The first thing you built that wasn't afraid." She held it out to him, and her hands were steady, the same hands that had built weapons and destroyed them, that had built a sphere that changed the world, that had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. "I want you to have it. To remind you of what you are. Of what you've always been. Someone who builds things that save. Someone who lights up the darkness. Someone who gives hope to people who have no other hope." Izuku took the bird. It was warm in his hands, the same warmth that had been there since the beginning, the same warmth that would be there until the end. He looked at it for a moment, at the wings spread like it was about to fly, at the beak open like it was about to sing. And then he looked at the engineer. At her scars, her tears, her face that was young in the light of the setting sun. "Thank you," he said. "For believing in me. For showing me that building doesn't have to be dangerous. That the things we make can save us, if we let them." She smiled, and it was the same smile she had worn on the beach, when the lighthouse rose from the garbage, when she offered him a choice that would have changed everything. "Thank you for showing me that I was wrong. That the world can be changed without being destroyed. That the light is always stronger than the darkness, if we're brave enough to let it shine." She turned away, walking toward the city that was waiting for her to build it, her hands in her pockets, her steps light, her presence a promise that she would be back. Izuku stood at the water's edge, the bird in his hands, the metal on his chest, the lighthouse shining behind him. He thought about all the things he had built. The gun that had taught him fear. The lantern that had taught him power. The bird that had taught him to listen. The lighthouse that had taught him to build without permission. The sphere that had taught him to share. He thought about all the things he was going to build. The things that would save people who hadn't been born yet. The things that would light up places that had been dark for centuries. The things that would prove, every day, that a hero wasn't something you were born as. It was something you built. He put the bird in his pocket, next to his heart, next to the warmth that had been there since the beginning. And he walked away from the beach, away from the lighthouse, away from the place where it all began. The world was waiting for him to build it. And he was ready. Years later, when people asked about the hero who changed the world, they didn't talk about the battles he won or the villains he defeated. They talked about the things he built. The sensors that found the lost. The barriers that held back the chaos. The lights that pushed back the darkness. The tools that gave ordinary people the power to be heroes in their own lives. They talked about the lighthouse on the beach, still shining, still standing, still guiding the lost to safe harbor. They talked about the sphere that powered the hospitals in the forgotten places, the schools in the neglected districts, the homes in the shadows of the world's neglect. They talked about the boy who had been told he was nothing, who had built himself into something that no one had ever been before. And when they asked him, years later, when his hair was gray and his hands were covered in the scars of a lifetime of building, what made him a hero, he smiled the same smile he had worn on the beach, when the lighthouse rose from the garbage, when he decided what he wanted to be. "I built things," he said. "Things that saved people. Things that lit up the darkness. Things that gave hope to people who had no other hope. That's what heroes do. They build. They build a world that didn't exist before they dreamed it. And they never stop building. Not today. Not tomorrow. Not ever." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bird metal, its wings spread like it was about to fly. It was warm in his hands, the same warmth that had been there since the beginning, the same warmth that would be there until the end. "This is the first thing I built," he said. "When I stopped being afraid. When I started listening. When I decided what I wanted to be." He held it up to the light, and the bird caught the sun, its wings spread, its beak open like it was about to sing. "I've been building ever since. And I'm not going to stop. Not today. Not tomorrow. Not ever." He put the bird back in his pocket, next to his heart, next to the warmth that had been there since the beginning. And he walked into the future that was waiting for him to build it, his hands empty, his heart full, his eyes fixed on the light that was shining. From the beach, from the city, from the world that he had built. He was Izuku Midoriya. The boy who was nothing. The hero who built everything. And he was just getting started. End of story.